Here we go. We are live. NHL Free Agent Day. It's also July 1st, so happy Canada Day. To everyone joining the live stream, welcome back or welcome to the channel. I hope you guys hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, comment down below, hit that notification bell. But yeah, NHL Free Agent Day. It's one of the busiest days of the year for this channel and also just the hockey world. So free agency is usually chaotic. I think it's going to be chaotic in a different way today. Offer sheets, maybe. Trades, maybe. Some drama overall. And then I think a lot of signings still. There's a lot of free agents. Maybe the list is a bit thin in terms of the big names, but I think there's a lot of names on there. A lot of guys that score 15, 20 goals. A lot of guys that play roles in Stanley Cup winning teams. So I'm definitely selling it high here, but I think there's going to be a lot of drama. So let's get everyone in here. I'm going to share the stream, and then we're going to be buzzing. So it's 7:56 a.m. Eastern time, and we are live. So usually in around the same time we go live every year. I think usually by 8:30 I'm live, maybe by 9. But Amrit, good morning. Amrit's the first one in the comments. What a legend. Let's go. All right, we're going to get the comments going here, get them on the screen. And then we will talk shop, talk free agency. But thanks, guys, for joining. I think it's going to be a busy day. It might take a bit to get going, but I wanted to go live early just to talk about it and talk about everything that kind of happened yesterday as well, because I think that's the biggest thing too. But yeah, so a couple things on the board right now. And I'm going to be adding things above me here, but it's just like, I got a lot of things happened yesterday, so I could add it there. But I think a lot of things are going to kind of squeak through this morning in terms of maybe some teams re-signing players. So a guy like Thomas Nosek, he could be re-signing with the Florida Panthers. And Adam Gaudette and the Ottawa Senators have been talking, but it seems that maybe Adam Gaudette is going to market. I mean, he's a guy that showed he could score 15, 20 goals last year at a bottom 6 role, so that's valuable for a lot of teams. We got 50 in the chat. Thanks for joining, guys. Get your hot takes, get your predictions going in the live stream. Who you think's going to go where today, and maybe some moves. Like I said, it's free agent day, but that doesn't mean it's just free agency signings or UFA signings. It could be offer sheets, it could be trades, it could be other kind of drama. Kelly says, good morning, John. Do you think the Leafs would be interested in Jason Robertson? I do think so, but do they have enough of the picks and prospects that the Dallas Stars want? That's kind of been the rumor out there that Dallas doesn't really want to add cap, that they're still in contention right now to bring back Mikael Granlund, but with their cap situation, it seems unlikely. One team that keeps popping up in terms of Mikael Granlund is the St. Louis Blues. So we're going to keep an eye on the Blues today because I think the Blues are going to be one of those sneaky teams. We'll see if they're in on a guy like Granlund and Pius Suter. I think they could be going out of the center market today, and those two guys would be on their list for sure. CK, good morning. Canadian Maritimer, good morning. McDew says, wouldn't be surprised. And J-Rob, yeah, we'll see. We already got 85 in the chat, guys. We just started, and it's 8 a.m. It is 8 a.m. You guys are the best. Thanks for joining. Like I said, one of the more fun streams I have every year, and definitely one that I'm excited to start early. So I just hit 8 a.m. Eastern time. Let us know where you're watching from early this Tuesday morning. And again, to all my Canadian viewers, happy Canada Day. It is July 1. Mark Howard, welcome to the chat. Brandon, thanks for joining. So as always, guys, I'll be bringing up some other graphics at some point probably, but just early morning talking news, talking rumors. I also just like having X on the board. It's just the latest news. And that's kind of what's changed in the industry. Like I was talking to a buddy about it. It was like, it used to be guys posting on websites, or you would download like the app for each team. And a lot's changed, right? Like every single insider, every single person that I even communicate to has a presence on X, has a presence on Twitter. I know some people still call it Twitter, but like even sometimes when I get like rumors or I get things like thrown at me that I find interesting or like some kind of speculation, sometimes it's literally just in my Twitter DMs. So obviously I be careful with putting certain ideas out there. I don't want to I do like to troll sometimes. I'm not going to lie. I think a lot of people like to have a good time, and just like sometimes if I hear something, whether I think it's overly true or not, sometimes I put the idea out there, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's realistic to happen. But like for example, yesterday, I put out the conversation that Aaron Ekblad could be a good fit for the Red Wings and Preds, and then hours later he re-signs with the Florida Panthers. So things like that. Derek S. says happy Canada Day, Canadians, and happy NHL Free Agency Day. Darkazon says hello from Finland. David, thanks for being here. Andreas, what do I think Vancouver's going to do today? Well, I think they're going to try to bring back Besser, but it seems like he's going to be going to market and sign somewhere else. So if that's the case, it's going to be interesting with Vancouver. I'll just bring it up here. I think it's somewhere here from Friedman. Maybe not. Oh, I think it's on here, actually. So Friedman dropped an article last night at like 2 a.m. So some of the stuff that he talks about, I already kind of had a good idea on. But the one thing that I didn't really know, I knew that they're likely going to be extended, is this right here. So among expected extensions, Thatcher Demko and Connor Garland, 6 times $6 million. So that'd be interesting if they sign the exact same contract. But that's what Friedman is reporting on, that Demko and Connor Garland are going to be in around the same term and same money per year. So $6 million per year. And then Martin Fehervary in Washington, $6 million per year for 7 years. So to answer your question on the Canucks, it seems like they could be bringing a couple guys back in terms of long-term extensions. So while Demko is not a UFA this offseason, he's eligible for an extension as of today. So Demko looks like he's going to be signing a long-term extension to stay in Vancouver. Hyper, of course, it's free agent day. You got to get up early. 8 a.m. Let's go. And I've made the bold decision not to have a coffee or Red Bull yet, but yeah, we might be indulging soon. I was going to go coffee, but then like the machine gets going, all that. So I'm like, you know what? On my way last night, I grabbed a Red Bull from the gas station, and I'm like, you know what? That's a good start. We'll get some coffee going throughout the day. But you know what? It's going to be a long day, guys. Like, I was up late last night keeping up on things. I was actually going to go live last night, if not for the flurry that happened yesterday afternoon. And I don't know if you guys were keeping track of it, but I can tell you confidently it was probably a 20-minute span of about 5 big breaking news. Like, had I actually been live in this setup and like an organized live stream, it probably would have been one of the bigger streams like ever. I literally went live on my phone in a random parking lot, and still like 700 people joined us like right away. And so I'm just thinking, I'm like, geez. So Mitch Marner sign and trade dropped. That news broke. Then Ivan Provorov re-signing. Brad Marchand re-signing in Florida. There was a couple others. But those were the 3 biggest ones. And that was like, again, in like a 15-20 minute span. Kyle says, New Jersey moved, you think? What do you mean moved? Harrison says, happy free agency in Canada Day. Yes. Michael, the world is watching. The world is watching. McNally, good to see you in the chat. Derek S. According to Elliotte Friedman, I'll scroll down here. This is his predictions for today in terms of guys he's confident about. So he says, scroll back here. He says, Brock Besser, one player joked. He's the only guy not afraid of the cold. Some possibilities, Winnipeg, Edmonton, Boston, San Jose. I still think Minnesota's an opportunity there, and I think, of course, Toronto. Here's the thing. Toronto and Winnipeg have to be a possibility for the big forwards at this point. If Winnipeg's losing EHLERS and Toronto, of course, looks like they lost Mitch Marner, like, it's just by default. Any other team, if we were talking about any other team in the NHL that lost a big player, by default, they'd be looking to replace them with another big player. So, Brad Treliving, I'm sure, I've already said, I think he's going to be busier for the big fish in the trade market, but I think he'll be busy for depth in free agency. Like, I've talked about names like Brandon Tanev, Anthony Mantha, trying to bring back Max Pacioretty. I'm probably forgetting a name or two that I've talked about. So Tanner Jeannot has been floated. But based on Friedman's predictions, I already talked about St. Louis making maybe a sneaky move today. I think in terms of the center target, they could go after Mikael Granlund or Pius Suter, so keep an eye on that. Victor Arvidsson traded in the next few days makes a lot of sense. Toronto's also working the market on Calle Jarnkrok and David Kampf. Corey Perry, Philadelphia believed to have interest, not sure of likelihood. I think that's maybe one-sided, to be honest. I just think Corey Perry is looking for the Stanley Cup. Does Philadelphia have a chance to win the Stanley Cup next year? I would respectfully say no. So in that sense, I think Corey Perry is kind of a question mark right now because I think there's a lot of teams he could go to. Does he have it in him to go to the Florida Panthers after playing for the Lightning, playing for the Montreal Canadiens, playing for the Edmonton Oilers? So I don't know. But Cody Ceci to LA, I mean, that's a fit. I would say other teams for Cody Ceci could be like a Detroit. LA makes a lot of sense, though. I mean, after trading Jordan Spence, they literally said they wanted a different type of defenseman, and Cody Ceci would be that, a little bit more of that shot-blocking penalty killer. So, yeah, I mean, I would be concerned what the cap hit is because Ken Holland, we'll see, right? Ken Holland knows Cody Ceci well from the days in Edmonton. So, yeah, I would not be shocked to see Ken Holland sign Cody Ceci this time in LA. Joel Hanley stays in Calgary, and Alex Lyon going to the Buffalo Sabres. So the Sabres getting a third goalie, or maybe they're trading one of their goalies. You never know. Like Alex Lyon, to me, looked like he was very, very capable of being a backup goalie. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's a third goalie move, but at the same time, the Buffalo Sabres, I think, are going to be active. Like, there's a few teams that I really think need to shake things up and get active in the trade market. Buffalo's one of them. Columbus is another one. And I would even say Utah Mammoth are another team I think is going to do something here. And I think there could be a bit of a domino effect on offer sheets, chat. So I'll look back on this comment from Elliotte Friedman. He goes, other offer sheet targets. There's noise around Will Cooley and Jack McBain, although the Mammoth were confident they get their center signed, referencing Jack McBain. What I'm getting at is this. What if a team offer sheets Jack McBain, he accepts it? Does Utah go, okay, you could take him. We'll go offer sheet Gabriel Velarde. Or we're going to go offer sheet Keandre Miller. Like, what if Utah's just that savage? Ryan Smith, I could see him being the owner that just bumps his GM and just goes, hey, we're going crazy today. We're going crazy this offseason. So keep an eye on Utah. I think they're going to be busy. Mike, thanks for joining the chat. Yeah, Rangers. All signs indicate that the Rangers are going to be signing this man right here. Vladislav Gavrikov. And honestly, I'm going to make the prediction. If there are two signings, actually, no, I think if there are three signings that might trigger an investigation by the league, it is that Brad Marchand 6-year deal. It is that sign and trade involving Mitch Marner, like specifically what Vegas has done in the past. And then the Rangers and Gavrikov. For some reason, and this is where sometimes this industry and just sometimes people just like to talk, somehow the Rangers and Gavrikov became connected earlier in June. Earlier in June is kind of crazy. Free agency opens up today, folks, at noon Eastern time. Why Gavrikov was connected to the Rangers? Is that him spilling the beans? Maybe. But there's a lot of smoke around Gavrikov to the Rangers. So if I'm the Rangers, I do not sign this guy at noon today. Let's just put it that way. If I'm the Rangers, I wait until either later tonight or sometime tomorrow over the next couple days, and then I sign Gavrikov. Because I'm telling you this for free. If the Rangers sign Gavrikov in the first hour of free agency, they are going to look into that signing, whether people complain or not. So keep an eye on that. What's up, Adam? We already got almost 300 in the chat, guys, and it's 8:10 a.m. Eastern time. 8:10 a.m. That's awesome. Sapporo J says, who will the Oilers clear out and to what team to get Besser to fit? Yeah, I think they're going to go after Besser for sure. So Arvidsson's going to get dealt. I don't want to guarantee anything, but I think Arvidsson's for sure going to get dealt. The other thing that the Oilers are trying to manage with their cap space right now is they are going to go after a goalie. There's a few names that I've heard in terms of the trade market. One being Elvis Merzlikins of the Columbus Blue Jackets. I know they just traded Tarasov to the Florida Panthers, but I would keep an eye on Merzlikins from the Columbus Blue Jackets for a potential Edmonton Oilers trade. John Gibson, of course, moved to the Detroit Red Wings, so that name's off the board for the Oilers to potentially target. Another name that I put out there, I know Leaf fans don't want to hear this, but it is in the best interest of Toronto to listen to everything in terms of asset management because they just lost Mitch Marner for basically nothing. I don't want to say Nicholas Waugh is nothing, but for a bottom six forward in the grand scheme of things, it's not much. But Anthony Stolarz, I'd be interested. I think it's been suggested in the past, but I think with Stolarz' cap hit, it makes a lot of sense for the Edmonton Oilers to look at a guy like Anthony Stolarz. So keep an eye on that. Only a $2.5 million cap hit. The Oilers clearly need an upgrade in net. That would be a clear upgrade in net. So I would keep an eye on Anthony Stolarz being a target for the Edmonton Oilers, along with Elvis Merzlikins, as I already mentioned. I do think there's probably a lot of other goalies that they could look at that you're taking a bet on. I thought Thatcher Demko could maybe be a target for the Oilers, but it seems he's going to be re-signing and signing a long-term extension with the Vancouver Canucks for 6 years. So that's probably going to happen either today or I would say early on here in July. Beyond that, I mean, there's other goalies that maybe Edmonton could take a swing at or take a chance on. Jake Allen is a free agent. That would be an interesting target for Edmonton, but at the same time, it does seem like New Jersey's had some momentum in that aspect. Ilya Samsonov would be a buy low potential starter for the Edmonton Oilers, and the Oilers love going for former Leafs, so that's a potential there. Nicholas Harmston, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. We got 320 in the chat. I'm going to try to read more comments. And again, if you haven't yet, please hit that subscribe button. Our goal for today, if we can, it'd be amazing. 57,000. Can we do it? We are about 450 away. It's going to be a long day, a lot of streaming. So get your friends in here. If they're driving or they're at work, they want to put their AirPods in. A lot of people reach out to me on this day and say, hey, I'm listening in. So I might not be in the comments, but I'm listening in, and I just want to tell those people I appreciate it. Granlund to Carolina, Misty says, I think it's possible. I mean, I think right now I would still put my bets on like St. Louis or if Dallas can create the space. What do I think the Bruins do? I think the Bruins are definitely going to be a team for Besser. The other team I had thrown out there at a point earlier on in the free agent conversation was P.S. Suter, potentially. Zachary says, do you think Kyrie waives his no trade? It would have to be a team like Montreal's closer to home for him, I guess. But it's hard to say. I think he wants to stay in St. Louis ultimately. So I think they missed their mark, but you never know. Darkness says, I am fully prepared for Granlund to St. Louis today. And how does that make you feel, Darkness? Jersey says, let's go Devils. Jack says, rumor Lion is signing with Buffalo. Yep, I talked about that. Let's see. Adam says, I can see Toronto getting these players, or at least some of these players. Mason Appleton, Nick Bukestad, Brandon Tanev, Tanner Jeannot, Andrew Mangiapane. Yeah, Andrew Mangiapane would be the one that I think makes a lot of sense for a lot of people. Of course, the Brad Treliving connection in Calgary. And he's kind of that mold of what they're looking for in terms of like not expensive, guy that can chip in 15, 20 goals in the season. His playoff numbers are not great. He's undersized, so that's probably the concern for some fans. But definitely Brandon Tanev makes too much sense, right? Like his brother's in Toronto, and I think he's the type of player you want on your fourth line. So we'll see if that does materialize today. John Bradford, hello. Ryan Carey. Would Keandre Miller be a good fit for the Wings? Of course. Of course he would. They need a top four defenseman. And a left shot would be all right. That'd work potentially well next to Sider. Let's see. Trying to read the comments. Dakota says, hi, John. I've been very busy. Haven't seen much of your streams late, but I did make today. Huge Isles fan. Great draft. Do you think that they sign anyone as a stopgap until the kids are ready? Yeah, Dakota, great question. It's tough, right? Like this class, this UFA class is very thin. So I don't know if the Islanders actually do anything today in terms of like significant signings. I could see them signing a couple depth guys, but I I look at the free agent class and I look at what the Islanders are trying to accomplish. Like, they haven't even traded some of their roster guys that I think are going to get dealt at some point, like guys like Jean-Gabriel Pageau and you look at Casey Zizekas, like some of those veterans. Like, I think they could get value back for those guys. And if you look at the Islanders lineup right now, like, they're pretty full in terms of NHL caliber forwards. Like, if you look at their potential lineup right now, I'm going on Daily Faceoff. Like, Anders Lee, Bo Horvat, Matthew Barzal. Actually, I'll pull it up right now. So, if you look at their potential lineup here, like, it's not like they're lacking NHL talent, right? Like, they could start next year with that forward group, and no one would bat an eye. Is it a playoff lineup? Maybe, maybe not. Probably either way, it's going to be on the border of playoffs. Callum Ritchie's a great young addition, of course. Watched him a lot in the OHL the last couple of years. So what I'm getting at with this is they don't really have to do anything. Like I said, trades probably more likely in my eyes, like potentially trading Anthony Duclair, potentially trading Jean-Gabriel Pageau, potentially trading Casey Zizekas. What is their decision-making and mindset on a guy like Pierre Engvall, who's definitely an anchor in terms of a contract? So that's kind of the conversation there. If you guys did miss this yesterday, Evan Bouchard, the contract, I thought that was really interesting. And this happened last night. That's why someone asked in the chat. It's midnight Eastern. That was at midnight. So Kairu's no trade clause kicked in at midnight. Thank you to the 5 people that already subscribed. We have almost 400 people in the live stream. You guys are amazing. JM, thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, Adam, I think Tanner Jeannot makes sense for Toronto, but I get the sense someone's going to overpay for him today. Like, I really do. There's been some speculation that he could get upwards of 3.5. So if you guys, and I'll also pull up Puckpedia here because we're going to do some mock lineups as well. But if you look, let's go to what not Tanner Jeannot. Let's look at what Trent Frederick signed for. So the Oilers, this is a good conversation because it's relevant towards the Brock Besser conversation too. Frankie Dagg, thank you so much for subscribing. Big shout out to Frankie in the chat, guys. So Oilers are, of course, tight on cap space. We're expecting to see them trade the last year of Victor Arvidsson, so keep an eye on that. But Trent Frederick, to me, guys, Frederick is very, very comparable to Tanner Jeannot. I think in the regular season last year, I think Frederick may have had better season numbers, but I think that's very comparable. And honestly, I'm not going to lie. I actually think that is one of the worst contracts that's been signed so far. I understand the Oilers want a different type of player, and Frederick's still only 27. But I got to say, chat, that is one of the worst contracts so far signed, especially out of market. Like, it wasn't even like the Oilers had to do that. So they're definitely taking a bet that Frederick can put more production on the board. And with him being healthy, hopefully for a full year next year, he'll be back a little bit, I don't know, like 15, 20 goals, something like that. But 3.85 when you're trying to create space already it's kind of shocking to me a little bit. So if Frederick can get that, that's a good mark for Tanner Jeannot. So I know, Adam, I think he's speaking from a Leafs fan perspective. For all of you guys in the comments right now, speak from your team's perspective or the team that you think Tanner Jeannot could sign with. 3.85 is a lot. Do I think it might be a little bit less than that? Maybe. But I think Tanner Jeannot in the open market could get at least $3 million with the market as it stands. I had said maybe 2.5 before Frederick signed, before a lot of these guys fell off the board. But now with a thin UFA class, it's gotten definitely weaker. And with a couple comparables that I've seen recently, including Trent Frederick, which I think is a very good comparable for Tanner Jeannot in terms of style of play. And I think he's going to get over $3 million per year. I'm referencing Tanner Jeannot. So Keenan, thank you so much for being here. Kyle Jones says Tanner Jeannot to Ottawa. We'll see. Maybe Chicago. Adam, good morning. Chuck, good morning. Vicious says Jeannot to Tampa again. Frankie says Jeannot maybe 2.8 per 3-year deal. Blended says, Johnny, what time did you get up, bro? W's in the chat, guys. This guy's a hustler. Yeah, Blended. I did a couple pre-recorded TV stuff this morning, so I was up at 6 a.m. I went to sleep last night after doing quite a few things. I went to sleep at, I feel like it was definitely past 1:30 maybe. So definitely, I would say 4.5 hours. It's funny because a colleague yesterday told me that he can only run on 4.5 hours of sleep. So I got my 4.5 hours. So there you go. So I appreciate Blended with the hype. I am hustling. I'm not going to lie. I'm hustling. So today I'll be live all day on this channel, chat. For an hour of the show, it's going to move to audio because I will be on Bleacher Report's live show. So I'll be with Sarah Sivian, I'll be with Nathan Grav, I'll be with Frank Saravalli. So that's going to be for an hour. Today, from 1 to 2 p.m., I will be live with those guys on Bleacher Report. I'll keep the audio going, and we'll keep the conversation going on this channel. This stream will not shut down. So this stream, guys, you guys are committing, and I appreciate it. You guys are putting in some good support for a stream that's going to be live probably for 10 hours today. So can we get some W's in the chat? I just want to see everyone spam for a second. Just get me going. We got to get going, man. It's not even 8:30 in the morning. Come on. It's not even 8:30 Eastern time. I just want everyone to spam some W's in the chat. Come on. Get me fired up. Let's go. Let's wake up my neighbors. Let's get them up. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Cheers. I'm not a Red Bull guy. I never drink Red Bulls, but today's the exception. Once a year. Not once a year. Maybe 3 times a year. Cheers. Yeah, Adam, 3 million wouldn't be horrible for Jeannot with the cap going up. Blended says EHLERS to Carolina and Besser to LA or Boston. I very well could see that. EHLERS to Carolina is still very much my prediction. I'll talk about other potential fits for EHLERS. I think Columbus is a fit for EHLERS. And Anaheim's a fit for EHLERS. I think San Jose's a fit for EHLERS. San Jose and Anaheim could pay him a lot more, where I think Columbus and Carolina maybe present a little bit more competitive team for him. There's other teams that I think could target EHLERS, but by far, Carolina makes the most sense. By far. Granlund to St. Louis today makes sense. Joshua, thanks for being in the chat. I did see that. Thank you guys for all the W's. I appreciate that big time. That helps. That helped get me going here. I like it. I like it. But we got 420 in the chat. You guys are awesome. 420. Let's go. Happy Canada Day. Yes, Blended. Real Shakes is from Toronto, but living in the Philippines. Thanks for the content. No puck news out here, so you keep me updated, buddy. Appreciate you. I'm going to keep you updated all day. I promise. Anytime something happens, we're going to be getting it going right away, so you won't miss a thing. I should talk about the Jets. I can talk about the Jets, Connor, of course. Thoughts on the Preds? I think the Preds, talking to some guys with the Preds, I think they're going to be busy. But keep an eye. So this is where I really want to just put it in your brains, all of you guys, because think about it. I know some of us want to be down on the list and down on the UFA class. But there are going to be trades, folks, and I've heard so much speculation that where there's smoke, there's fire. Nashville is going to be making more trades. Jonathan Marchessault is very much in conversations right now and in trades. I think Jonathan Marchessault could be traded by the Nashville Predators, so we're going to keep an eye on that. I think Nashville could make a couple deals. I also think they could be active in the free agent market, but very much so in the trade market. Rossi getting traded? Yeah, so Marco Rossi, another name out there, who's a restricted free agent, so he could be getting an offer sheet or a trade. Exactly what Blended just said in the chat. Exactly. I think there's going to be a lot of trades. A lot of trades. Evan, thank you so much for the 5. Let's get some Evan hype in the chat. Let's go. Says, do you think of Beniers or... I'm not sure the second name. If if you want to, Evan, if you want to drop it again in the chat, I'll look out for your comment. I don't think a Beniers trade's going to happen, but I do think Seattle is going to trade one of their centers. They have too many centers right now. They just drafted Jake O'Brien, 8th overall. They have so many centers. So between Shane Wright and one of their other depth centers, like I wouldn't be surprised if they trade one of them. Victor Rodriguez, good to see you. Northern boys, what do the Habs do today? I think the Habs are still going to be talking trade. There's been a few guys that I think are floating in the air for Montreal. Of course, I've talked about Jordan Kyrou, but now his no movement has kicked in, so we'll see. But another name that I'd be really curious about with Montreal, and I mean, this guy's name's floated a little bit, but it just kind of makes sense. I know Montreal's been looking maybe for a bigger center or a bigger player, but Marco Rossi still makes some sense for Montreal. I know there's been some people that have kind of splashed water on that, but I think in terms of RFAs out there, like Montreal might be looking. But when I say that, it's more so for a trade. They can't offer sheet straight up with their limited cap space, so it would have to be contract or two out, contract in. Like, I'll just throw a scenario under the wind. Would maybe Minnesota take a flyer on Kirby Dach if Montreal attached some prospects and picks? Kirby Dach can be a great player if he's healthy. That's a big if. But for Minnesota, they had Marco Rossi on their fourth line in the playoffs. They're adding more guys like a Tarasenko. I think they're still going to be in it for Besser potentially today. So I think Montreal and Minnesota could be that team that facilitates a trade today, but I think a lot of other teams are going to be in on Marco Rossi, so keep an eye on that. But yeah, thank you so much, Evan. And James with the 2 says, the Canucks get a scorer. Kane is a downgrade. Yeah, I wouldn't say a downgrade, but it's a good question. Let's look at, let's quickly, thank you so much for the donation. Let's quickly look at maybe a mock scenario for the Canucks for you. Just quickly. So I'll be doing this throughout today. And thank you. I'm never expecting donations, but especially if someone donates like that, I definitely want to give their shout quickly. So thank you so much, James, for the dono. So we can definitely look at the Canucks quickly here. Did something drop? So there you go. Martin Fehervary. We already knew about that. There we go. So we already had a good idea on the Canucks stuff. So Demko and Connor Garland are signing long-term extensions. And Drager is now adding to the report saying, I'm hearing all of the main elements aside from finishing touches in the structure have been agreed to on a Thatcher Demko extension in Vancouver. Expect an announcement today. So that's very well going to happen, guys. And Connor Garland's likely going to sign long-term as well. And Kevin Kurtz, good take here. I think Pius Suter makes a lot of sense for the Flyers, and he did say that the Flyers have interest in Corey Perry. But thank you guys again for the donos. Thank you, Brandon. Ross Osborne, thanks for being here. Do I think Hartman could be traded? Potentially. That's actually a fair show, but I think they're going to focus on moving Rossi. Thank you to everyone that's hitting that subscribe button. Wow, 20 people just subscribed. Guys, we are already 10 subscribers away from 56.6K. You guys are amazing. Thanks for being here. All right, let's just quickly do the Vancouver thing, and if you guys want me to go through different teams, I can. So, Vancouver, they currently have $7 million of cap space. These extensions for Demko and Garland will not take in effect until 2026 and 2027. These extensions they're signing are going to start for that year. It's just that we're now in July 1st, a year in advance of them hitting UFA status, so the Canucks are eligible to sign them to an extension. So Garland for this upcoming season will still be at the $4.95 million cap hit, and Demko will still be at the $5 million cap hit. As it stands right now, similar to what I just showed to you guys for the New York Islanders, the Vancouver Canucks could start this season and no one would bat an eye, right? Whether you want to argue it's a playoff caliber team or not is a different discussion, but you look at this lineup right here, they could start like this next year and no one would, I don't think you should lose your mind, is what I'm getting at. Like, sure, the center position could definitely be upgraded, and you probably want another solidified guy in that top 6. So losing Besser is definitely a major hit to your team. But in terms of like talent, straight talent, Garland, Kane, and DeBrusk have played like top 6 forwards. Höglander, inconsistent, but we've seen signs. Elias Pettersson at his best is the number 1 center. Filip Chytil at his best is probably a 2 or 3C. Probably closer to a 3C, and Blueger's probably closer to a 4C. So that's the big question. Does Vancouver go after a second-line center so they can do this? Chytil as your third-line center, Blueger as your fourth line. I think Lekari Mackey could also get an opportunity up in the lineup. So one guy I would look at, I know they just signed, but do they want to keep Höglander? If they do, could Dakota Joshua be on the market? Right? They're re-signing Garland, so he's staying. Chytil just got acquired. Sherwood they love. Kane they just acquired. So it makes me think that they're going to go after the center. Maybe. But we'll see. I do think they should give an opportunity for Lekari Mackey to be up in the lineup. They could also do something like this where they have Drew O'Connor and Dakota Joshua on the 4th line with Blueger. Maybe they have Evander Kane on the 3rd line with Chytil and Sherwood, a physical 3rd line. Then Lekari Mackey gets an opportunity to play with Pettersson and Höglander, an all-Swede line. And then DeBrusk and Garland, you go after a center. So P.S. Suter may be gone. But there's been a lot of rumors that Granlund is a target for the Canucks. I think the Blues have definitely been the team that's been sniffing on Granlund here. I think very likely the Blues. But if the Canucks gave like a 3-year deal at 6.5 to Granlund, that's pricey, but does that beat the Blues offer? I think Granlund's going to come in around $5 to $6 million, but could it be even higher than that? Because again, the thin market, a lot of names are flying off the board. In this scenario, the Canucks have a full 23-man roster, and they have a cap-compliant roster. They still have $531,000 of cap space. And in this scenario, that's not bad, chat. Again, is that a playoff roster? Maybe not. But if the Canucks were able to either re-sign P.S. Suter or bring in a guy like Mikael Granlund, Höglander, Pettersson, Lekari Mackey, Garland, Granlund, DeBrusk, Evander Kane, Chytil, Sherwood, O'Connor, Blueger, Joshua. It's a deep lineup. There's no doubt about it. It's a deep lineup. And the defense group, not horrible, right? It keeps the Canucks competitive, keeps Quinn Hughes engaged, and the goaltending tandem, if they're healthy, significant. But I do think Seeloffs could get traded, but it's not going to be a major trade. So I could do that for you if you want, but it's going to be for like a draft pick, I would think. I don't think it's going to be, or for like maybe an equivalent of like a forward that's maybe stuck in the AHL. Maybe like we just saw Justin Stordif get traded to the Washington Capitals. So maybe Seeloffs gets traded for a player like that, a player that's stuck in the minors that should be in the NHL, because you could probably make an argument Seeloffs should get an NHL opportunity again. So thank you, James, for the $2 dono. Big shout out to James. Let's go. All right. So that was a bit of my Canucks breakdown on what they could do today. Oh, Mitch Marner and the end in Toronto. We got 630 in the chat. You guys are amazing. Ralph J with the $2 dono says, hey, brother, can you do Chicago? I don't know what they do. Thank you, Ralph. And then Evan says with the 2, can you do Seattle? And I meant Jared McCann. Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you for the dono. Don M&D, thank you for subscribing. And Martin Fernandez, thank you for subscribing. And I really appreciate the donos. Okay, let's do Seattle quickly, and let's do Chicago. So, let's see here. All right, so let's do a Kraken one quick, and then we'll do Chicago as well. Appreciate those donos, guys. Let's see. Izaki says, thoughts on Detroit. Do you think a major trade is coming? I think Stevie Y is going to be busy in the trade market. I do think they're going to try to get a defenseman, but I think Detroit should be busy in general. Like, I think they were going to be a big potential for Aaron Ekblad. Of course, Ekblad opted to stay in Florida, so that makes sense to me. Yeah, I think it's going to be an action-packed day in terms of trades and in terms of some drama. So, maybe not as set as the other teams we just reviewed, but it's still close. Like, I would say it's still fairly close. If you go to their RFAs, not like a ton of players, but enough that let's just sign them to their contracts. So Kaapo Kakko had 44 points, 14 goals. I think they should go for a bridge deal, but they might go long-term. For the sake of the age, we'll probably take him to about 29, so maybe a 5-year deal. We'll go middle, like between a bridge and a long-term. So 5-year deal, maybe $4 million. Might be a little expensive, but I think he showed enough in Seattle that he's going to keep getting better. And also, Trent Frederick just got 3.8, so we'll do that. Riker Evans was his production. Pretty solid for maybe a third pair, so we'll go maybe 2.5 on a 2-year deal. And maybe something like this. Okay. Okay, so for Seattle, they could, right off the bat, be ready to go with these signings. And they would have $10 million of cap space. So one guy that I think could be a target for the Toronto Maple Leafs, I've already talked about, is Jared McCann. And as I already talked about for the center position, do they want Shane Wright to be stuck in that third-line center spot? Frederick Gaudreau could 100% be in that third-line center spot. So I wonder if they consider trading Shane Wright. I wonder. And there's a lot of guys here, as you can see. They have a lot of prospects. Berkeley Catton would be the guy for me that I could make it out of training camp. And if that's the case, you definitely would consider trading Shane Wright. So in terms of trade targets, I would say Shane Wright is one. I'm putting him in the presser just to show you guys that the Kraken could still build out a roster. So Berkeley Catton may be getting an opportunity in the top 6. And there's probably other guys that could get an opportunity. I mean, Caleb Fleury could get an NHL opportunity as well. But definitely an interesting scenario for Seattle because they can go in different directions here. Let's just say Hayden's on the 4th line just as a filler, or Ben Myers, actually. So Wright and McCann could be traded. I wonder if they want to upgrade on defense or what they would do, but they're definitely trying to kind of retool on the fly, and then they have $8 million of cap space. So my hot take would be, could they overpay for Brock Besser today? But if you do look at the signings, I think that's a fair projection. And I do think they're going to try to go for either a big upgrade on defense, which if they went for a big defenseman, it would be probably for like a 2-way guy that basically solidifies their top 4 with Dunn, Larson, and Montour, which would slide Alexiak down, or a big forward to pair with Beniers. One guy I would look at is Mackie Samoskevich with the Florida Panthers. The Panthers have like no space. So I'm looking at the Florida Panthers potentially making a trade with a Western Conference team, maybe even like an Evan Rodriguez, but we'll see. Kellenen, thank you so much for subscribing. If I miss you, subscribe. Definitely get back into the comments. It was Keenan Drieger. Thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, Brandon, I talked about that. Mangiapane maybe being a Leaf target because of the connection with Trey Living. It makes sense to me. Darcy, yeah, I mean, Philly might be looking for a center, so that's an interesting take. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like Seattle, what do they want to do next season, right? I think they want to compete. They want to be in a playoff spot. So on the fly, if I can maybe, like, if you guys really want me to make a mock trade, I could. But Let me read some comments. We'll do Chicago here in a second. So I'm trying to see maybe what makes sense for right here. So it's funny because like the pressure we put on Shane Wright and just like the expectations. He's only 21 years old, right? Like, and we know he fell in that draft a little bit. He was supposed to be that first overall pick, and then it just didn't work out. But I do think there's a conversation that maybe Shane Wright does get traded for a bit of a change of scenery. But he did start playing better at times. Like, I have to look at his numbers, but I do remember there was a stretch there last year where he actually played really well. And he did finish with 19 goals in the season, 44 points. So maybe the Kraken do keep Shane Wright. Let's just go back to that depth chart for a second. So Chandler Stevenson could play wing. And in that scenario, maybe these are your extra forwards. Yanni Neiman. You could even have Marchment down your lineup, which is kind of crazy, but you could. Stevenson, then you put Wright there. And then you surround Berkeley Catton with some offensive guys. Like, I think Catton should get the opportunity, right? Like, he might play AHL to start, but that's not bad. For a young up-and-coming team, that's not bad. I also have heard that Jaden Schwartz could be a trade target. So, again, I'm making this a Leaf thing a little bit, but the Leafs and Kraken make a lot of sense to make a trade together for a couple reasons, right? Like, Brad Treliving loves his big defenseman. Alexiak only has 1 year left on his deal. And then Jaden Schwartz, former St. Louis Blue, who played under Craig Berube, he only has 1 year left as well. So I think in a scenario where Seattle's trying to go for a big fish in free agency and maybe overpay, like I said, for a Brock Besser and NIKOLAJ EHLERS, shedding that cap would definitely help them put forward the best proposals. So we'll keep an eye on that. Caleb says, thoughts on the Pens trading Rust, Raquel, and Carlson in offseason. Right-hand D, thin and FA with recent signings of Ekblad. Provorov's a left-handed defenseman, but I know what you mean. Could get good value for all three. Caleb C, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think... well, here we go. We got some reports here. Drager says Pontus Holmberg is another depth piece with value with free agency looming. Still dialogue with the Maple Leafs, but cap space is an issue. Multiple teams interested. So we'll keep an eye on Pontus Holmberg as a depth signing today. Let's see. Andy says Mikael Granlund is going to market. Dallas had hoped to free up enough room to keep him, but best center available. And the Martin Fehervary news. Thank you for the dono, Caleb. Yeah, I think I've talked about Rust for a few teams. Detroit would be one of them. I mean, it's a hometown kind of reunion there, but it does make a lot of sense in terms of what Detroit's trying to accomplish. Raquel, I heard Colorado could be on Raquel. We'll see, especially with them moving on from Charlie Coyle and them kind of trying to move on from a couple different guys. We'll see what they do with some of their depth pieces and if they try to keep the defense the same. But no Coyle. They're not bringing back Duran. I wondered if they try to go for a top six forward. Just on that conversation right now. If we go to Colorado. Colorado has how much cap space after losing Coyle? They have 7.5. There was also a rumor floating around that Colorado wanted to reunite with Bowen Byram. So that's interesting for sure. But they only have 9 forwards under contract right now. They definitely need to sign some depth, but it's interesting. A guy like Raquel could fit if they sent like a Jack Drury or a Ross Colton back to Pittsburgh. It could make some sense. But as it stands right now with no Coyle, their 3 centers, their 3 top centers are McKinnon, Nelson, and if Ross Colton plays center. So Ross Colton could be their 3rd-line center and Jack Drury their 4th-line center, but I wouldn't be surprised if they move Drury or Colton. We're going to keep an eye on that. We have 750 in the chat. Wow. You guys are amazing. Let's go. Kristen says, hey, John, good morning. What is your opinion of what the Bruins need? I think they need a second-line winger, scoring, and a left shot defender. Okay. So Yeah, no, good points. I do think the Bruins still might utilize a trade. I keep going back to Jean-Gabriel Pageau on the New York Islanders. There's been a lot of speculation, a lot of smoke around that. I know it's a cliche. I always bring it up, but where there's smoke, there is fire sometimes. So Jean-Gabriel Pageau for a trade could make some sense. But ultimately, I do think the Boston Bruins are putting both feet forward on Brock Besser today. So keep an eye on Brock Besser. I wouldn't be surprised if they pivot and try to go NIKOLAJ EHLERS as well. I still am going to stand strong with my opinion and prediction that NIKOLAJ EHLERS is going to be a Carolina Hurricane, if not today, at some point. But if another team obviously comes forward with a bigger offer, then you never know. But I do think Carolina is going to be part of the bidding war for NIKOLAJ EHLERS, and I think Boston might be part of a mini bidding war with Brock Besser. I just think Boston's in a position right now, they're not going to overpay for another guy, especially after their free agent mistakes last year with Elias Lindholm and Zadorov. I mean, I shouldn't even call it a mistake, but they did pay a lot for Lindholm and Zadorov. At the time, I liked it, but I think with the Bruins' direction right now, they could use more flexibility, of course. So I do think that Boston's going to be looking at Besser today, but again, they could pivot to other guys. Like P.S. Suter could make some sense. I think even cheaper options like maybe an Anthony Beauvillier could make some sense, so we're going to keep an eye on that. But we do have 770 in the live stream. Thank you guys for being here. Trying to read as many comments as I can. I do think Byram could be traded today, so we're going to keep an eye on that as well. Thank you to everyone that's been subscribing. Chat, we are actually... I'll show you... Well, if you guys can see. I don't know if you guys can see it or that's not zooming in, but we are at 56,599. So we are one subscriber away from 56.6K. Whoever wants to clutch up and be that subscriber, I appreciate it. Thank you to whoever gets us to that goal. Solaris says, hey, John, or hey, Hot Take Hockey, who do you think the Montreal Canadiens will land in the market? Do you think the Habs will do anything? I think so. I don't know if they're going to do anything big, though. I think someone asked me that earlier. I just think my prediction on Montreal is they could be active in the trade market. I know they've been talking to St. Louis regarding Jordan Kyrou. There's probably some other guys we don't know about. I'm sure they're going to be a sneaky team for some of the big names today. But at the same time, they don't have a lot of cap space, so it would have to be like a trade out and then sign someone in. Like if you look at Montreal in terms of the teams right now, they have almost the least amount of cap space. Like they, of course, Carey Price will be on LTIR, of course. So that's got to be in consideration. But they still don't have a lot of flexibility. So sure, I do think they could go into the market. But I would be more inclined to say they could be in the trade market. And I've talked about maybe Kirby Dach being moved. We'll see. I think they're going to try to go for an upgrade in the top 6 forward group. Defense group's interesting because I think Matheson and Logan Mailloux have been in a lot of trade rumors. So we'll see. Like they're not going to trade both. And if they do trade both, it would be another defenseman coming into the picture. So Vendetta. I'm not trying to spoil too much because I'm also doing a show later on Bleacher Report and different things, but I have heard that Kuznetsov with Montreal could be a fit. So I haven't really talked about that much because Kuznetsov it was just known that he's going to be returning to the National Hockey League, or he intends to. He wants to return to the National Hockey League next year. He played last year in the KHL, had about a point per game. I don't think he scored a lot. I think he scored like 15 goals, but I think for Kuznetsov, it just depends what he is looking for, right? Like I think I could see a scenario next year where Kuznetsov's lined up next to like Davidoff, for example. So we'll see. Definitely could be a scenario. Keenan, that's actually a fair point. Maybe Shane Wright or Jared McCann are like targets for Montreal in terms of that scenario. And then Mike Matheson could fit into that top 4. It slides Alexiak down. It's a good idea. I like it. Yes, Darkness. So with that in mind, with the tight cap space, we'll see if the Blues do in fact commit to that Granlund contract. Dread, what's going on? Flames doing anything today? I think they're going to be in the trade market. One name that we keep going back to, I know Flames fans have talked about it, is Rasmus Andersson. So is Rasmus Andersson going to be dealt? I'll throw another name. Could Nazem Kadri be dealt? But I do think Rasmus Andersson, right shot defenseman, it's a market right now that is sought after. So that's why I've been saying that if the Toronto Maple Leafs could float Brandon Carlo in a trade to get a top 6 forward, I think you consider it. So we'll keep an eye on Rasmus Andersson with the Calgary Flames, but I think they are going to be more active in the trade market. I think that is the case for a lot of teams today. There are certain teams that I think are going to try to push for the free agent market, but then a lot of teams more so trade. Ball Hockey says, I was going to leave when I saw the Toronto jersey on the screen. Man, I hate Toronto. Well, that's a bit odd. I got every jersey, so... like, Marner just was in the news, you know? So that's why I'm putting that jersey up there, you know? It's not even a Toronto logo that's on the screen. It's the player that just signed the $12 million per year deal, you know? So I think it's relevant, but if you guys don't think so, I can maybe swap it out. But Ball Hockey, if you want to stick around, you stick around. I appreciate everyone that's here. B. Jonathan, thank you so much for subscribing. Fishing, thanks for subscribing. Jake, thanks for subscribing. Brian Miller, thanks for subscribing. What's up, Jeremy? What's up, Bradley? Micah, thanks for being here. Appreciate all the years that you've been popping in. Will Cooley prediction? Well, you know what? That Trent Frederick contract's going to be a kind of a fun conversation today. Because I can tell you this for free. Will Cooley is a better player. So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting what the Rangers do. I mean, speaking of the Rangers, let's look at them for a second. Also, sorry, I promised someone Chicago. So let's look at Chicago right after the Rangers. Sorry about that. I think if you're still in the chat, I'm going to get to your comment here. Zoris' hot take, Ehlers to Montreal. He's friends with Line. It's a good hot take, but Montreal has to clear some space. So let's just look at the Rangers. So what are the Rangers going to do? Because they are far from being out of the fire. They have a couple big RFAs, a couple big restricted free agents in Will Cooley and Keandre Miller. As it stands right now, they have $13 million of cap space. If they were to sign those two guys, it would fill up most of that. So as it stands right now, they could do something like this. I would probably maybe do this, actually. So... hypothetically, Will Cooley would be on the second line with JT Miller. Maybe Mika Zibanejad like there. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think the Rangers are anywhere where they want to be, but I will say this. I think Othman could be very much in here too. I think they're going to sign Gavrikov. And based on what Provorov signed for and what the market is... I think it's going to be a big contract. I would guess 7 by 7. I think Gavrikov is going to sign with the New York Rangers today. Just keep an eye on that. So, Soucy, Fox, or Gavrikov, Fox, Soucy, Borgen. I could see them trading Soucy. But in this scenario, they only have $6 million left of cap space. And that's why I do think they are... very likely to be trading Keandre Miller. It's just a matter of to who. But, yeah, I would not be surprised if they trade Soucy and still try to bring back Keandre Miller. But I think with all the speculation, with all the rumors, I do think he gets dealt. But, again, to who? I'm not sure. I think the Detroit Red Wings could be one of those teams. It does make a lot of sense to me. So, we'll keep an eye on that. I think Calgary would make some sense just in terms of that left side. But then some of the California teams like San Jose, Anaheim, they have a lot of space, so maybe that makes sense. Of course, Anaheim is just like breeding New York Rangers right now. They have so many former New York Rangers, so keep an eye on the Anaheim Ducks to maybe bring in some more former Rangers. But, yeah, let's go into the Blackhawks conversation here for a sec. Somebody asked for it, especially the fact that he donated. I definitely want to appreciate that. So just looking at Chicago, I really don't think they're going to be crazy busy either. Because, like, at the end of the day, the Burakovsky edition really fills out their NHL quality roster. So I think Burakovsky's going to get a chance to be in the top 6. So maybe Donato, Bedard, Burakovsky, Bertuzzi, Nazar, Teravainen, Dickinson, Mikheyev, Foligno. Yeah, Oliver Moore might be higher up here. We'll see. But, yeah, even their defense group, like, they don't have to do anything to their defense group. Maybe a goalie. Like, I could see them taking a flyer on, like, a Samsonov in terms of goalie. But, yeah, like, I don't think Chicago's going to do, like, a whole lot. Like, maybe they make a trade with a team that's just trying to offload a guy. Like, if I'm referencing Toronto for a second, maybe like a David Kampf, get an additional asset. Like, maybe give a shot to a guy like Nick Robertson if Chicago wants more scoring. Sam Miskevich is a good shout with Florida. Maybe I would even look at like a team like Minnesota with like Rossi. But I do think that Rossi's been talked about with a lot of other teams, including like in the Central Division, including the Nashville Predators. I think the Nashville Predators are interested in Marco Rossi, so we got to keep an eye on that as well. They've been looking for that center. They obviously just drafted Brady Martin, so they're drafting certain type of players. Marco Rossi would be far from that. Undersized, more skill set, but I think it makes some sense. Depot says, hey, hot take, what goalie do you think the Flyers will sign? Well, I just mentioned Samsonov. That would be a buy low target. I guess it's a good conversation to look at some UFAs here for a second. So to look at the Flyers' potential targets. I don't know why it's... There we go. Hey, Adam with the $5 dono says, hey, John, what do you think the Devils can do as they don't have much cap space? Do they try to trade Palat? Do they make a run for P.S. Suter? I think they... So, as of today, I'll pull it up here again, but I think the Flyers... I was just looking at the Flyers. The Devils, I think the Devils are going to look into the trade market because as of today, July 1st, or even as of midnight, Dougie Hamilton and Andre Palat's contracts went from a no movement clause to, I think, a 10-team no trade. So let me look at that in a second here. But just to look at the goalies, why didn't it go to a UFA class here? Okay, we'll just search it up. I was going to say they just put an article out. So, Alex Lyon is expected to be a Buffalo Sabre today. Jake Allen, there's some momentum for him to stay with the Devils. So, yeah, Samsonov, I mean, he's only 28. Like, that's why I'm thinking the Flyers don't want to go, like, old. Maybe Georgiev cheap. Anton Forsberg maybe cheap. Dan Vladar could make some sense. But I've heard that the Flames are trying to bring him back as well. So, yeah, maybe Samsonov or Vladar if they're trying to go slightly younger. If they're trying to go veteran, Anton Forsberg had okay numbers, so that could make some sense. So we'll see. The Flyers do have goaltending options, though. So it's just a matter of, like, are they trying to go for a trade to upgrade for a bigger goalie, or what's the deal? What's up, Felony? Thanks for being here. ASMR, Jack. Again, guys, I really appreciate everyone being here. And Adam, thank you again for the donation. They could make a run at P.S. Suter. I actually think that makes a lot of sense, especially after trading Holla. So, yeah, we should keep an eye on maybe P.S. Suter to the Devils today. The Leafs have not got a right-wing replacement, unless you consider Matias Maccelli as a right winger. He can play both wing, so we'll see. But we got 940 in the chat. Thank you to everyone that's hitting that subscribe button. We've had, like, already 50 people subscribe today, so thank you so much, chat. Trizmaster watching from Japan. All right, just like Trizmaster, let us know where you guys are watching from. I got my I got some Lucky Charms over here, so I'm gonna gonna eat some Lucky Charms and sip some Red Bull. What a combo! Let us know the combo that you are nibbling on and sipping on this morning. That's hilarious. I just realized it's 9 a.m. Eastern time, so there you go. That's awesome. Steven says, hello from Switzerland. Vendetta says, dip, coffee, bagels. The trifecta. Andreas from Sweden, thanks for being here. Yeah, he is felony. I watched some of his highlights like a month ago. Eric Sauble Beach. That's represent right there. Jazz Nathan Brantford from your local Civic Center Zamboni driver. Let's go. Let's go. That's Brantford represent right there. I love it. Jack says, to the Great White North. Vicious says, Stockholm, Sweden. We got, like, international represent right now. Peachy says, just started watching HCH. Any news for the Leafs since yesterday? Well, thank you so much, Kyle, for subscribing. I appreciate you. No news for the Leafs. The only speculation I can give you is they are still trying to see if they can bring back Pontus Holmberg, but they don't want to pay him as much as they just paid Stevie Lorentz. So they, if you didn't see it, they re-signed Stevie Lorentz for a $1.35 million cap hit for 3 years. I even thought that was a little rich. Like, this is a bit of an aggressive take, but what I have told people at this point is you kind of, the Florida Panthers are trying to build a certain type of team, but they also are firm in their belief on how they are structuring their team. And their fourth line in that playoff run was a combined in around a $2.4 million overall cap hit for their total fourth line. A lot of teams have a $2.4 million cap hit on their fourth line. David Kampf. The Florida Panthers had a total combined cap hit of around 2.4 for all three players in their fourth line. See where I'm going with this? So I love Steven Lorentz, don't get me wrong. But there's a lot of Steven Lorentzes in the free agent market. So I would have respectfully said, hey, sign for under $1 million, or respectfully, there's the door. I don't mind the contract. I'm being a little aggressive in saying, that's why I said I'm being a little bit on a different side there with that conversation. But I'm just saying that I think there is a valid conversation to have in comparison to what Florida did, and just say, hey, if you want to win a Stanley Cup, you've got to have cap savings in certain spots of your lineup, and that would probably be your fourth line. Ross Osborne, yes, that's going to be odd with the Wild. Bink says the Leafs are saving cap space for McDavid next year. Rick says Camp package with Wool getting traded. I don't think they're moving Wool. I actually think I have a little bit of a suspicion they can move Stolarz. A lot of teams need a goalie. Stolarz had an unbelievable year. The Leafs were not expecting that. He only makes $2.5 million and only has 1 year left. I don't think they're going to re-sign Stolarz long term. So keep an eye on that, chat. Keep an eye on Stolarz. I'm not saying Toronto's shopping Stolarz, but I'm saying I'm sure they're listening. Kyle says great insight, actually. The height for Lorentz is large, but looking at the former Stanley Cup champs fourth line, that makes more sense. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people would be pissed if Stolarz went to Edmonton. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I think some people like to overreact. I think if anything, Edmonton would be a better scenario. Why would you want Stolarz going to an Eastern Conference team? Maybe you face Edmonton in the Cup final. I think that's a good problem to have. Are they seriously not starting free agent coverage until 11 a.m.? Okay. in that case, can we just spam? We have 1,000 people in the chat. Can we spam W's? I'm looking at the major networks right now, and there's no free agent coverage until 11 a.m. This is different from past years. Wow. So you're telling me I went live at 7:55 a.m. Eastern time, and the main networks are not going live until 11? Well, I guess you guys are getting some early coverage right here in the best spot possible. W's in the chat. Thank you guys for joining. I mean, I wanted the coverage, to be honest. Selfishly, I know I'm giving you guys coverage, but I kind of wanted to watch one of the networks in the background as well. I mean, I'm a fan at the end of the day too, right? I was funny because one of my buddies forwarded me one of the CP24 segments recently, and it was that sports analyst, and I was like, sometimes I don't consider myself a sports analyst, but I guess I talk a lot of hockey, so sure, I guess I appreciate that title for a hot second, but at heart, I'm a fan. I think we're all fans of the game. Did I say trade deadline? I thought I said free agency. Or someone in the chat keeps saying trade deadline. Free agency opens at 12 Eastern time, noon Eastern time. Maybe someone in the chat is saying trade deadline. Anyways, I don't know what I said. Regardless, free agency day. Ignore me if I said trade deadline. I don't think I did though. Hey, Cole, glad to have you back. But yeah, 1,000 in the chat. You guys are amazing. Anyways, let's go back to X here for a second. Keep you guys dialed. Mike Grinelli, that's funny, says, I'd rather Marchand in Florida than Toronto. That would hurt. Good for him getting 6 years. God damn, they're going to be incredible for years and years and years. And then he said, Turk says, it's a good deal for both. He took less money to win, just getting worse for Bruins. That first round pick in 3 years that everyone loved will be bottom 4 pick in draft. Bruins have to play 3 more seasons before they get it. Panthers will still be really good. So, and the trade is official, I guess, eh? Okay, so Nyes is re-signed. Okay, so all this just dropped. It's official, guys. Oh, 34 seconds ago. There you go. I was like, holy shit, this is just official. So Nicholas Waugh is officially a Toronto Maple Leaf. Nicholas Waugh is officially a Toronto Maple Leaf. And Mitch Marner to the Vegas Golden Knights. Official. It was official. I mean, in my mind, it was official. But now the Leafs, as of 5 minutes ago, just posted it. What do we think, chat? Well, the Leafs got bigger. But Matthew Nyes, this is the one that matters. Matthew Nyes, $7.75 million cap hit. 6'3", 227-pound, 22-year-old, recorded 58 points through 78 games with the Maple Leafs during the 24-25 season, setting a new single-season high, career high in goals, assists, and points. Big year for Matthew Nyes. So, with that in mind, let's see if... Usually, Puckpedia is really good for updating it right away when the news drops. I think they already put one, but I think they didn't have... Or, I don't know. I'm not sure they had moved Marner in this picture yet. Yeah, see, they still haven't moved Marner. So, let's just do that right now quickly. So, Marner to the Vegas Golden Knights in exchange for Nicholas Waugh. So, Waugh... headed to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Marner headed to the Golden Knights. So, with that, if the Leafs do nothing, this is kind of what your lineup looks like. If they do nothing. Probably something like that. So, Michelli, Matthews, Nyes, maybe Lawton, Tavares, Nylander, Nick Waugh, Domi, McMahon, Kampf, Yarncrow, Lorentz. They could also do something like this. They could have Domi, Matthews, Nyes, Michelli, Tavares, Nylander, Lawton, Waugh, McMahon, Lorentz, Kampf, Yarncrow. Definitely not the fourth line you want. I just talked about the cheap Florida Panthers fourth line, and the Leafs fourth line is like $5 million more. And again, defense, goaltending. So similar to other teams we talked about, the Leafs could start next year like this, and they would still probably make playoffs. But do you want to settle for that? Especially, you still have $5.7 million of cap space, but you need to make some trades, right? If you want to go after a Brock Besser in free agency, or you want to go after another big fish in free agency, you definitely have to create some space. So I've talked about it in a couple of different ways. A team like Chicago or a team like Anaheim. I said it yesterday, and I'll pull it up here on Twitter. So there you go, Matthew Nyes officially. That I do think... Oh, he will wear number 93 with the Golden Knights. I didn't know that was made official. So Mitch Marner officially going to be wearing number 93, the number he wore with the London Knights. Let's see, what's my at here? Cody_CC. Yo, the burner got leaked. The burner got leaked, chat. But anyways, nice doing business with you. If you guys haven't yet, please share the stream on X or any social platform. I really do appreciate it. And I'm just trying to reply to this. Here we go. Make sure you guys follow Hot Take Hockey on X. So this is what I kind of said. So Nick Alberga yesterday was talking about this. Leafs remain active in trying to find new homes for David Kampf and Kyle Yarncrow. I said Ducks make a lot of sense here. Like, Nick Robertson still has a lot of value. For people that tell me otherwise, you're just being biased against the Leafs. He had 15 goals last year. He's still in his first half of his 20s. He still provides value. I think in the right situation, Nick Robertson could be a 25-goal scorer. Adam, thank you so much for subscribing. So with that in mind, the Ducks have so much cap space. And not only do they have so much cap space, they haven't even reached the cap floor. I'm pretty sure they're $10 million below the cap floor. Yes, they still have like Mason McTavish to still sign, but they are so below the cap floor. So, with that in mind, why wouldn't you do something like that if it meant getting Nick Robertson, who, as I said, scored, let's pull it up here right now. So in 69 games, he had 15 goals. I think it makes a lot of sense to do something like this if you're Anaheim. You get Nick Robertson for free, basically. Yeah, you got to pay the guy. But again, they have to reach the cap floor. And I think, again, this hasn't happened. This one has happened, the top one. But this is a scenario where the Leafs could create some cap flexibility. They're up to $10 million. And then they could go after a Brock Besser if they wanted, right? Because in this scenario, you could slide Lawton down. You could slide Domi down. Reese probably gets buried. The big question mark the Leafs are going to have to open up training camp is Easton Cowan ready for the National Hockey League? He might need some seasoning in the American Hockey League, in my opinion. But all of a sudden, chat, that fourth line's a lot cheaper. Every fourth liner you have is making $1.5 million or less. Lawton, Lorentz, and McMahon is a really good fourth line. All those guys can score 10-plus goals. McMahon just scored 20 goals. Nick Waugh, Domi, Cowan. Again, is Cowan ready for the National Hockey League? Michelli, Tavares, Nylander, Matthews, Nyes. Again, if Michelli goes up here or here, it doesn't really matter. But if you're the Toronto Maple Leafs, the one big upgrade you're looking for is a top six forward. And I keep going back to Brandon Carlo maybe being dealt because that value is there to get the top six forward. So we're going to keep an eye on that, chat. I'm going to flip back to X here, but just when we're talking about the Toronto Maple Leafs and that Mitch Marner trade just became official, he's now a Vegas Golden Knight. He's going to wear number 93 with the Golden Knights, make $12 million on the cap per year, 8-year deal. And Nicholas Waugh, 2 more years at $3 million. He scored 15 goals last year. He's a right shot center, 6'3", and definitely going to bring some more size. And I think the fact that he is a right shot center brings a lot of value for Toronto. especially considering their other 3 centers are left shot. So sometimes that's not considered a big deal for some people, but when you're talking about a face-off dot or a face-off draw to the right of your goalie, you're probably wanting a right shot guy to win the face-off to the board. So sometimes that's overlooked, but it's definitely a factor for a lot of teams and probably something that Craig Berube is going to appreciate. But again, guys, if you guys could head over to X and Twitter, retweet this, or just share the stream, I really appreciate it. I sent that out this morning, so I'm always thankful for you guys helping out the stream. So yeah, 11 a.m. Eastern time. Oh, on Pius Suter in Vancouver, told that if something is going to get done, it's going to be at the final buzzer. So from Cam Robinson. Fitness again. Fitness. I don't know how many more times. I think you were sometimes just one of the people commenting again. Everyone just watched Mitch Marner walk for nothing. Why are we confused with asset management? Kevin Ball just signed for over $5 million a year in Calgary. Nick Hague just signed $5.5 million per in Nashville. What are the trend of those 2 players? Oh yeah, those 2 players are 6'5" in height. 6'5" and 6'6". I think Ball's 6'6". Did we not just watch in the NHL draft 6'5" and 6'6" defensemen flying off the shelf like free candy in that second half of the first round and then second round specifically? Whatever it is, it's probably a bit of blend in your roster and also teams looking at what Florida's done the last couple of years to win a Stanley Cup. Brandon Carlo, I can tell you right now, while I don't think the Leafs should necessarily push to trade him, I think we would be very happy to see Brandon Carlo as a piece in Toronto. Right shot, 6'5" defenseman at under a $4 million cap hit as a top 4 defenseman. That value is very significant in the market right now. Like stupid significant. There's not many free agents that fit that mold. Guys like Rasmus Andersson and Erik Karlsson are more offensive oriented. Brandon Carlo is pure defense, shot blocking. There's a lot of teams that are desperate for that right now. The best way and how I look at it, and this is where Kyle Dubas went so wrong in some aspects, and where I think the Leafs need to learn from the mistakes of the past, and other teams need to learn from the mistakes, is you sell high on players. Selling high on players and buying low on new players coming in is the best way to do business. It's the best way to utilize asset management in its highest regard. If you can get a legit 30-goal scorer, top 6 forward for Brandon Carlo, you do it. You 100% do it. You just lost a 100-point player in Mitch Marner. The Leafs prior to last year's deadline did not have Brandon Carlo. That is the only reason I'm making this point right now. Morgan Rielly has a no movement clause, so that's a non-starter. McCabe and Tanev just signed with the team. Carlo's the odd man out in that aspect, but he's also a right shot 6'5" defenseman. Teams are desperate for that. All I've suggested is if you get blown away with an offer, you not only consider it, but if it fits that what I just said, you probably take that deal. Free Timer 64, thank you so much for subscribing. And to make the point on the question of how you replace Carlo, you're trying to get into the playoffs. For the sake of going into next year, if your top 4 is Rielly, Tanev, McCabe, Ekman, Larson, it is not the worst thing in the world. That is better than a lot of other top 4s in the league. Like Rielly, Tanev, McCabe, Ekman, Larson. I don't see how that's the worst thing ever. And then at the trade deadline, like you did this past year, you go after maybe an addition on the back end. But right now, the Leafs' glaring need is definitely a top 6 scoring forward. Thank you guys for I just saw a lot of new subscribers pop in. Justy, Garnett Williamson, thanks for subscribing, guys. Vendetta, exactly a great point. The Utah Mammoth just got JJ Peterka because Kesselring 6'5", right shot defenseman was going the other way. Or 6'4", he's in around there. Yeah. So, just to put that in perspective. Jordan says, hey, John, how's it going? Thoughts on all the recent extensions? Florida is looking poised to be a dynasty. Hey, man, thanks for joining. Yeah, I think a couple things quickly. I really, really think the league's going to look at that Marchand contract, whether they declare it something wrong. Like, I don't know if they're going to actually put a proper investigation in, but, like, is it a long-term, basically, watch for the NHL on that contract? And what I mean by long-term watch, maybe they don't do anything now, but say Marchand's done playing at year 3 or year 4 of that contract. Or basically he's sitting on the sidelines by year 3 or year 4. Does that show enough intent that Brad Marchand and the Florida Panthers understood he was never going to play out the full contract? Marchand always said 4 years. He said it publicly. It was out there. It was out there in the media. And everyone actually thought 4 years was a lot. Everyone thought 4 years was out of this world. And I had to tell people, I was like, you guys are not getting the market right now. It was always going to be 3 or 4 years for Marchand at least. Of course, Florida to get the number down to in around 5 or under. It ended up being 6 years, which I think that's my perspective on that contract. The Ekblad one, people can cry about. I said, how do they keep getting away with this? Not that they did anything illegal in that contract, but more so they've harnessed like a culture that people don't want to leave. Aaron Ekblad drafted first overall by that team. To me, it makes total sense why he wants to stay. There you go, Dobson. Number 53. What do we think about Noah Dobson being number 53? Jason, Julian, thank you so much for subscribing. What's going on, Blair? Good morning. I do think Nick Perbix is an interesting target for the Toronto Maple Leafs. So to answer a couple questions in the chat in terms of if you were to trade Brandon Carlo, who do you replace him with? Nick Perbix has a good size. He's about 6'2". He has good underlying numbers. I think he has still some improvement, but I think in the worst case scenario, if you were to trade Carlo, Perbix could be a guy that maybe partners up with like a Jake McCabe or maybe like a Simone Benoit on the third pair. So that's also a scenario there. G's and Classic Clown, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, Harrison, the NHL definitely has the power to step in on some of these deals for sure. No, Jordan, but what I've said to people, and I mean, I can pull it up on the Hot Take Hockey page because I tweeted out yesterday. This is a life conversation, but in the lens of the NHL free agent day, it's all about supply and demand. And in life, if a certain, category in terms of the supply and demand, if the supply is low, the demand will seek another outlet. So what I'm getting at is just because the supply is low in the free agent pool does not mean that is going to hold teams back from making moves and making transactions. So offer sheets, trades, I think those two could create enough drama alone. I think offer sheets have been proven to be a little bit more realistic after what the Blues did last year. You basically target a cap-strapped team or a team that you know is not going to bite. And you know what? If that team wants to be butthurt, they're butthurt. It is something that is legal to do, and I just don't understand why people don't utilize it more. Why are we allowing teams, and again, I'm not trying to target certain fan bases or certain teams, but the Florida Panthers, Vegas Golden Knights, Tampa Bay Lightning, they've all utilized loopholes. Loopholes that probably shouldn't exist or be allowed to do in this league. But it's done. So what I'm getting at is if those teams are strong enough and I would say courageous enough to kind of bend the rules a little bit or ride those lines or utilize those loopholes, exploit those loopholes, then why not target something that's actually legal to do in the National Hockey League, which is offering a restricted free agent a contract aggressively enough that they are going to accept. Sure, do you want to be losing a first-round pick in the 2026 NHL draft that potentially could be Gavin McKenna? No. So I would advise some teams to stay away from offering an offer sheet. But teams that are in the middle area, that an addition like that could put them over the edge and into a playoff situation. Like one team that I think is really going to consider an offer sheet today or an offer sheet soon is the Utah Mammoth. I've heard from so many people Utah is just ready to just explode with more deals. I think we're considering internally to offer sheet Peterka, but then just opted to like have a civil conversation with Buffalo about what they could do there. And they ended up, of course, acquiring Peterka in the trade to send Kesselring and Doan, which is funny because it actually, them doing that keeps them open to an offer sheet still because they made the trade for Peterka and Utah is eligible to do an offer sheet. So I want to see if I can pull it up here. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, this is the graphic I wanted up for you guys. So for offer sheets, just to give you guys the intel. So these are the cap hits or the AAV, average annual value, that would reflect certain draft compensations. So for example, and these are the teams that are eligible that have the draft compensation to basically do an offer sheet. So for Utah, I'll give an example, and I'm just throwing out speculation. Say Utah went to Gabriel Velarde, restricted free agent of the Winnipeg Jets, and offered him a 9.35 per year long-term deal, let's say 7 years. And for Gabriel Velarde, he had a great year. I think he scored in around 25 goals. Definitely was closer and closer to a point per game. I think he had 60-something points, maybe 70. So I look at a guy like Gabriel Velarde, and the Winnipeg Jets already losing NIKOLAJ EHLERS. It's very likely they would match it. But 9.3 is heavy for Velarde right now. I think a team like Utah, because they have that flexibility and they're trying to make that jump into the playoffs next year, it does make sense that they could do something like this. So in the scenario where Winnipeg wouldn't match, Utah would have to give up a 2026 first-round pick, a 2026 second-round pick, and a 2026 third-round pick, which, per Puckpedia, they are eligible with that because they do have their own first, second, and third next year. So as you can see, there's not a lot of teams that have their own second-round pick. But when you go into the next 4 first-round picks, there's a lot of other teams. It's just because of a lot of teams have traded their second or third-round pick over the last couple of years and going into the next couple of years as well. But as low as 1.5 to 2.34, all you would have to do is give up a third-round pick. So what I was suggesting is, hey, hot take, but if a team really wanted to just say, hey, screw you, Toronto, or like, I'm not saying Toronto would really be offended by this that much, but Nick Robertson is a restricted free agent. If a team offer sheeted Nick Robertson for $2.3 million, I think the Leafs let him go. I think the Leafs just take that third-round pick and call it a day, to be honest. Like, Nick Robertson wants out. He wanted out last year. I think there was some speculation last year that he was going to maybe be offer-sheeted. That didn't happen. The Leafs re-signed him for a year. I think maybe he thought it was going to be better under Craig Berube versus Sheldon Keefe. He didn't play much in the playoffs. I think if a team offers him a $2.3 million per year contract, he'll accept it, and it will be up to the Leafs to match it or not. And I think they're already tight on cap space, so I don't think they'd do that. So they probably take the third-round pick and walk. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's a friggin' bug over here. There we go. Dead. We got 1.4K in the chat. You guys are amazing. Thanks for being here. Even if it's Dubas, yeah, Pittsburgh could do it. As you guys can see here, Pittsburgh could offer sheet Nick Robertson. And yeah, no, I don't think Toronto matches it, even if it is Pittsburgh. And speaking of Pittsburgh, David Pagnotta says the Penguins remain open to moving out veterans via trade, and some teams are expected to circle back to Pittsburgh if they lose out on their UFA targets. In addition to that, the Pens are expected to pursue some depth players today via free agency to fill out their roster. That's what I said, guys. A team like Pittsburgh is 100% in that mold for if you miss out on a Brock Besser, if you miss out on a NIKOLAJ EHLERS, you are going to be calling Kyle Dubas of the Pittsburgh Penguins and you are going, hey, what is the price tag for Rickard Rakell? Hey, what is the price tag for Brian Rust? If you miss out on all the defensemen, hey, what is the price for Erik Karlsson? Are you willing to retain salary? So those conversations are going to happen today as well. Let's see. And yes, Bradley makes a great point. There are a lot of bonuses being paid out today. I believe Evan Rodriguez, this is actually another good example. The Florida Panthers, I would not be surprised if they trade Evan Rodriguez. So you heard it here on HDH. I think they're going to trade Evan Rodriguez. I think his bonus was paid out today or is going to be paid out today. And I think with that in mind, I think with his production, and he's only like, I don't know, $3.5 million cap hit, it makes sense. Because at the end of the day, based on the Florida Panthers' current cap picture, they can't afford both Samoskevich and Rodriguez. Samoskevich is like, 21 years old? He just scored 15 goals. Yeah, he didn't get the playoff time, but yeah, I'm not going to lie. This actually, if you're a Toronto fan and you saw this 3 years ago, you would probably call anyone who told you that this is going to happen, drunk on serious drugs, whatever. It's kind of crazy to look at this and without the context of the playoffs and the signings and all that. Rick Dollywall, who's dialed in with Canucks rumors always, says nothing close with P.S. Suter this morning. There's been contact between the two sides. Suter will have a healthy market in free agency. So Puckpedia is saying the Demko contract is going to be a 3-year deal. Wow. Elliotte Friedman said it was going to be a 6-year deal, I thought. Okay, interesting. So it's going to be a 3-year deal instead. And we have 1.5K in the chat. You guys are amazing. I hope all of you guys do hit the subscribe button. Our goal for today was 57,000. We're well on the way to get there. So I'm very, very thankful for you all. We are 5 subscribers away from 56.7K, and we'll be 300 away from 57,000. So I've been just to give you guys a bit of a background, if you're new to the channel, I've been doing this channel since 2019. Basically, it popped off a little bit during the pandemic. Did a lot of streams covering the bubble. So basically during the day, and this was the time when I was just freelancing and stuff at a school. So full-time gigs were obviously hard to come by. So I just started streaming all day, every day. Fast forward to 2025, I'm now juggling 5 different jobs. I do work full time. I travel a lot for the hockey and sports industry, which is a lot of fun. I host in the Ontario Hockey League. I work in the National Hockey League. I also work with Bleacher Report. So, and then I do this thing on YouTube where I stream sometimes. I make videos sometimes, and one of the biggest streams of the year is always NHL Free Agent Day. So, very thankful for you guys to be here. And we did start at about 7:55 a.m. Eastern Time, so well before the networks apparently, which I didn't realize. Usually the networks start, I feel by 9 or 10, and this year I think they're starting at 11. So I hope you guys stick around for the day, because I will be with you guys all day. As I said, I might have to move to audio when I join the Bleacher Report show at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, but I'll only be on audio for an hour. But basically, you guys will have me here for the full day, probably a 10-hour live stream. So you guys are getting the heavy coverage, and I'll be giving you guys the breaking news as it happens. Hans, Zoom, Durin, Kevin, Max, thanks for subscribing, guys. Really appreciate it. And Freeman did say that Cody Ceci is likely to head to the Los Angeles Kings. We'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, kind of crazy. Jacob Perez, thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, if your name doesn't pop up in the chat, just make yourself known in the... or manually, I guess. Charlie says the Leafs are arguably better off not signing Marner. He didn't want to be here anyways, but now they have money to build the lines. Well, they don't have a lot of money, right? They have about $5.7 million in cap space. They have to clear Yonkro and Kampf before we can really talk about flexibility that they have. Danny, what's going on? Amrit says, watching your 20... Sorry, did I say 2019? Yeah, I started in 2018, you're right. So I started in 2018 for streams that year for, I guess, playoffs and then World Juniors. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so Amrit says, watching your 2018 third period live stream Bruins versus Leafs is now crazy how much this channel has grew. Oh, yeah, I kind of forgot about that. I was with my friends. Now that you're reminding me, I remember that. I was with my friends at the time. We were at Maple Leaf Square, and then I think, like, the TVs went out at Maple Leaf Square or something dumb. And I lived downtown Toronto at the time. And then we, like, ran back, and then I just, I don't know, fired up my laptop, I think, and just went live on YouTube for the third period in overtime. Actually, that was one of the first playoff live streams on this channel, I think. Thomas Nosek re-signed. Is that official? I saw that he was going to re-sign this morning, but I don't know if we got an official cap hit. Oh, okay. Wow. Are you kidding me? $775K. These guys just love staying. Hey? I think I'm following them on here, yeah. Sorry, yeah. I did see that he re-signed. I just didn't know what the cap it is, but there's the cap it. That's why I'm saying. Steven Lorentz, 1.35. Thomas Nosek, Stanley Cup champion, 775. Nate Schmidt's headed to market because I don't think the Florida Panthers can afford him. But if he wants to stay for under $1 million, he can. I just think another team's going to give him like $3 or $4 million potentially. Doe, I do believe Toronto has a good shot at getting Brandon Tanev. We're going to see though. Yeah, Patty, I don't think I'm being a little picky. I'm being a little picky, don't get me wrong. I love Stevie Lorentz, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that this is how you win Stanley Cups at the end of the day. All right, Decoded, you know you're always welcome here if you want to stick around and listen in. I would say I actually love the fact that a lot of people reach out to me and they just say that they listen on audio. Like if they're going to be at work, they just put their AirPods in and they have my stream going. Sometimes people, when they're driving, they just have the audio going. So, yeah, you don't necessarily have to have the video. I mean, I'm talking to you guys, so anything that happens in terms of breaking news, you guys are getting it on this channel. But again, as I said, Rick Dollywell talked about the P.S. Suter conversation. Both the Canucks and P.S. Suter were talking late last night. They were talking this morning. He is going to be one of the top free agent centers of this class, at least what's left. Him, Mikael Granlund will probably be two of the top. Jackson Hollister says, that's me right now. I'm at work listening for the breaking news. There you go, Jackson. And Kane says, that's me. I'm driving while listening to you on my AirPods. Well, drive safe. Appreciate you listening in. Massimo says, hey, John, good to see you. Watching you on the construction site on break. There you go. Big shout out to Massimo. What a legend. Longtime viewer. Yeah, so I do think that we're going to get a lot of stuff today, guys. Like, I think this is basically how I would structure the day. I think we might get some midday trades, but the re-signing or, like, extensions will happen maybe earlier on and then at noon. A lot of the extensions will kick in. I think some of the big UFA signings might not happen until like the afternoon. I shouldn't say later in the afternoon. But I think we're going to get some action here. It's just a matter of could a trade or two trigger some of the action or could a signing or two trigger the action? I think it's a wait and see because I do think that there are some teams that already realize that, hey, we're not going to go into the UFA market. We're just going to go trade. And then there's on the opposite side where it's like, hey, let's go to the UFA market first. And then if that doesn't work out, then we'll go trade. But Aaron Portsline, who covers the Blue Jackets closely, he puts out a potential lineup. So it says, as free agency looms in a little more than 2 hours, here's an early July jotting of what the Blue Jackets could look like as market opens. This assumes that Provorov and Danforth become official before noon. So you got Colin, thanks for subscribing, by the way. You got Voronkov, Monahan, Marchenko. Man, Marchenko and Voronkov had amazing years. Then you have Boone Jenner with Fantilli and Kent Johnson. You have Sillinger with Coyle and Chinnikov. And then Miles Wood with Danford and Olivier. It's a good forward group. I mean, you probably want one more star there in that top six so you can move down Boone Jenner. But beyond that, like, you are content with that lineup, at least for now. And then that defense group's pretty solid too. Werenski, Fabro, Provorov, Matachuk, Severson, Goodbranson. We'll see how they really do form their defense group, because they do have 3 right shot and 3 left shot, but as Portsline's putting it together, he has Severson on his offside and then Provorov on his offside, so it's going to be interesting. But yeah, I think worst case, the Blue Jackets could start like that next season, and it wouldn't be the end of the world. So the Panthers have $500,000 in cap space. As I said, I think they have to trade Evan Rodriguez so they can re-sign Samoskevich, or they're going to trade Samoskevich. We're going to keep an eye on that. But I do think that the Florida Panthers got to get creative the rest of the way here, because they got to fill out their roster, and they obviously have a couple guys, one guy specifically to sign in terms of their RFA, Samoskevich, but at the same time, Tarasov, who they just acquired from the Blue Jackets, he needs to be signed as their backup goalie. So, yeah, they do have to make a move. That's why I was saying that the Florida Panthers not only put them in a rough spot, maybe in the eyes of the National Hockey League in terms of signing that Marchand contract, but clearly they were worried that Marchand was going to get poached by teams pretty aggressively as free agency opened. Like, there were some teams that I heard were going to offer Marchand $9 million a year over 4 years. You might think that's crazy, but I do believe Toronto would be one of those teams. A lot of people were saying 8. I think Trey Living would have went as high as 9 per year over a 4-year term. I'm just the messenger boy on that one. I'm on the fence of like that's the right move or not, but I'm just saying that was kind of out there. That if Marchand got to free agency today, those kind of contracts would have been offered by some teams. So that's why Florida got worried, and that's why they went aggressive with the 6 years to get the cap down. But even with that, Florida has basically 0 cap space, and they still have to sign a couple more guys. Jay Miller says, keep Erod. All he does is win. Well, Jay, then who are you trading if you're Florida? You got to trade someone. Exotic, thank you so much for subscribing. Jay Mill says, Johnny, Cat's trying to sign Perry and Burns. Who says no? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. Burns would be like their version of Nate Schmidt for this upcoming year. It's just a lot older. And then I was talking about the Corey Perry thing earlier. Does he have it in his stomach to do that? Like, he's played for the Tampa Bay Lightning. He's played for the Montreal Canadiens. He's played for the Edmonton Oilers. Does he have it in his stomach to sign with the Florida Panthers? I don't know. Matt Man, thank you so much for the 2. Says, think Caps move on from Carlson? I'm sure it's in the back of their mind. I would say no, though. I'm sure that some teams are going to go calling because, again, the market for UFAs are thin in terms of the right shot especially. So, yeah, I think some teams are going to call. I just think he's one of those guys that should retire a cap, and the Caps are going to be in a playoff conversation again, so I think he stays. Any word on Will Cooley? Well, Greg, yeah, Elliotte Friedman threw it out there that there's a rumor right now that teams are targeting Will Cooley for an offer sheet. So that's out there right now. But I also think that Will Cooley is being prioritized to be re-signed by the Rangers over Keandre Miller. The very curious part of all this is I expect them to sign Gavrikov. If they sign Gavrikov and then re-sign Will Cooley, they have very little cap space to sign Keandre Miller. And I think that's where Keandre Miller will get traded. But on the flip side, and this is where Florida may have done it wrong, but Florida does little wrong in terms of success. They probably do wrong in terms of the rules. I do think that the Rangers might hold off because they would lose leverage with trading Keandre Miller if they use up all that cap space. For example, if they sign Will Cooley to, $5 million a year, and they sign Gavrikov to $7 million per year, they have about, $13 million of cap space, I think. That's like $12 million right there. Teams are going to look at the Keandre Miller situation and be like, you guys have no cap space. You have no leverage. Why would we give a big value for a guy you can't afford? So there's going to be a bit of that going on. So I think that's why the Rangers might hold off. We'll see, right? And that's why the Leafs didn't announce the Nyes contract right away, because they had to move Marner first. They had to move that. Once they signed Marner to that deal, they had to move him, and then they could bring in Nyes' cap hit. And that's kind of what happened there. We have 1.6K in the chat. You guys are amazing. If we get 2,000 people in here, I might, I don't know. That's going to be crazy. Francis says, love the Fehérváry deal, especially after seeing Provorov. It was clear how much we missed him in the Carolina series. He's a really solid, really underrated defensive defenseman. Love it. Yeah, they were definitely missing Martin Fehérváry in that series. Who's, thank you so much for subscribing. JC says, trade Stolarz high, sign Anton Forsberg low. Hey, man, you're preaching to the choir. I'm not saying they should push the trade Stolarz, but I've heard, like Carlo, I've heard Stolarz is one of those guys that's being called on. Here we go, guys. Mitch Marner says goodbye on his Instagram. He says all he wanted to do was bring a Stanley Cup to his hometown. I gave everything I had, but in the end, it wasn't enough. That's hard to admit because I wanted it so badly for all of us. So his whole letter here. Mitch Marner, dear Toronto. Now that my time in Toronto has come to an end, I wanted to share what these last 9 years have meant to me. Leaving isn't easy. This city is where I grew up, where I fell in love with hockey, and where I've had the incredible honor of living out my childhood dream. Wearing the maple leaf on my chest wasn't just about playing for a team. It was about representing my home. When I was drafted, all I wanted was to help bring the Stanley Cup to Toronto. That was always the goal, and I came up short. I know how much this team means to this city, and I know the expectations that come with wearing this jersey. I gave everything I had, but in the end, it wasn't enough. That's hard to admit because I wanted it so badly for all of us. To the fans, thank you. Playing in Toronto is special because of you. Over the last 9 seasons, I have felt it all. The passion, the pride, the hope, the pressure, and the support. You care deeply, and I never took that for granted. To my teammates, coaches, trainers, the equipment and medical staff, team services, PR staff, and everyone behind the scenes who keeps things running, thank you. I'm grateful for every conversation, every moment of support, and every bit of belief you showed me along the way. As I prepare for what comes next, I leave a different person than I was at 18. I'll always be grateful for my time here, and most of all, I'm so proud to have been a Toronto Maple Leaf. With heartfelt thanks, Mitch Marner. Anyone shedding a tear, or are you on a good riddance vibe? Austin, thanks for subscribing. I know some people are already booing in the chat. Uh-oh. Who's shedding a tear? Patty says the agent wrote that. Han says my mock lineup is this: Nyes, Matthews, Besser, Michelli, Tavares, Nylander, Duran, Waugh, Rust, Lorentz, Piasuter, McMahon. I hate to break it to you, Hans, that would not be cap compliant. There's no way. I will say the one thing that kind of, I don't know if rubbed me I shouldn't say one thing. There's probably a lot of things that rub me the wrong way, but him canceling the charity event is kind of nuts in my opinion. Like I think I understand it's still heat of the moment and all these things, but like you could have kept it more of a private event. If you wanted to keep the media out, keep the media out. I'm still surprised he canceled that because it's a summer thing. Like a lot of Toronto and Ontario guys attended that event. Like, hey, everyone can do what they want. Mitch Marner can do whatever he wants. I'm just saying that was a little surprising for me because it made me feel, and this is just my perspective on it. You guys can all have your own perspective. I just felt that meant that charity was specifically tied to the Toronto Maple Leafs versus like I would say a genuine charity towards the city. And you know what I mean? Like I think the city and the team can be two different things. That's a little bit of my stance on it, but anyways. Does EHLERS still remain a Jet after today? Maybe. Depends. JC, top 3 Leaf fits for UFAs today? I would say that's one of them. Andrew Mangiapane. I don't know. Well, it depends, I guess. Are you asking who I want or who I think? Like, I think Brandon Tanev's a perfect fit. I think Tanner Jeannot at the right price is a fit for what they're trying to accomplish. So those two guys I would look at. Then beyond that, I think someone brought up Nick Perbix. I think Perbix gives them options, especially on that right side. And I think when we talk about maybe selling high on Brandon Carlo, because a lot of teams are calling right now, Nick Perbix would at least alleviate some of that loss. Sir Charles, Kadri still does a lot in Toronto. But I'll play devil's advocate on that one. Like, Kadri's very far removed from the, I would say, toxicity of what happened coming out of Toronto. Like, here's the thing. Time heals wounds sometimes, right? And at the end of the day, we're a long way from Kadri getting suspended back-to-back years in Toronto, and then being traded to Colorado. And then, of course, he wins the Cup in Colorado and calls out the city of Toronto in his Stanley Cup winning speech on, I think it was on Sportsnet. So, yeah, you know what? I do think that maybe Mitch comes to his senses and next, like, or I shouldn't even say come to his senses. He can do whatever he wants. But I'm just saying, maybe he does bring back the charity or brings back the event next year, the year after, once things are settled. But I think maybe because of just so much toxic moving around, I can understand it to an extent, while I do disagree with it. The Codfather, thank you so much for subscribing. What a name. Comment your predictions in the chat. Hey guys, we are 250 away from 57,000 subscribers. Thank you so much for being here. Arif, thanks for being here. Jake says, we'll say Tarasenko on the Wild feels weird to me as a Wild fan. Yeah, a lot of Blues fans feel that. JC says, is the Seattle shirt in support of Jake O'Brien? They got a steal, I think. Oh. Hey, I already had a soft spot for Seattle because I am a Seahawks fan, but yeah, I think them drafting Jake O'Brien was really cool. So I can picture it like one day I'm going to go on like a roadie and plan it where I can watch the Kraken and Jake O'Brien play and then watch the Seahawks play on like a weekend. So that's going to be pretty cool. Jeff Merrick with a report here says, given where the market is for defensemen, one name to watch is former New York Ranger Libor Hayek, who is looking to return to the National Hockey League. Maybe not in the first wave of signings, but after, has had a good last 2 seasons in the Czech League and Worlds. Okay. It's a good, I love Jeff Merrick's reports because they're always obscure and stuff that maybe other insiders are not reporting on. So applause to Jeff Merrick. And, yeah, David Pagnota reporting that the Devils and Jake Allen continue to work on a new contract. At this moment, it's more likely Allen stays in New Jersey, but a deal isn't done yet. Adriano, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you. Timo says, new subscriber here. It's sad Marner left, but I get it. I'm a Detroit fan, so happy to see Kane get a new contract. Do you see them making any big moves today? I can't see how they stand pat. No, they definitely don't stand pat. I could see them in the defensive market. I've talked about that a little bit. The rumor right now is Cody Ceci goes to LA, but I could see Cody Ceci being a target for Detroit. Beyond that, I think they're going to look into the trade market. I already mentioned Brian Rust is the name from Pittsburgh. So keep an eye on that. Sylvan says, do you know what happens in Vancouver this year? It's going to be interesting. I think we'll see if they can keep Pius Suter, and then I could probably make a more accurate prediction if they don't. Simon, what's going on? Nuno, good to see ya. Exotic, Vendetta, Trail, Christian, Rodney, Beantown, what's going on? Bruins, I think they're going to go after Brock Besser. We'll see if they can afford him or if they can make it work, but I think Brock Besser makes a lot of sense. Darkness says, I expect St. Louis to sign a center today. I don't know who, but I expect one. Yeah, I think a lot of people are speculating on Mikhail Granlund, but Pius Suter is probably a target and maybe some others. Christian Dvorak's a good shout. I mean, I'll put this out there. I would not be surprised if the Golden Knights look at Christian Dvorak if they can move out another contract. They don't have much cap flexibility, but Christian Dvorak, former teammates with Mitch Marner of the London Knights, I know they're still close. But that's a good shout. Christian Dvorak as another center target. Kind of a buy low as... I mean, here's the thing. He actually looked pretty good down the stretch for Montreal last year, so I think for a few teams it could make some sense. Let's go. Boom. I like that. Thanks for subscribing. All right, let's see. Who do you think Chicago's going after? I expect a third liner. Yeah, I think they could add one more NHL caliber guy, but they honestly have a full roster in terms of NHL caliber, so it's just a matter of like fits next to Bedard maybe, or I feel like they have every type of veteran too, so. Coach said, did Brock Besser have any chemistry with Lindholm during their time in Vancouver? The Bruins got to get Lindholm going after poor year one. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think they had some time spent together, so it is something I mentioned that Besser and Lindholm would have had that familiarity in Vancouver. So, yeah, I think keep an eye on that. I do think that's maybe a factor. A huge factor, no. But, like, as obviously Besser's looking at his options. Like, if two teams are offering him the same amount and he looks at this, like, say it's between Boston and Edmonton, and Boston's offering him just a little bit more, and he has the familiarity aspect with Lindholm, and he realizes, okay, well, I can go play in Boston. It's a good market. They're going to bounce back as a playoff team potentially, and I don't have the pressure of being the guy because David Pastrnak is the number one right winger. He is the guy. So Pavel Zacha and maybe Pastrnak could be on the top line, and then the second line could be Besser and Lindholm. And I think that would make a lot of sense. Star Hockey 93, thanks for subscribing. Pastrnak needs someone to play with, probably. Oh my God, Blended, are you serious? Oh. Yeah, Blended, I can man, I don't know if you're being serious. I'm blown away. I really appreciate it. I know you got the McQueen. The family connection. Yeah, that'd be unreal, man. I wouldn't send it to my P.O. box because I don't really go to Toronto as much anymore. I should probably even remove that from my description. But I can send you an address to send it to. So maybe just we message offline. I appreciate that. Yeah, let me know, Blended. If you have Instagram or X, shoot me a message, and I really appreciate that, man. I think we already talked about connecting around the playoffs. It just didn't happen, but... You hope the Ducks do something? Yeah, I wonder if the Ducks trade... They have a lot of centers in the pipeline, too. So, Mason McTavish. I wonder if McTavish wants to stay a Duck, it's going to work out. But if McTavish looks at what the Ducks have done in terms of the center position, and he's not happy with it, you never know. I would also look at some point, I think they're going to trade Ryan Strome at some point. It might not be this year, but maybe next. I think he's got 2 years left in his contract. Okay, Blended. I really appreciate that. Big shout out to Blended. Nathan says, Canes need a center and the Bruins need to get younger. Lindholm's at the Canes. Interesting. I actually like the hot take because I would not be surprised if the Bruins try to offload Lindholm or Zadorov and try to basically just go clean slate from those signings from last offseason. Henrique back to Anaheim. Well, I think Henrique still got a year, right, left in Edmonton. So a couple things there, as you guys can see on the screen, and if you don't, I'll read it out. From Frank Saravalli, who we'll be talking to later. It says, sources say Tony DeAngelo is closing in on a deal to stay on Long Island. Cross another name off the list. A thin right shot defense market gets thinner. So Tony D is staying with the Islanders. All right. Tony G, the legend, Stater says, a Carlo and Wool package. So, well, I'll just put it out there. I don't think this is overly realistic, but it's something I was thinking about. So, if LA couldn't, or if LA was not confident they could re-sign Kempe long term, that would be a target for me if you're Toronto. They want a right shot big defenseman. That's why they're pushing to sign Cody Ceci, which is kind of ironic. But I don't know. I just think LA would be the one that I would talk to, but I don't know if they're trying to trade Kempe. It's more so if they can keep him long term, because he's got 1 year left on his contract. But there you go, guys. Officially from the Canucks, we knew it was coming. Connor Garland sticking around on a 6-year deal, $6 million cap hit. It's so funny because about a year ago or a year and a half ago, Connor Garland was heavy in the trade rumors, and the Canucks were shopping him. Like, it was to the point where the Canucks were calling teams, seeing if they could find a fit for Connor Garland. Well, fast forward, Connor Garland's staying in Vancouver for 6 more years beyond this upcoming season. So Connor Garland will be in Vancouver for 7 more years total. Oh my goodness. And Thatcher Demko, $8.5 million cap hit. Oh my goodness. Oh my Vancouver. This is like, you're really, really, really betting on Demko to go back to his form and go back to his normal self, because 8.5 after you sign Kevin Lankinen for 4.5 is a choice. Is that the nice way to put it? Is definitely a choice, because what's the math on that? Over 13 million? Oh my goodness, man. Yeah. 13 million combined for 2 goalies is a choice. That's for sure. Wow. All right, guys. Can we get some F's in the chat for that? Definitely one I don't agree with in terms of Vancouver. Yeah, Lucas. I mean, I think Demko is going to be healthy. It's not a matter of health. It is a matter of health, but it's also a matter of performance. So, we'll see. Sometimes those two go hand in hand, right? Like everyone keeps talking about. So, one person actually reached out to me and said, John, keep an eye on John Klingberg. So I'm actually going to give you guys this insight right now. So, listen in. So, Tony DeAngelo just stayed with the New York Islanders. There's a lot of speculation that Cody Ceci is going to sign with the Los Angeles Kings. That's not confirmed, so don't say it's confirmed. Don't think HTH is confirming it. It's not. But I'm getting at to the point that if Ceci's off the market, if Klingberg's off the market, and already all these other right shot defensemen are off the market, somebody reached out to me and said, hey, John, keep an eye on John Klingberg, because if the market is that thin, he had some bright spots with Edmonton towards the end of the year. A team could pay him, or a team could give him a big opportunity. So I'm keeping an eye on John Klingberg. His defensive risk is to me too risky, but I do think that he's an example like Demko, the hand in hand of like the injury to performance. That it's like you've seen signs of the old John Klingberg a little bit, but at the same time, sometimes on his like pivots and his transition game and his defensive game, sometimes in terms of moving to the puck, you can't help but think it's because of his hip injury or because of his his injury issues. Thatcher Demko, to me, is going to be that similar conversation of like, well, it's very different because he just signed an $8.5 million cap hit contract for 3 years. But if he doesn't perform, it's going to be that conversation internally for Canucks fans and the Canucks organization is like, is this just a confidence thing? Is it a performance thing? Is it a health thing? Obviously, with medical professionals, you'd like to hope that you can diagnose and figure out if it is a health thing, but all this goes hand in hand. Like, we haven't seen Demko himself in a while, and signing him $8.5 million per year it's a risk. It's very high risk. So, yes, as Brian Parks is in the chat, Patty, I guess, but shout out to Brian as well. We're expecting Seeloff's to be in the trade market. So we'll see if he does end up getting moved. He, of course, had a great run to lead the Abbey Canucks to an AHL championship, so Calder Cup championship. So we will see if that materializes. And yeah, I guess the Panthers. I guess the Florida Panthers made it official. Yep. So Brad Marchand is staying a Florida Panther. They just put the blizzard out. Of course. It's funny, man. Funny, funny, funny. Thank you to the 1.8K in the chat. Wow, if everyone hits that subscribe button, it's free to do so. We are going to get to 57,000 subscribers. We are currently 10,000. We're currently 10 subscribers away from 56.8K. Thank you so much, guys. Again, there's not many hockey channels out there, so I'm very thankful for everyone joining today. We are going to be tracking all the breaking news from signings, trades, maybe some offer sheets. So we're going to keep going through all the breaking news, keep talking about team, basically roster, transactions, cap space, all those things throughout the NHL. John Mason, thank you so much for subscribing. And Frankie says, slap that subscribe button. It's free. Yes. Corey says, Evander Kane and Demko. Lots of risk in Vancouver with potential injuries. Yes. D-Mail says, who's gonna be this year's Nashville? Oh, that's a good question. Well, chat, that's a great question for chat. Everyone in the chat, who is gonna be this year's Nashville? And what he means by that is who is gonna have all the expectation to have a great year because of the additions they made or whatever it may be, and they completely fall flat on their face. Sean Gaffney, Sean Bonds, T-Boss, Brandon, John, Stu, Andre, Cashman, L, Matthew Summers, thank you so much for subscribing. Really appreciate it. And wow, with that, we're one subscriber away again from 56.8K. Somebody's got to clutch up. That's awesome. Thanks, guys. Toronto's the only right answer. Quick clips. I might stream tomorrow. We'll see. Greetings from Germany, Niels. Harrison says Vancouver. Well, Vancouver didn't really, they didn't make the playoffs. Brandon says Minnesota. Tonier says Minnesota. Wow. Ashton says this year's Nashville will be Nashville again. Do the Isles have any shot at Besser, David? I don't think so. No. Again, you could always be surprised. You never know. But I just think the Islanders are in a spot right now where they shouldn't be overpaying or paying big for. And I think Besser's going to be one of the players that they might be a bidding war for. So we'll see. Wow, Fred, Grant, Dominic, ETP, John, AG, thanks for subscribing, guys. Amazing. Chat is bumping. All right. Demko has a no-move clause in all 3 years of his deal. Oh, my God. Patrick Alvin, what are you doing? You can't be serious. Okay, now it's even worse. I'm in shock. This better not be a full no-move, but Rick Dollywall wouldn't report that. I think he would specify if it was modified. Guys, are we seeing this? Mike, thanks for joining the chat. I don't know what Patrick Alvin is doing. I guess Demko was going to leave otherwise, but you could have traded him. Curtis, Tom, Mark, William, Sean, Ryan, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, Drew, there's a lot of cap space for Carolina, so the expectation is there. I'm sure they're going to be aggressive at EHLERS and Besser today. I definitely have some confidence in that. Wow. Farolology, my guy. Stefan, thank you so much for subscribing. Adam says, after seeing the Stamkos deal, goodbye Detroit, trading for Gibson. Yes. Brian says, keep an eye out for Matthews heading close to home with his best buddy. Matthews and McDavid won't be on the same team. Won't happen. Yeah, you know what? I have heard some stuff about Matthews and how he's going to react to this Marner stuff, how this will affect his decision-making going forward. Of course, I think he's going to play out some more years in Toronto, but beyond that, yeah, I think you're onto something. I hate to say it, but I think you might be onto something. How many years until the Islanders make the playoffs? Corey, I'll say 2. I think with all their young players coming up, I think this year will be tough, but I think the year after that, I think with all their young guys, and if Schaefer's in the picture and Callum Ritchie maybe gets a good year under his belt this year, I think the Islanders with Sorokin, I mean, they could make the playoffs this year. I just think when you have a really good goalie like Sorokin, and you have enough pieces in place. I just watched Montreal squeak into the wild card spot this year. So you never know. You really never know. Do I think they're going to be dominant this year? No, but maybe they squeak into a wild card spot. But I'll say safely 2 years they make playoffs. Of course, Cam had to rub this into the Canucks fans. That's tough. Canucks fans, does this make you feel a type of way? That is tough. Bob, thank you so much for subscribing. That's a crazy way to put it. I mean, here's the thing. Everyone is going to relate everything to Florida now. Oh, how much you're paying this guy? Oh, look what Florida's paying this guy. Oh, how much did you trade for that guy? Oh, look what Florida got for this guy. It's just going to be Florida's won back-to-back cups. It was the same thing with Tampa. It was the same thing with Pittsburgh. It was the same thing with Chicago. When you have a winning recipe, everyone just looks at you as the comparison, looks at you as the status, what you want to strive to be. So yeah, Nicholas S. You guys ready for the video? It's the downfall of Mitch Marner in Toronto. Is Riley still a Leaf opening night? Yes. Tyler says Florida's going to have to trade for 4 players making $775K at 50% retained to dress a full roster with an extra. Well, Tyler, as I mentioned, I'm very confident they're going to move Evan Rodriguez or a couple other players. We'll see. Muck, why is nothing happening? Well, free agency doesn't open until noon Eastern time. Of course, there's going to be more news in terms of free agency opening and players re-signing, as we've already seen. But in terms of fresh signings, like UFA signing with a new team, the open market doesn't open up until noon Eastern time. So we're about an hour 45 out. But a lot of speculation will also come out before that, potentially. We'll see. Prediction on the Wings. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I know a lot of people will keep coming and asking, but that's great. Brian Rust as a trade target. Cody Ceci as a free agent target. I could also see them looking for a middle six guy. I mean, I think Jack Roslovic was mentioned as a guy for many teams, 20-goal scorer. Thoughts on the Bouchard deal, Jacob? I think it was worst case scenario in my opinion. I mean, I'll say this: you're keeping Evan Bouchard, so that's a win. You didn't lose him to an offer sheet. You didn't lose him, regardless. But $10.5 million is pricey. But I think the bigger problem I have with it is a 4-year deal. If you're gonna pay the guy that much, I think you really push for the long-term deal. But maybe that was an Edmonton choice. I don't know. But I just think you're basically accepting that if Bouchard keeps his production the way he has in season and in playoffs, he's going to be making more money even after that again. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting what happens with Edmonton, because right now you could make a pretty legit argument that they're the new core 4 in terms of the league, because, and I think Biz put that out there, but it's a legit take. Darnell Nurse is making close to 9.5, 9.2, 9.3 and around there. Then you look at now Evan Bouchard's making 10.5. McDavid's making 12.5, and he's going to need a new contract next year. And then Draisaitl's making 14. So it's a lot for 4 guys, that's for sure. I mean, those two of the guys are generational, of course, so you wouldn't do it any other way. But Glenn says Leafs won't be as good as last year. No Marner. Well, I think the big thing that you're looking for out of Toronto, which is basically what happened with Florida when they moved Huberdeau. Of course, they moved to Huberdeau and got Tkachuk, so a bit of a different story. But I think the big conversation is, can the Leafs get someone in the top 6? 1. And 2, can they build the team that may not be as good in the regular season, but is built for playoffs? I think that's the conversation. Barber says Bouchard is elite, best puck mover, 6 shot, puts up Bobby Orr numbers in the playoffs. Yeah, Barber, don't get me wrong, his offensive output in the playoffs is unreal, and I think that's where the money value is. But he's also got a lot of defensive issues there, and there's some risks. But yeah, like I'm not saying it's a horrendous contract. I just think it's brutal in the way that like you didn't get wiggle room on either side. Like you didn't get term, or you didn't get a little bit of a lower cap hit. But yeah, Bouchard has his moments defensively where you go, and just close your eyes. I think Winnipeg's going to try to go after Brock Besser for sure, especially if they don't feel like EHLERS is coming back. Do I think the Leafs may push for Besser? I think the Leafs will be in conversation for Besser. Yep. Again, I think it's very dependent on if they can move Kampf or Yarncrow, but we'll see. Lucky Charms. Finances, does Zach Werenski have one of the best defensive contracts? And yeah, I mean, his contract's great. I've always thought Werenski was one of the most underrated defensemen in the league, and he's showing that, especially last year. I mean, that was ridiculous. That was a Norris-type year. What's up, Jack? What's up, Curtis? JC says, John, you've seen plenty of Cowboy. What do you think he'll be? Yeah, I know. It's tough. Watching him in the Ontario Hockey League, like, he looks so dominant, but what concerns me is watching him for the World Juniors. That's best on best talent at that age group, and that's what concerns me. So, what do I think Easton Cowan can be? I think he could still be, like, a really good supporting cast piece. I think some people get a little excited about like the star potential that I don't know if is there or not, but you also have to understand he put up those historic numbers with the London Knights because he spent his whole career there, his whole junior career there. So yeah, I mean, if I had to make the prediction, I'd probably say like a second liner, 50, 60 points. I think that's like a fair prediction for Cowan. Like sometimes his decision making needs to be a bit better, but like his creativity, definitely a dog on the puck. So like things like that, like you can definitely, as a coach and like a development staff, you can definitely get a lot out of a player if they have those attributes. Yeah, Jason, I've kind of suggested that they should take a flyer on Mantha, so we'll see. Let's see other chats. Ghost, thanks for being here. Blair, as always, great to have some great mods in the chat. Appreciate the mods. Wouldn't be able to stream without mods in the chat. Ben says, what if the Leafs get Mason McTavish for Nick Robertson? So that's not going to be the deal, but I did mention earlier, we'll see if Mason McTavish wants to stay a Duck. Obviously, if he wants to be a Duck, the Ducks will keep him, but he is a restricted free agent. I don't really know the backstory there, but yeah, we'll see if he re-signs. I do think that Mason McTavish would be a guy that a lot of teams want. Oh, shit. Fans are not happy with a little production change, eh? All right, just trying to see a few texts. So, yeah, so it does seem that it is confirmed that Tony DeAngelo is staying with the New York Islanders. There you go. And from Cam Robinson, highest paid goaltenders for the 2026-2027 season. Shesterkin, Bobrovsky, Vasilevsky will be at the top. And then it's going to be Demko after that, which is interesting. Okay, so shout out to Willie Ston. Chris Johnson on First Up this morning. The Leafs are among the teams interested in Mikael Granlund, but it's considered unlikely as around 12 teams are reportedly in on him. There's been some talk about bringing in Brandon Tanev, though it's unclear how enthusiastic the Leafs actually are about that. Tanner Jeannot is also among the possibilities being considered, but similar to Tanev, the level of interest from Toronto isn't certain. Cam Facina is the more likely of the two, him and Yarncrow to be moved. Yarncrow has got to be gone. Like, bro, I can't watch that guy in another playoff, man. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I don't know why. I'm laughing because I think it's so funny. Like, Yarncrow is, like, almost unplayable in the playoffs. But yes, Tony DeAngelo will be staying on Long Island. Keeping it going with the sources and the breaking news. Also, thank you guys. We have almost 2,000 people in the live chat. You guys have been amazing today, so all I can say is I really do appreciate all of you, truly. Fun day. Oh, it's always a fun day. Leafs top targets. What's up, Thea Rose? Yeah, like we just talked about it. Maybe Brandon Tanev, Mikael Granlund, Tanner Jeannot, Chris Johnson, reporting on that. Hurricanes top targets. NIKOLAJ, EHLERS, Brock Besser. Easy. Easy. I mean, they're probably going to look at Mikael Granlund, like a lot of those big names. Like Carolina has money to spend. So those three guys, I'm sure they're going to go aggressive and try to get at least two of them. Joshua Irwin, thanks for subscribing. JC says, John, is Domi still a Leaf at the end of the day? I think so. Yeah, Besser wants to test the market. Mark says, Ducks have $30 million in cap. Zegras wanted to play center, and Zegras doesn't play physical style. Brandon says, Leafs probably going to sign some depth pieces and maybe take a temp cap dump from someone for picks or a I don't know about that. I could see the Canes going after Jeannot. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Besser is going to Minnesota, says Mike. I think Minnesota's still going to be in it, but I think the problem is when I was predicting Minnesota for Besser, I thought Marner would still be maybe in the picture, Marchand, like some of these guys. So I thought maybe that would be a bit of a distraction for some teams, but now so many teams are focusing in on EHLERS and Besser, and it makes the market so interesting. That's why I was telling you guys the drama is going to be in a different way. Maybe it's a bit of a thin market, but it means more teams pull the trigger on trades that they may have not pulled on, offer sheets, and then obviously maybe overpaying for some of the free agents. So that's also going to happen today potentially. Always hockey. Marner was wanting out, and the Leafs were not going to sign him, and they came up with a common ground to get that trade done. Cole says, I think the Pens signed a few younger guys that didn't get qualified and maybe a trade or two today. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Mark said, could you explain the Marner trade? How did Vegas clean up the cap, and is 8 years a good deal? Yeah, Mark, it is. It's a good deal for Vegas. With like the no tax state situation, or the tax state specifically in Vegas, from my math, and I think someone else confirmed it online, the $12 million per year that he's getting in Vegas is probably the equivalent of around 13.5 to 13.75 in cap for Toronto. So that's kind of where we're at for the whole situation. So it's definitely interesting, but that's kind of what I've understood for sure. All right. Oh, we got a donation. Jack Fleming with the $10 dono says, looking forward to the coverage. Do you foresee any of these rebuilding teams with a ton of cap, Hawks and Sharks, to overpay for a bunch of mid players, setting them back a few years like Detroit did? Oh, Jack, great point. Thank you so much for the dono. Let's get some Jack hype in the chat. Big shout out to Jack. Yeah, you know what? It's a good point. I don't know if teams will go as heavy as Stevie Y did, because I think some of those contracts, were massive mistakes, like Kopp and Comfort, and you can go down the list. But I also think that was like a little bit getting excited about the hometown, like Comfort and Kopp going home, but there was no hometown discount there. San Jose, I could see them doing it a little bit. I would say if you're a Sharks fan, maybe be a little bit worried, but also the Sharks also have a couple really top talents that Detroit really never got in the draft. Like obviously Sider and Raymond are great talents, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying that like San Jose with Celebrini, Will Smith, Misa, I think it's a bit of a different story a little bit. Again, I would look at P.S. Suter or maybe even a return of Mikael Granlund. Like I think they could pay one of those guys big, but I don't think it'd be in this scenario where they're signing multiple guys to long-term contracts. They really don't have that many bad contracts. Like they just bought out the last year of Vlasic's contract, and they signed Toffoli, and Toffoli's put up good production. So they really don't have bad contracts there. Wenberg, they could flip, they could trade, I think, if they retain to. So I'm not too worried. But yeah, to answer your question, I could see the Sharks handing out a contract or two like that. Not necessarily meaning they're going to take a huge step back. Chicago, very interesting because they took on the Burakovsky contract, but I think they genuinely believe Burakovsky's going to bounce back. Beyond that, I don't know if they're really going to sign anyone else today. We got 1.9 in the chat, guys. Almost 2,000 live viewers in here. Again, very, very grateful that all of you guys are in the chat. We are 11 subscribers away from 56.9K already. So you guys are amazing. The fact that we're already 11 away from being 100 away from the goal for the stream today is already nuts. So who knows? The sky's the limit. Do I hear anything about the Isles? Jake, thanks for being here. No, I think they re-signed Tony DeAngelo, so he's going to stay. If you look at the Isles roster and what it could be to start the season, like not a lot has to change. They're really going through a retool, a rebuild. What they could do is they could trade guys away. I just don't know if they have the space to add. And I'm not saying cap-wise, I'm saying roster-wise. Like they have a lot of NHL caliber guys. They want to give an opportunity to some of their younger guys to get some ice time. So if that's the case, then why add more roster guys to take away that ice time? So in my mind and my logic is like unless you're getting rid of Engvall, trading Pajot, trading Cizikas, I think they're not going to do a lot. But we'll see. They could make those trades. Michael, I think the Leafs are going to do something today. I really do. I think it's going to be either a trade or a signing. I really do. I'd be shocked if they don't do one of the two things I just said. Because they're in a position right now where like one or two things will happen, because if they don't sign a guy, it means that they didn't have the space, and then they still have to make like a trade to create that space. So that's kind of where my head's at. All right, there we go. Oh my, a lot of people just subscribed. Jeffrey, Taxman, Uwe, Check, Brian, two Brians, Brian Hall and Brian Walsh. Thanks for subscribing, guys. That's amazing. And just like that, we're now 4 subscribers away from 56.9. You guys are amazing. Okay, so there's the DeAngelo number. It is 1.75 per year, for 1 year for DeAngelo. So not bad for the New York Islanders. Like that's pretty low risk. Just 1 year, 1.75. So you asked me what the Islanders were going to do, and it just ironically that's what was confirmed. So there you go. I think that's a fine deal for DeAngelo, especially the production he was putting up. All right. Sabres predictions. Apparently they're going to sign goalie Alex Lyon, so keep an eye on that. Beyond that, I don't know. Oh, a quick little hello from Tarasenko. Let's hear what Tarasenko has to say.
Hi Wild fans, excited to join Minnesota Wild and can't wait to see you soon. Hi Wild fans.
Oh, my God. Oh, Vlad is hilarious. That's awesome. That is funny. I love that. Yeah, bro, that's crazy. Like, this guy used to destroy the Wild in the playoffs, and now he's joining the Wild. Chad, Kyle, BJ, thank you for subscribing, guys. Appreciate it. And, Butt Pod with the 10. Thank you so much for the dono. It says, solid live stream here. Any word on P.S. Suter? Canucks going to re-sign? He was pretty clutch last half of the season. Let's go, Butt. Let's go. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, to answer your question, they do have the cap flexibility right now. I think someone in the chat just said that they don't have the cap space. They do. Those extensions for Garland and Demko are not kicking in for this year. That's for the following year. So for this year, Demko's still going to be at a $5 million cap hit, and Connor Garland's still going to be at a 4.9, I think, and around there. So right now, the Canucks have $7 million of cap space. So they very well could re-sign P.S. Suter. I think he's going to go for in around $5 million, if I had to guess. I think some teams might overpay and hit that $6 million number. So if teams do that, I think the Canucks should stay away. But if it does go in around $5 million, it might be worth the Canucks to do it, to be their second line center, because he was actually doing really well in that role. So if there's a scenario where you can slide Philip Hedl down to the third line, eliminate extra responsibility for him, Teddy Bluegrass as your fourth line, then P.S. Suter can be your second line center, and then of course Elias Pettersson as number one. So Jake Allen, okay, there you go. So the Joel Hanley 2-year extension, and Calgary $1.75 million AAV. Why is Calgary I just don't understand what they're doing. Why are they paying guys more than they need? Is it because the defense market's so thin? Kevin Ball and Joel Hanley making a combined $7 million was not on my bingo card. But yeah, Jake Allen is trying to stay with New Jersey, but at the end of the day, he's trying to stay out east. So maybe that eliminates Edmonton out of the equation. Dan Dorian, thank you so much for subscribing. You guys are amazing. Very generous. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I know people are donating, which I'm very thankful for, but it's never an expectation. Just you guys subscribing and hitting that like button. Those things are free to do. They don't cost you anything. You don't even have to sign up for anything. It's just supporting a YouTube channel that covers hockey. So we are 25 likes away from 500. So if we can get there, that'd be amazing. Maybe 1,000 likes by noon. I think that's realistic. I mean, we're halfway there, and we have 1.8 thousand. So 1,800 in the chat. If I don't know, if a good chunk of those, I would say if half people sign or half people hit the like right now, then we're gonna get to 1,000. So that'd be a good sign. And we're 2 subscribers away from 56.9. So thank you for that. Just going over some reports, keeping it breaking news related here. The Flames do re-sign Joel Hanley. They are still talking to a couple other UFAs of theirs, but I do think that might be the last one before noon. And again, going back to Tony DeAngelo re-signing with the New York Islanders for 1 year, 1.75. So just to go to the New York Islanders lineup again here. Tony DeAngelo probably fits in there next to either Adam Pelech or Isaiah George. So it's going to be interesting because they have Scott Perunovich as well. They're obviously committing long-term to Romanov. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Islanders traded defenseman. I've heard that a lot of teams have interest in Scott Mayfield. And with Scott Mayfield being that type of defenseman we talked about, right shot, 6'3", I think there are some teams that might have interest in Scott Mayfield. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Josh L. Fortnite, thanks for subscribing. And wow, we are on our way to 57,000. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. Tim says, good comment. Up there, low tide and agreed. The Oilers have some good selections on the farm team people have overlooked. Austin, thank you so much for the $5 dono. Says, any news on the Predators' activity in the UFA market? So, not in the UFA market, from what I understand. I think they might go for some cheaper options, like maybe a Christian Dvorak, or because they just lost Colton Sisson, so maybe they try to go for like a Dvorak or a Beauvillier or something like that. But one name I heard that they are going aggressive at right now is Marco Rossi. That they are talking to Minnesota. Minnesota, of course, just added Vladimir Tarasenko. The Wilds are trying to move on from Marco Rossi, so there is a lot of speculation right now that Nashville is one of those teams talking to Minnesota about Marco Rossi. Paul, Steve, and Christine, thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, Tyrone. Clearly the Capitals realized how valuable Fehérváry is after that Carolina series this year, so they re-signed Martin Fehérváry to a long-term deal. So Mike Ross, the PA announcer of the Toronto Maple Leafs, putting out a little bit of a statement here. Says, what a pleasure it's been to announce Mitch Marner for 9 seasons. So many highlights, announcing his first NHL goal, helping at his foundation's 3-on-3 charity event, numerous fun times like the outdoor practice and Red Bull client events. Thank you and good luck. Austin Hall and Philip, thank you for subscribing. Hey, Jose, good to see you. Prophet says, John, should the Leafs go after Besser or EHLERS? I would prefer Besser. Style of play and pure goal scoring, I would go after Besser. And by default, like Machelli is a natural left winger. You can play him on the right, but he is left shot, so I think you would go in the... If you could go after Besser, the scenario would be Nyes and Machelli on the left wing, and then Besser and Nylander on the right wing. Scott Morley, thank you for subscribing. Really appreciate it. Eddie says, what do the Rangers do today? I think they might trade Keandre Miller. Like I said, guys, I think we could see some trades today, and I would not be surprised if Keandre Miller is dealt. So keep an eye on that from the Rangers. Gavrikov in, so that they sign Gavrikov, move Keandre Miller. I would not be surprised if that's the New York Rangers day today or their next couple days. So Logan Stankoven and Carolina working on a long-term deal. Bit of a sneak preview, guys. I will be having Logan Stankoven likely on the channel again this summer. I don't want to put him on the spot or apply the pressure. We're going to work around his schedule, but he did let me know that he would come back on this summer. So keep an eye on that, guys. Logan Stankoven back on the Hot Take Hockey YouTube channel would be a lot of fun. Yeah, I've had a good few chats with him. Who to replace Kreider? Well, Will Cooley. I mean, you're hoping to re-sign Will Cooley. So that's, I think, the Rangers' priority over Keandre Miller is to re-sign Will Cooley. Let's see. David, thank you for being here. Oh! Jose with the $50 donation in the chat. It says, hope Leafs make some more moves. Everyone, Jose, 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 Jose. Let's go. Legend. Everyone spam Jose in the chat. What a legend. Really appreciate you, Jose. Chucks, thank you so much for subscribing. Jose, what a legend. Jose is supporting the program. Appreciate you big time. Sophia Rodriguez says stop yelling. She doesn't know how to use her volume button. Darkness says, I think Hot Take Hockey signs with the Leafs 10 mil AAV times 1 year. Well, Darkness, if I was employed by the Leafs 4 years ago, anywhere that had some access to talking to Mr. Kyle Dubas, will be respectful. He may have heard, he could have heard from me a few times on why he should have traded Mitch Marner back then, right? But there you go. Florida Panthers get some more business done. So they are officially over the cap. They signed Daniil Tarasov to a 1-year, $1.05 million contract. So there you go. Puckpedia is on it. Puckpedia is always really good for that. Hey, Jose, I really appreciate that. Thank you. And we almost have 2,000 in the live stream. You guys are amazing. Thanks for being here. Austin Crawford, thanks for being here. I think Tampa's going to make some depth signings. I had a couple people ask me what Tampa's going to do. I think depth. Like Luke Cunnin makes some sense to me for Tampa. If they have to go after a defenseman, like maybe a veteran, like a Brendan Smith could make some sense. They're not going to be bringing back Nick Perbix, but they have like 6 NHL caliber defensemen. It would be maybe just adding like Liljeberg. Talking to Tampa Bay fans and watching him sometimes this year, like he was a disaster. He made so many mistakes. So if you could sign like a veteran third pair guy to replace him, it might be ideal. So I would probably say third pair defenseman for Tampa, and then maybe like a middle 6 or third line forward. Tanner Jeannot back to Tampa? Maybe, but I've heard that a lot of teams are going to offer him a higher cap hit than I think Tampa can afford or they're comfortable with. Mike, I don't think you were in here earlier, but just for the chat and everyone else that's joining, I went over the Trent Frederic contract comparable with Edmonton. So he signed for $3.85 million per year. That's somewhat of a Tanner Jeannot comparable. I would say Frederic's a little more highly regarded. So in that aspect, you're still probably thinking $3 million at least for Tanner Jeannot a year. If a team gets him for less than that, I think that's a win. It probably means that Tanner Jeannot just wants that fit. But I do think as of right now, Tanner Jeannot could get up to $3 million per year. Joseph Zeta, thanks for joining. I think the Leafs are targeting Jeannot. Yep. I think that's what I've heard out there for sure. Again, big shout out to Jose. Florida seems stronger and smarter than everyone else. Amanda Medeiros with the $2 dono. Yeah, Florida's in a good spot right now. But Amanda, you got to realize winning cures everything, right? If you're winning and you're winning the way the Panthers are winning right now, back-to-back Stanley Cups, players want to go there. But thank you so much, Amanda, for the dono. I appreciate it. And chat, I hate to jinx it, but I have to acknowledge it. We have 2,000 people in the live stream. We have 2,000 people in the live stream, chat. That is amazing. Spam 2K. Spam 2K in the chat. That's amazing. Godfather for the 2. What do the Capitals do? The Caps? I mean, there's a couple options, right? I wouldn't be surprised if they bring back Beauvillier. I think there's more of a chance they bring back Beauvillier than Mangiapane, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Yeah, so looking at it, Beauvillier did express some interest. So Taylor Radish and I think Mangiapane will go to market. I would not be surprised if the Caps keep Beauvillier. That's what I've heard at least. And Lars Eller is an interesting one. Yeah, Zeta, a bottom 6, Mangiapane, Waugh, and Lott, and then Jeannot, Lorentz, Tanev. That would definitely be intriguing, for sure. Depends what the money looks like, but that's, again, dependent on the Leafs moving Kampf and Yarncrow. Night Snow says, love you, my piggy bear. The piggy bank. Thank you so much for the 3. I appreciate it. Marc-Andre. Yeah, Vince. I've been getting that. I've had that comparison before. And speaking of Marc-Andre, do you guys actually think I look like Fleury? Be honest. Yay or nay in the chat. This needs to be we have 2,000 people in the live stream right now. It needs to be a universal conversation. We need more of a sample size for the polls here. Do I actually look like Marc-Andre Fleury? Be serious. Come on. We could put the Fleury jersey in the back. or just the Vegas jersey, I guess, because they're doing business. Run a poll. I look like Freege. I am Freege. No, I'm joking. You guys are funny. I'm seeing yes and no in the chat. A lot of people are mixed, so we'll leave it at that. It will never be a conclusive answer. Someone in the chat. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think it's like if Marc-Andre Fleury and John Tavares had a baby. Zeta says over under 10.5 signings announced between 12 and 12:05 p.m. I think under. I honestly think teams are shitting themselves. Sorry to be so blunt, but I think teams are worried that they are going to get dinged for tampering. If they sign a guy in the first 5 minutes of that open market, it looks very suspect. So keep an eye on that. But 2,000 in the chat. Thank you, Adam. And wow, we are 20 subscribers away from 57,000. That was supposed to be our goal for the day. That's how amazing you guys are. So thank you so much. It's like I'm blown away. You guys are amazing. But again, going back to that Joel Hanley contract, 2-year deal. He's 34 years old. That veteran presence. I don't think it's a crazy overpayment. I mean, we're talking about 1.75. He was always going to make it around $1 million. Brett Evans. Any Oilers news? Not right now. But one of their targets, Jake Allen, apparently wants to stay out east. So if that's the case, then Edmonton potentially out of the equation there. Profit. I would do a Besser signing because I think Raquel would be a lot to give up. But if Dubas loves Cowan, maybe he would do some kind of deal with Cowan and draft capital with Jarnkrone and Kampf going to Pittsburgh. Maybe Nick Robbie as well. You never know. But unless it's that scenario, I'm doing the Besser scenario. But in the scenario where Pittsburgh would be willing to take Jarnkrone and Kampf in the deal, then yeah, for sure. Yeah, Alan, I've heard Besser wants to go home. But again, can Minnesota offer him that, especially after they just picked up Vlad Tarasenko? A lot of other teams are going to be offering Besser big money. Blake says, how's it going, Hot Take Hockey? Any big signings yet or anything big? And I love your videos. Thank you so much, Blake. Let's get some Blake hype. $7 dono. Appreciate you. Nothing big right now, as you can see up top. So the Marner to Vegas was made official. Thomas Nosek stays in Florida. And Nosek and Tarasov stay in Florida. And that's about it right now. Casey, where does Ehlers go and how much does he sign for? I said Carolina, and I said $9.5 million per year. It's a lot, but I think we're in this scenario right now where Carolina has so much money to spend, and Ehlers is at the top of their target board for sure. When will the NHL schedule be released? Usually it's August or September, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But says, I'm going to miss Besser and Van. Quality dude. Yeah, from all accounts, he does seem like a quality dude. Hey, Thomas with the $5 dono. Appreciate you. Says, you're telling me winning fixes everything. Sabres fans were led to believe players only wanted to go to Florida because of no taxes and palm trees. Well, it's a bit of that, too. It's definitely a bit of that, but it is winning. Yes. If you can go to a no-tax state, be in the sun, be with the palm trees, as Kevin Adams once said, and also win, yeah, it's the perfect recipe to keep guys at a lower dollar amount, right? Thank you so much for the dono, Thomas. You make a great point. But, yeah, it's a little bit of both for sure. Adam, let's go. We are now 10 subscribers away. 12. I keep rounding down or up, but we're 12 subscribers away exactly. Looking at the number. We're 12 away from 57,000. You guys are amazing. Zeta says, what do you think it would cost to bring Leafs legend Jared McCann back? Robertson, a second, and another pick? I don't know. A guy that's capable of 30-plus goals, I think it might have to be more than that. It's interesting. Yeah, I would say... I don't know. I wonder if Cowan has to be in that deal. I don't know if Robertson a second and another piece is enough. Ray Bro in the chat says, need to manifest Besser to the Oilers. There you go, Ray Bro. Good to have you in the chat. Tom says, which D-man did the Kings trade for at this point? So a lot of signs point towards the Kings signing Cody Ceci. Elliotte Friedman reported on that last night, or predicted that. And it does seem like that could be moving in that direction. I heard that they could go to the trade market. That's why I mentioned Brandon Carlo. I think the Kings probably reached out to Toronto regarding Carlo, but I think it makes a lot of sense to see Ceci sign there. They want a different type of defenseman. And Ken Holland, once upon a time, loved Cody Ceci at Edmonton, so that's a possibility. Jamie, Dave Gurney, Jobster, Jonathan Blackwell, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, Marchand with Kachuk. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. There you go. What's up, Jameson? Good to have you in the chat. Big shout out. Gavrikov to the Sabres. I'd be shocked if he doesn't go to the Rangers. And I'll also be shocked if the league doesn't look at it. It's one of those things. It's going to be weird. Unless Gavrikov gets blown away with another offer, it does look like it's going to be the Rangers. Yeah, Adam, I got a lot of predictions. I mean, I can go through it again, but if you guys haven't yet, you should have definitely go check out my video. I made some final free agent predictions, but just if you guys have questions on specifics, but I can go through it a little bit. So Carolina, NIKOLAJ Ehlers. Brock Besser, I had Minnesota, but after adding Tarasenko, my secondary team for Brock Besser would be the Boston Bruins. So Carolina, NIKOLAJ Ehlers, Boston Bruins, Brock Besser. I'll go Pius Suter. Something about, like, I kept thinking like a San Jose or like, I don't know. There's so many teams that could make sense for Pius Suter, but New Jersey, I feel like New Jersey is maybe a dark horse for Suter. We'll keep an eye on that. Gabriel Stryker and Max Power, thank you for subscribing. Paul Matthews, thanks for being here. Any word on the Leafs? The Leafs are trying to trade Kampf and Yarncrow right now before doing anything. So I think they're actually looking into the trade market a little bit. Teams are calling on Anthony Stolarz and Brandon Carlo, I believe. Beyond that, I think Nick Robertson wants out. So that's going to be interesting. The Leafs did qualify Nick Robertson, so they're in. They have him under team control. So with that in mind, I think Nick Robertson is going to be dealt. It's just a matter of if either one, a team beats the Leafs to it and offer sheets them, which we looked over the compensation earlier. I don't know if it's still on the board here. Probably not. Oh, it is here. So if you sign, or if a team signs a player to an offer sheet of $2.3 million per year, the compensation would be only a third-round pick. I think the Leafs would accept the third-round pick and walk away. So is what I'm getting at is if a team like Pittsburgh or another team offered an offer sheet to Nick Robertson or offered a contract to Nick Robertson and he accepted the offer sheet, I think the Leafs would walk away. I think the Leafs would let it happen. I think if it's on the lower end of things, like 1.5, they might keep Robertson. But if it's closer to that 2.3 number, I think they walk away and just take the third-round pick. And Muck, for you saying it'll be way less, are you not reading the market right now? Nick Robertson scored 15 goals in 69 games last year. He's still in his early 20s. A lot of teams would love to have that at a $2.3 million cap hit. Keep that in mind. I'm not saying it's going to be that number, but it's not going to be $800K. I'll give you that. Yeah, and Darren makes another great point. He wasn't playing much at all. He scored 15 goals in 69 games, and he was playing maybe 10 minutes a night. Maybe. Patrick Kane wanted to stay in Detroit, Mello. Shaq, thanks for subscribing. Leafs rookie tournament schedule. Any rumors on the Devils? I just mentioned P.S. Suter. They are trying to re-sign Jake Allen as we speak. Depressed Kreider fan says, hear me out. Trade Keandre Miller for a depth forward, then sign Ehlers or Besser, then get Gavrikov. So you don't want to keep Will Cooley? You want to expose yourself to a Will Cooley offer sheet? Jonathan, thanks for subscribing. Because that's what would happen. If you did exactly what you just said, the Rangers are exposing themselves to a Will Cooley offer sheet because they would not have the cap space. The Rangers should not be focusing on that kind of addition when they want to keep Will Cooley. Yeah, Micah, I'll tell you that for free. If the Rangers do that, the Hurricanes are going to be licking their chops and go after Will Cooley. We got 2.1K in the chat. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We are at 700 likes. We need 300 more likes to get to 1,000. We have over 2,000 people in here. What do you think? I think the math is mathing. I think we could get 2,000 likes if we really wanted to. But yeah, guys, it's free to subscribe, free to like. We are also, as I speak, 2 subscribers away from 57,000, and we're going to start the party because then it's going to be basically around the same time that we can officially say it is 1 hour to the opening of NHL free agency, and we can party it up. Let's go. Yes. JD says, love this guy. And when he says thanks for the donos, he's my go-to for the trade deadline and FA day. JD, I appreciate you big time. Yeah, no, I think sometimes I say thank you a lot, but like, I want to make sure people know I'm appreciative and thankful, right? Like, I think some people skip over it and think those things are no big deal, but to me, they are a big deal. So why am I going to act like it's not, you know? I know some people are like, don't yell or don't get too excited. It's a professional show, but I mean, it's my show and I want to be excited and I want to be thankful for everyone joining. Like, the show wouldn't be what it is without you guys joining. It would just be me staring at a wall talking hockey, but you guys are actually here listening in, obviously engaging in the conversation, getting into the live chat, which I appreciate. Wow. Cheese, Ned, Joey, thanks for subscribing, guys. Tom with the $2 donos says, CC, Lindgren, Besser, Janot for LA decent? I think CC and Lindgren are probably realistic targets for the LA Kings. Besser, maybe not so much. Tanner Janot, I've heard that maybe they want him back. The Besser one's interesting because I think if they feel there's even a 5% chance they could lose Kempe or that Kempe's not going to re-sign long-term, Besser could make some sense as kind of that replacement scorer. Blended says, Johnny, being candidate, when is it too early to start drinking? I would say noon's respectable. Thanks, Blended. Big shout out to everyone subscribing. Thanks, Tom, for the dono. Colin, Akon, Mom's Lazy Kids, Scott, thanks for subscribing. That's amazing. Steven, thank you for subscribing. And we got 57,000. Thank you so much, chat. You guys are amazing. Can we spam 57K? That's amazing. On our way to 60,000 subscribers and another milestone. You guys are amazing. Thank you. And Darren McNeil, big happy birthday to you. That's awesome. I saw that comment fly in the chat. Eric Anthony, as I said many times, it's not just about UFA signings. There's going to be trades. There's going to be offer sheets. The opening of free agency starts chaos. And there you go. Sources say Logan Stankoven's extension with the Canes will come in at 8 years, $6 million a year. Oh my goodness. Carolina, what a steal. If you're a Hurricanes fan right now, holy steal. Are you kidding me? That is a crazy steal. Wow. Wow. Crazy. Guys, I think that's such a good deal. Logan Stankoven is such a stud, man. He's been overlooked in his whole career. Like, undersized in junior. People didn't want to draft him. I got to give a shout out to Ray, bro. I don't know, Ray, if you're in the chat right now. I was actually telling one of my colleagues, I actually gave you a shout to one of my colleagues. I said, when Logan Stankoven was a draft eligible prospect, Ray, bro, and I talked a bunch leading into that draft, I remember. And I was asking about Logan Stankoven because he was watching a lot of junior that year. He was watching a lot of WHL. And I asked him about it. I was like, undersized guy. It looks like he has some good production. What's the issue here? Why are people ranking him so low? And Ray just kind of gave me the background. Said it's because he's undersized. A lot of people are overlooking him. But, like, pure skill and pure dog, like, he's going to be a good player in the National Hockey League. And I think Ray, bro, had him ranked top 15. I didn't want to be that aggressive with it, but I think I ended up having him, like, in around, I don't know, 15 to 20 in my draft. In my mock draft, sorry. And he fell all the way to the mid-second round of the Dallas Stars, and that was one of, if not the steal of the draft. So, like, if not the steal, like, one of the biggest steals of the draft is what I was trying to get at. So, I just think for a guy like Stankoven, he's just, he plays like he's just a dog on the puck. He's like a beast. And he's only, what, 5'8"? Like, he doesn't play like he's 5'8". So, yeah, I think getting him at $6 million per year at a long-term deal is actually such a crazy steal. Like, what a dub for Carolina. Ned, thanks for subscribing. There you go. We're live on YouTube. Crazy good deal. Charleston Films, thanks for subscribing. Oh yeah, that's, especially with the cap going up, like $6 million a year is like nuts. Alan says, I'm not a Rangers fan, but it was literally all over Hockey News that Gavrikov said he only intends on signing with New York. Yeah, it's funny, but it's definitely out there. Scar says, I'm hearing rumors about links between the Flyers and Alex Lyon and Kochetkov. It sounds like Lyon's going to be signed with the Sabres. That's what Friedman reported on. Profit, the reason to move off Cowan would be you're wanting to win now, and you don't know if Cowan's going to be that ultimate difference maker in your lineup, right? Like, if Cowan's going to be a second or third liner, you have to think, okay, going forward, we can get some, like, budget-type players or just guys like a Bobby McMahon that we sign, we develop, and that are not maybe highly sought after. Like, Cowan is a high-profile prospect, so I'm always on the lens of selling high on your players while they are at a high profile and high value. And I think Cowan still has a lot of value tied to him as a prospect. And if that's the case, and Toronto's trying to win now, if you can get a Jared McCann or a player of that magnitude for a guy that you drafted late in the first round, I think you do it. But again, we'll see. This game from last night, there's been a lot of UFA smoke around Carolina. I'm told they'd be interested. Washington, too. I also view the Rangers as a real possibility with some cap clearance required. Might add cap strap Tampa as a long shot. I don't expect an 11th hour Jets extension. So the Rangers and Capitals are interesting there. I think the Capitals would be more realistic than the Rangers. Again, the Rangers is very dependent on it. Can they trade Keandre Miller? Are they going to clear off Keandre Miller? So we're going to see. But, yeah, thank you guys, everyone, for sticking around. I hope you guys all stick around with me throughout the day. I hope you guys hang out, and it'll be great to have you. And, yeah, Bruins, Kings, others interested in Besser. All right. They had to beat the Sabres. That's something this year. NTA says, I'm hearing the Jets really want it with Besser. Yeah, I mean, they could. Frankie says, smash that sub button. Thank you so much, Frankie. And wow, we just passed 800 likes. We are well on the way to hitting 1,000 likes. You guys are awesome. So there you go. Frank Saravalli joining the BR stream. I'll be live on there from 1 to 2. So if you guys want to join with Frank and I at 1 to 2. David says Canes have signed Logan Stankoven to an 8-year, $48 million extension. Crazy good deal for the Canes. Sapporo J says, introduce yourself, new viewers. Exactly. Get into the comments. Introduce yourself. Let us know where you're watching from. Rio says, I'm a basketball guy, but this stream is great. Thanks, Rio. Appreciate you. Zeta says, currently in the Tim Hortons drive-thru with the stream on. Zeta, you're the best. Matt Man with the 5 says, so Caps GM said they're ready to make a big hack. Your opinion, what might that be? Matt, appreciate it. Yeah, well, EHLERS and Besser. I've suggested Besser as a fit actually for the Caps in the past, but we'll see. I think Besser and EHLERS make sense if they can make it work. I mean, let's look at the cap. I guess. I mean, this is a good conversation to have here because I think I have the Capitals loaded up, right? Yeah, I do. So the Caps have $6.95 million of cap space. So outright, they can't afford Besser and EHLERS, but as I always remind people, trades exist, folks. So, with that in mind, if they traded one of their defensemen, John Carlson's also making $8 million. A lot of teams want right shot defensemen right now. He's got a 10-team no-trade list. They just brought in Matt Roy. I don't see that happening. But they also have Trevor Van Riemsdyk. So, they have 8 defensemen, 8 NHL caliber defensemen. So, if they were moving one of their defensemen, maybe move one of these forwards, like a Sonny Milano, Brandon Duhaime, then yeah, they would have the flexibility to go after a Besser or EHLERS, but they would have to move a guy or two out. So that's why Washington and, frankly, the Rangers with their RFAs and their cap situation, I don't know if it makes a lot of sense. Like, the Rangers have cap space. They have about $13 million, but they have Keandre Miller and Will Cooley still to sign. So that's the conversation. There you go. That's funny. I guess we can put the broadcast on in the background here.
All is 30, so it'll be a while before he's on free agent frenzy.
All right, so the salary cap is going to $95.5 million next season, James.
But thank you everyone for hanging out. Jim says I would not be surprised if Wings sign Miller and Lindgren. I already said I think the Wings are definitely a target for Keandre Miller. Keandre Miller makes a lot of sense for like the Red Wings, and Keandre Miller would be a perfect match for what they're trying to accomplish. Did Dubas say yesterday trading Marchman was his biggest mistake? No way he said that. Send that to me if he said that. That is hilarious. Reese with the 3 says, does Calgary do anything with their cap space? I think Calgary's going to do a couple things. I wonder if they do get another left shot defenseman. Like, I'll look at the Flames right now for you. Thank you for the donation, by the way. I'm definitely going to look at the Flames here for you. So, Calgary Flames, what can they do with their cap space is the question in the chat from Reese. And thank you so much for the donation. King Casper says, 1.9K people watching should have that many likes. Do better, guys. Casper, appreciate. Give it a little smack in their bottom. Let's go. Let's get 1,000 likes, everyone. We got 1.9K in here. It'd be great if most of you guys could hit that thumbs up. And we'll be hitting 1,000 likes right now. Thank you so much. But, yeah, look at the Calgary Flames. Right now they have $19 million of cap space. Almost a full roster. They signed Kevin Ball. Rasmus Anderson could get traded. We'll keep an eye on that. In terms of RFAs, that will be the other conversation. Because if you look at the Calgary Flames, Morgan Frost as a key RFA and Connor Zary as a key RFA. If I'm the Flames, I just sign Connor Zary long term. I think he's going to get better still. I think they overpaid for other guys, so $4 million makes sense. Maybe 4 or 5 years. Maybe 4 years to be safe. Morgan Frost, how much did he put up? 14 goals, 37 points. Maybe a little bit short term because he's the new guy coming in. You just want to make sure there's a fit, so maybe 3 years, 3.5. And then with that, you still have $12 million of cap space. Then you could put Zari here. You could put Coronado up. You could put Farabee up. Something like that. It's not a bad lineup. As I've talked about, I do wonder about the Calgary Flames with Nazem Kadri. Do they consider moving Kadri? A lot of Flames fans I've talked to want Kadri to be moved because it could make some sense in terms of the value being high right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Joshua Horton, thank you so much for subscribing. We're almost at 57.1 already. Please don't spam. Okay, so Jake Allen is staying with the Devils, chat. Jake Allen is staying with New Jersey. So there you go. So Jake Allen off the market. The goalie market is thin, folks. Kevin Weeks always does that with his posts. Oh! The Oilers are trading Victor Arvidsson to the Boston Bruins. Oh, I talked about that in terms of a Swayman deal, a big deal for the Oilers to get Swayman. Woo! I told you guys it's going to be a trading day. You guys think just because it's free agency day, it should be just UFA signings. Sure, the UFA signings might be a little bit more thin, but there's going to be more trades. First trade of the day, and it's like 11. There you go. Thanks, Corey and Tony, for subscribing. So Victor Arvidsson is being traded to the Boston Bruins. There you go. We're going to see what the return is, what that entails. Jack with the 2 says the Caps should trade Lindgren at a premium now. Yeah, with the goalie market, you make a good point. If they're trusting that Thompson is their guy, it could make some sense.
Like true depth. It's not a core 4 where it's like Edmonton or Toronto or different teams where it's like those guys have to do it or it doesn't get done. There's multiple options. You just mentioned all the players.
So Edmonton frees up even more cap space. Oilers fans, Brock Besser to Edmonton? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! The Oilers are clearing up cap space to go all in on Brock Besser. Oh, now I'm actually more confident the Oilers could sign Besser. Let's do this scenario here. So we'll see if the Oilers are bringing any cap back in this Arvidsson deal, or if it becomes a bigger deal. But I think as of right now, I think Elliotte Friedman would have reported on it. But Victor Arvidsson, here we go.
Kind of got demolished yesterday for Frankie, but we still have lots of names up there. It's good. The board's looking good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not that bad, James. Yeah, it's great, actually. And taking a look at the top of the board, we've got some very intriguing free agents. Let's talk about NIKOLAJ EHLERS. Everyone is talking about NIKOLAJ EHLERS right now. What kind of money are we looking at for him? Because he's never cracked 65 points in a season.
There we go. All right, we're trying to find out details on this Arvidsson trade right now. Okay, so let's look at this quickly. So Arvidsson being traded to the Boston Bruins. Let's just make sure the details didn't come out yet. So Jake Allen, as we've already talked about, is staying with the Devils. Arvidsson is being traded to the Boston Bruins, it looks like. So to look at the Bruins draft picks, maybe it's like as low as a 4th round pick. Honestly, like in this perspective, the Oilers are just trying to shed cap. So maybe it's just like a 4th round pick. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be much if it's just Arvidsson. If there's other pieces involved, maybe it gets more complicated. But I think it's just going to be a draft pick similar to the Evander Kane deal, right? I think Evander Kane, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, I think it was like for a mid-round pick, like a 4th round pick. So in this scenario, let's see. Hyman will be healthy again, so he'll be back. So Hyman will be in the top 6. Maybe Kapanen on the 4th line. Savoy, Henrique, Frederick, maybe something like that. Yeah, I mean, something like that could make some sense. And then Besser with McDavid and Nuge. How much cap space do they have? In this scenario, they would have 5.7, so they still don't have enough cap. They would still have to clear another piece. If you send down Emberson, you have 6.8. That's still not enough for Besser. You'd have to clear another one. So you'd have to clear almost like Henrique. See, that Trent Frederick contract looks just dumb. Like that's as nice as I can put it. It just doesn't look good. Let's say maybe something like this. So if you move Henrique, how much space do you have? You'd probably have enough space. So someone said Henrique back to Anaheim. I don't know if that's necessarily what's going to happen, but let's just say that's what they do. Anaheim adds, say it's like a 3rd. Then maybe you could sign Besser. So Oilers fans, would you rather this? Would you rather eliminate some of your depth for Brock Besser? Then you have 9. Maybe something like this. I think some teams are going to offer Besser upwards of $9 million, to be honest. But say he wants to go to a contending team, and Besser goes to Edmonton, and this is cap compliant. Basically, you could add one more piece. So a 21-man roster, and you're cap compliant. And that's if you clear both Arvidsson and Henrique. So that's the only way the Oilers can sign Besser, is if they basically cleared, it looks like they're clearing Arvidsson. If they cleared Henrique on top of that, then maybe they could bring in Besser. And that's a pretty legit top 6. It's just the depth drops after that. Wow, the Devils' contract with Jake Allen is a 5-year deal worth $1.8 million AAV. That is pretty nuts. Wow. Bro, they're getting these long-term deals here, eh?
Yeah, agreed wholeheartedly. And then you look at the PK as well, what he can do there. Vegas wasn't overly strong, 26th in the league in that department, so I think he's going to add an edge there. But when you talk about pressure, I mean, intrinsically within that organization, it's upper bus for them too, right? So there's going to be a lot of pressure on him there.
Wow.
When it matters the most, but no question about it, this is a guy that can produce points, and he can dance and draw to him, and he can dish that puck to someone like NIKOLAJ.
Polar says, you think the Lightning could maybe make a move? A trade, yes. If they maybe create some space. I wonder if they would maybe consider trading Nick Paul to create some space. That one's an interesting one for me. Thank you so much for the dono. Corpusalo could be worth a flyer. Wow. 5-year extension.
There's a burning desire to win. The expectations are big, and they're demanding on their players to get the job done.
A 5-year deal for Jake Allen is kind of nuts at that age. He's going to be 35 this summer.
They get Petrangelo, they get Stone, they get Eichel, they get Marner. They're not fiddling with the dials here. Does he make them a favorite in the West? I don't know if they're the favorite, because I still think they have a
But yeah, Logan Stankoven, that deal is a steal. So we don't know what the Victor Arvidsson details are, I don't think yet. Andy Strickland reporting. Again, we've talked about Logan Mailloux quite a bit. It says 22-year-old D-man Logan Mailloux, big right shot D-man, is a name that continues to come up out of Montreal on the trade market. Expendable with Dobson coming in. Chris, thanks for subscribing to the channel. Josh P says, would you trade Carlo and McMahon for Parayko? Ooh. I think I might. I actually might. Slip in Cal Yarncrow, though, into that deal. And then I'm doing it. But I don't think the Blues are trading Parayko. I mean, they love him as a leader. He's been a face for their New Jersey design, too, so. Nylander for Hart, what's up?
If they were so dialed in, they won championships, you'd be like, oh, wow, watch out for those guys now. But it's still going to be a wait and see come playoff time. What's this guy going to do when the chips are on the table?
Darkness, I know that. Trust me, I know that. David Kampf, though, you guys need centers. The Blues need a center. I'm joking. But I'm just saying that I don't think that deal works for both the teams. Rangers should try to get Parayko. Camden, how's it going? Adam says, morning from the West Coast, John. Miss anything big? I saw the Demko extension, and that's about it. Adam, well, Victor Arvidsson's being traded to Boston. Players being re-signed. Jake Allen, Tony DeAngelo, things like that. Brian Russ could be a target for the Leafs for sure. I think it makes some sense. Hey, thank you guys. We are 10 subscribers away from 57.1. And we are 20 likes away from 1,000. Okay, we're down to the wire. I know there's 20 of you just sitting there. You're just holding off on hitting that like button because you wanna help hit that 1,000 mark. So now's the time. Now is the time. What's up, Robotic? Sully says, happy Canada Day to all the Canadians here. Charleston says, how many years will Sweeney set the Bruins back? We'll see what this Victor Arvidsson deal is. It's only a 1-year deal left. Like, it's not a big thing. This won't set them back. Yeah, Doc, the Leafs have tried to get Braden Shen. It's just the Blues want the sun, the moon, the stars for him, so it might not work. Yeah, Hurt Locker. Edmonton's basically got no cap space, so they would have to trade like Arvidsson and Henrique to get a big name free agent like Besser. And we just did the math. We literally just showed the math. If they are able to get off the Arvidsson contract, move Henrique, which I don't think they should move Henrique. Henrique's a good role player for them, only $3 million. But if they do want to get a big fish like Besser, and I think Besser's got to be over $8 million because I think some teams are going to offer him over $9 million. And in this scenario with a 21-man roster, they would be cap compliant without touching their defense. Yeah, I wonder what the Flyers do. I wonder if they trade Sean Couturier or... It's going to be interesting. Korpisalo the other way. Oh. Oh. That would be interesting if Korpisalo went to Edmonton. Take a flyer on Korpisalo as the goalie. That would be interesting. We'll see. Mike says, wild owner. July 1st will be like Christmas Day. Me seeing the state of FA on July 1st. I'm ready to get hurt again. Mike, thank you so much for the $5 dono. Yeah, we'll see what the Wild do. I mean, the Tarasenko ad was low risk for me. I think he's going to play well with Kaprizov. And then I think they could still go after Besser, so we'll see. But the Marco Rossi one is going to be interesting to see what they can get for him. Hey, Brock. Listening to the stream while at work, Long Island, New York. Thank you, Brock. Appreciate you. Yarn L, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate you as well.
I think what you have is the luxury of patience here because they have made it to the finals 2 years in a row with the tandem that they have in place, making a total of 3 points. But how patient can you be when you know your old goaltending can't wait until U.S. Thanksgiving and all these teams that believe that they're Stanley Cup contenders all of a sudden go, we look in the mirror and go, hey, we might not make the playoffs. We have goaltender
X available. I think you have the luxury of being patient if the Edmonton Oilers.
It's the Colorado plan right now because there's nothing available. You may have to punt it down.
Let's go.
November and see what we see. You're looking at it, and maybe the Toronto Maple Leafs should look into trading Joseph Woll because the market.
Yo, he's suggesting Joseph Woll. Maybe trade Stolars, not Woll. See, I don't agree with that at all.
I also want to say happy Canada Day and happy birthday to our man Noodles. Happy birthday. It was yesterday, and I would also. Birthdays are for children, not for us. Jay, that's corporate noodles. That's uncorporate noodles. All of a sudden, he's corporate on us. No, but here's another name that I'm going to throw out. And again, I want to preface this with respect to
Kevin Weeks is throwing out a big name. Let's hear it.
a legal expert. I don't know what the process looks like from a legal standpoint back home up there in Canada with the Hockey Canada situation and everybody involved. I wonder, and I don't know what this would look like potentially based on the league, if there'll be any supplementary or additional discipline. I just wonder about a name like Carter Hart. Not because I'm saying he's coming back, not because I'm saying that he will be allowed to come back, but he is from Alberta. I have heard whispers about this being a potential depending on how the legal situation plays out. Just something to ponder.
He's throwing Carter Hart there as an Edmonton target if
Today because there's still not a huge market in free agency.
if the legal process
Don't be surprised if we see some
goes in a certain direction. Wow. Adam with the $10 dono says, thanks for keeping me posted. Appreciate your hard work and all the content. Oh, Adam, you're the best, man. Appreciate you.
after the following season, so something's got
I actually can't believe Kevin Weeks just brought up Carter Hart on the TSN broadcast. They might give him some crap for that.
11 a.m. Eastern, and the insiders have announced a bunch of UFA signings that wouldn't be officially announced till
I actually can't, now that I'm thinking about it more and more, I actually can't believe he just brought that up. They might keep him off the air the rest of the show. Jeez, Kevin. I'm actually shocked he brought that up.
about that the last few years, and so far we haven't had any of those UFA announcements.
Okay, so there you go. Exactly what I predicted.
No news breaking until
I literally said it was going to be for a mid-round pick for Arvidsson.
can be announced. We'll start across Canada's tour next on the free agent frenzy. With the Eastern teams, the Maple Leafs have lost a superstar.
Thank you to the 1.9K for being in the chat. Wool to the Flyers. Did we get 1,000 likes? I think we're about we're like 4 likes away from 1,000. Oh boy. Here we go.
Canadians like to pack a lot into summer, kind of like
Yeah, so Tony D'Angelo there from J Fresh. You can just tell. It's just you're getting the pure offense from Tony D'Angelo. Tim, Robert Thomas will be unreal, but the Blues are not trading him. Big shout out to Austin Zabalski for sharing the stream. Thank you to everyone that's sharing the stream. Always appreciate you guys.
With the CIBC Smart Account, you can go back through your spending history, allowing you to see your money and make sense of it. See your money clearly with the CIBC Smart Account.
There you go.
Deluxe is buy one, get one free. Skip the stress and do it for less. Buy one, get one free.
There you go. Big shout out.
Find your
Just like this, guys. I appreciate people that share the stream. It definitely helps get more reach, more new hockey fans, so I'm always thankful.
I think I just smurfed my pants. Hefty smurf. You even lift row. I can do 6 sit-ups. All in a row.
So Devils now head into noon with $12.5 million in cap space. They have a deal to work out with Luke Hughes, and if he doesn't accept his qualifying offer, Cody Glass. We'll see what comes about in roughly 30 minutes. And like that, guys, we are 30 minutes away from the opening of NHL free agency. Let's get some hype in the chat. Let's go. Let's go.
Drives up to 8 yards longer. The future of performance is elite in every way with the new elite drivers from Callaway.
The Ontario Honda dealers in Toronto, July 18th to the 20th, the 37th Indian Exhibition Place, racing, interactive entertainment, food trucks, and autograph sessions. Your Ontario Honda dealers present Free Fan Friday, benefiting Make-A-Wish Canada.
Here we go.
Experience the action on Toronto's downtown streets for a voluntary donation. The NTT Indy Car Series, sports cars, and more. Tickets start at $50. Kids 12 and under free. For more info, visit
Still can't believe that's the thing. But Arvidsson for a mid-round pick is what the trade's going to be. A lot of rumors out there right now. One being, could the Rangers trade Keandre Miller and then sign one of the big name free agents? We will see. Again, guys, if you haven't yet, if you want to follow me on Instagram or on X, it's at @JohnViveiros_ or Hot Take Hockey, just below me there on the screen. Dom sending it out there. Still think Victor Arvidsson has something to offer in a middle six role. Decent buy low bet for the Bruins. $4 million cap hit, 1 year left. Mid-round draft pick. Clearly the Bruins, here's the thing. In the scenario where the Bruins want to target a big name free agent, does this affect their push for one of those guys? And when I mean one of those guys, Brock Besser. Because if they do add Arvidsson, their available cap space will go from 12.7 to 8.7. So that's going to be interesting for sure. Because 8.7, it's probably still enough to get Besser, but then you literally can't do anything else. So we'll see. Wow, chat. We are 7 subscribers away from 57.1. Thanks for being here, everyone. Thanks for subscribing, as always. And we just got 1,000 likes. Oh, you guys are the best. 1K hype in the chat. 1,000 likes. That's amazing. We're not even at noon yet. Our goal was 1,000 likes by noon. You guys are the best. Ryan Hewitson, thank you so much for subscribing. Sarah, how's it going? I think Nashville could be busy today. Maybe more trade market. We'll see. What are you talking about, Justa? I know, Anthony. I agree with you. I think we need more likes. Brady says Besser's going to the Canes. Calling it right now. Guys, could this be like the Minnesota Wild when they signed Suter and Parise? Do you guys think Carolina could sign both EHLERS and Besser? Let's go through a fun scenario. Why not? Let's go through this scenario right now.
Still some other things they're shopping for, though, Kenzie.
Yeah, so the Canadiens are able to check one of 2 major items on their checklist and bringing in Dobson, which
So I'm going to trade.
left by the retirement of David.
So Besser, let's say it ends up being 9 per year, because I think the Canes will have to be in a bit of a bidding war there. And then EHLERS. Wait, did I sign it to 1 year deal? I'll have to fix that if I did. Sorry. Let's do that again. Let's just say they signed both $9 million a year long term. Ooh, Kirby Dach was on the ice. So there you go. Is he trying to show that he can be healthy enough to be traded? So in this scenario, maybe Kotkaniemi's bought out. Maybe. Let's just move those 2 guys out for now. The center position, though, is the question mark. That's the only problem. Let's say Robinson's out, even though they just signed him. But let's say Martinook slides down, Hall slides down, Svechnikov slides down, EHLERS up. Is Stankoven, can he play center is the question. Maybe, maybe not. But if you could figure out Stankoven playing center, that is a ridiculously deep lineup. Again, Stankoven played center in junior. Can he play center? Maybe, maybe not. But in this scenario, chat, the Canes would still have $8.7 million of cap space. They literally have so much cap space that they could sign EHLERS and Besser to above market value and still have $8.7 million of cap space. I would not be shocked at all if Carolina got at least one of these guys.
I know that Nicholas Matt there's listed as lefty, but he does play on the right side, so I think those are going to be two areas they want to bolster up.
There you go. It's a 5th round pick. I was close, chat. I was close. I said a 4th round pick for Arvidsson. It's a 5th. I was close. W's for that. No salary retained. And oh! Logan Mailloux to the St. Louis Blues. I had talked about this. I talked about this in terms of a Jordan Kyrou trade. So W's for Elliotte Friedman clarifying it's not a Kyrou trade. But I had talked about the Blues looking at Logan Mailloux. We'll see what the move is, but this is interesting. Jordan Steers, thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, Darkness, I think we talked about Logan Mailloux, and I think, actually, was that you or maybe Clay that talked about, or Richard Clay that talked about maybe you guys didn't want Logan Mailloux. Anyways, we are 2 subscribers away, guys, from 57.1, so if we can get there, amazing. Thank you so much. But yeah, Logan Mailloux is heading to the St. Louis Blues. Can I ask one thing of you guys? Can you please stop doubting me? I told you guys we were going to get a lot of trades, and even trades before noon today. Did I not? Did I not? I said the signings for new UFAs might be delayed well into the afternoon. But did I not tell you guys? We've already had 2 trades. It's not even noon yet. Believe. Believe in the chaos. Believe in the day being a lot of fun still. Because it is going to be. We're going to get trades. We're going to get free agent signings. And maybe even offer sheets. We'll see. But 2 trades, and it's not even noon yet. W's to that. What's up, Evasive? What do you mean shots? Oh my god, I put a Z instead of the X. That's hilarious. Solaris, they traded Logan Mailloux because he was already kind of the odd man out, and then they just acquired Noah Dobson, a right shot offensive defenseman, so he's definitely expendable at this point. So we'll see if the Oilers go after a free agent or if this is for a goaltender, potentially a trade, a UFA signing. But we expect the Oilers to be doing something with the new cap space. Bingo, I'm not worthy. I have the best viewers in this chat right now. John, thank you so much for subscribing. It's not Kyrou. It is not Kyrou. Elliotte Friedman confirmed it is not Kyrou. I had basically said, once midnight hit last night, I did not think Kyrou was going to get traded. I thought maybe he would get dealt before his no trade clause got kicked in, but... All right, let's see.
What do Canada's most passionate burger lovers think about the team burger?
Steven says, no, not for Kyrou. If it was Kyrou, it would have been a bit more. Yeah, like this is not for Kyrou. The return could include Dvorsky. If the Blues are trading Dvorsky, that is a massive mistake. Better not be Dvorsky. If I'm a Blues fan, I'd be so pissed. Ari says Holloway. No, it'd have to be more than Mailloux to get Holloway. Nathaniel says a big part of the Ducks fan base has been so negative since Verbeek traded Z. Hey, I think the Ducks are going to do something today. Mike is frustrated with Guerin for handing out a no movement clause to Jake Middleton. Random Gaming with the 5. Thank you so much for the dono. Says, has Logan Mailloux changed as a person? Because I remember the story from when he was drafted. I hope he has. Yeah, Random Gaming. Good point. Yeah, I mean, I think what he did is definitely forgotten about by a lot of people. So, yeah, I think young kid, I think everyone deserves a second chance and a chance to do better for themselves and better for the people around them in life. So I'm with you. I hope Logan Mailloux learned from that and has made amends. And hey, if he's a shit human being, then we'll probably find out sooner or later that he'll do something again. But if not, then hopefully he learned from it. I think that's what you can expect. Oh, Zach Bolduc. I feel like didn't I just say that Bolduc could have been dealt in the combined with the Kyrou trade? So that's funny. I literally, guys, I talked about a mock Kyrou trade, and I had Kyrou and Bolduc going to the Habs, and I had a package that included Mailloux, 2026 first, and Doc going to St. Louis. No Kyrou, no Doc, no first. Logan Mailloux for Zach Bolduc. Wow. This is actually a win-win trade, I think. I think this is, both teams kind of get what they want here. I think it's a good trade. So, Habs getting Zach Bolduc, a bit of a hometown vibe to it. Logan Mailloux, of course, once Noah Dobson was acquired from the New York Islanders, Logan Mailloux became even more expendable. I think he was a little bit on the outside already. So, if we do look at the Bolduc stats here, Zach Bolduc, through 72 games this year with the St. Louis Blues, he put up 36 points, 19 goals. So a guy you can expect to have some goal scoring. He's only 22 years old, so in around the same age as Logan Mailloux. He was drafted in the 2021 NHL entry draft, 17th overall. And as you can see, in this same draft, 31st overall, Logan Mailloux. So it's basically, as you can see, the Blues drafted Bolduc at 17, and the Habs drafted Mailloux at 31. And with Logan Mailloux, same age, 22 years old, 6'3", in 63 games in the AHL with Laval, he put up 33 points. So I think this is a win-win trade in terms of what both teams are trying to accomplish. I think the thing that the Blues probably regret is, like, if you look at the 2021 draft and you look at who they could have drafted, there's some significant names after Bolduc, right? Like, after Bolduc, there is obviously Wyatt Johnson. Zachary Leroux could have fit maybe in terms of the edge. I would say obviously Wyatt Johnson's the big one there, but then there's other ones later on, maybe like a Josh Doan. And then there's this guy that I just talked about earlier on that just signed a steal of a contract in terms of Logan Stankoven, who showed it to Ray and I had in our top 20 for this draft, and he fell all the way to 47 to Dallas. So you probably look at that draft, Wyatt Johnson, Logan Stankoven, could have been nice. Well, Dallas got both of them. And, of course, the Blues did get Zachary Bolduc, who I think is going to have a good NHL career. Looks like a 20-goal scorer plus. And then, yeah, you get the right shot, Logan Mailloux, 6'3". I think it shows that Mailloux still had a decent amount of value in the market. So I think it's a win-win trade in terms of the fit, in terms of what teams were trying to accomplish here. Montreal, as I said, Logan Mailloux really couldn't break through on that right side. And after acquiring Noah Dobson, it basically was like, he definitely is not breaking through here. So I think this is a scenario where Montreal is going to make more moves because they are tight on the cap with their current pitcher. Obviously, Carey Price will go on LTIR, but I also think we could see a Kirby Dach trade still. I think maybe younger prospects, maybe like an Owen Beck, could be of interest for other teams. I think Montreal still wants to acquire that big addition in the top six, even beyond Zach Bolduc. So I don't think Montreal is close to done, but this is some good business for both teams. Yeah, Als fans, shout out the Rink Report. We got 57.1. Thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you guys. Big shout out. They're talking about the trade right now. Montreal needs a 2 seed, Julie says. Yeah, they probably could use an upgrade, but maybe they think Bolduc is more than he's shown. What the heck, man? Holy crap, man. All right. There we go. Hey, SI Hockey, happy Canada Day. JVR, I know, JVR is interesting. Maybe finally he unites with his brother and he goes to Washington. Maybe he joins Trevor.
Very chilling effect on how they go about business. Now, it hasn't had a chilling effect on tampering. It's had a chilling effect on not getting caught at tampering. So, you know, but a little bit of history. A number of years ago, the NHL and the NHLPA agreed there was going to be a
Yeah, so Bob McKenzie is talking about tampering. Like at 12 p.m., all of a sudden, woo, all these signings. Somehow they negotiated a contract in 30 seconds. It's so funny.
on this day that there were 10, 15 deals done. We knew what the term was, we knew what the AAV was, and at 12:01, 12:02, 12:03, we were reporting all this crazy detail.
Yeah, that's the part that's also crazy is like it's died down a little bit but still talked about, but before it was so bad. Like before it'd be like 10 signings right at noon.
Or the first player or the first agent to get dinged on a huge tampering fiasco.
Yo, BC Adventure Rider, and he's got the woot emoji. The woot animation. Thank you so much for the $20 dono. Let's get some BC Adventure hype in the chat. Thank you so much for that donation.
2 p.m. or something like that in this case. Bob is buzzkilling us.
Amazing. Thank you so much, BC Adventure.
First of all, to the Montreal St. Louis deal, Craig.
When you build up your prospect pool in one area, you now can go solidify it in another area. That's exactly what Montreal did with Bolduc.
Let's go.
Logan Mailloux looks like he was going to get squeezed out. Zach Bolduc's a really good offensive player, and they can use offense.
Frankie Corrado, who covers the Habs for us a lot during the year. Your thoughts?
Trade for the Montreal Canadiens because you're bringing in a forward now where you need a little.
And Clue96 with the $5 dono says, tidy work, good sir. Happy Canada Day from Alaska. Let's get some Clue hype. Alaska represent. Thank you so much, Clue. I really appreciate it. Hopefully I didn't miss any donos. I'm trying to scroll up here.
Just to do it to get a forward. They made a trade that made a lot of sense for them, and this is a smart move.
Jeremiah, I don't know if you're in the chat. I think I saw something pop up with your name on it.
Or make the joke about a little mini trade center as we see Ryan Rishaug in Edmonton, Glenn Schiller in Winnipeg, Farnology in Vancouver, and Saul Balji in
Jeremiah, 51 months. Enjoy the stream, everyone. Have a great stream. Thank you, Jeremiah.
Boston Bruins.
I don't know if you're still in here.
That's a clear they need cap space, correct, Ryan?
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you so much, Jeremiah, for the comment and the continued membership. Always appreciate Jeremiah. Make sure you guys go subscribe to the Sports Beard on YouTube.
Need to figure out a way to come back next season better than they were this year, right? You can make the argument they didn't necessarily do that last year.
Yeah, so that's a good trade for Montreal.
Panthers just did, right?
I think it's a good trade for both teams for what they want, but considering Montreal didn't have a fit for him anymore, that makes sense. Yeah, I think he's got a bit of an edge to him as well. It's a good trade.
On the team's second line, right? They platooned a couple of different players through there this last year. Victor Arvidsson just dealt. It never worked out. Jeff Skinner, they thought potentially could work out. That didn't happen. So I think with the space that they've cleared here, they're sitting right around $4 million.
Went Wooz is buzzing. That's for sure. There you go.
Oilers will be top 6 forward hunting. Potential for them to move some more cap space out. James will keep an eye on Adam Henrique. Has a full no movement clause. I'm not sure what's going to happen there. But if they want to be big game hunting, that's a trade they may have to try and find as well.
All right.
Rishaug out in Edmonton covering the Oilers for us. Just before I get to Glenn in Winnipeg, the reason Glenn is in Winnipeg today is because John Luke, after 25 years with TSN, has retired. Great years in Montreal and the last part of his career in Winnipeg. We will miss his insight, we'll miss his fashion, and we'll just miss a really good guy in John Lou. We wish John Lou the best in his retirement. Glenn Schiller covering the Jets for us. And NIKOLAJ EHLERS, I suppose, is the big name that a lot of teams with a kind of
All right.
on the market will be looking at today. And it's said it's not impossible for him to come back to Winnipeg, but looks not very likely at this point, Glenn.
Yeah, that's right, James. Right now, I've got a tough act to follow with John Lou, but whoever's going to replace NIKOLAJ EHLERS should he depart Winnipeg. Talk about a tough act.
Thank you so much for the donos, guys. Oh, James Brittingham with a 20 as well with the woot woot. I think that's another one with the same with the same animation. Everyone get woot woot in the chat. Stu's the Sharks fan here from Quebec. Where's my Nordiques team? That's awesome. Yeah, the Tanner Janot sweepstakes are about to begin. Thank you guys. Appreciate you.
An extension with the Jets will be a priority this offseason, and you got some restricted free agents, key names like Gabe Vilardi, who had
That's awesome.
goals
All right, well, I expect us to get more trades. As I said, guys, we're already 2 trades, and we're 10 minutes away from the opening of free agency. Make your predictions on what you think the first signing is going to be. Who do you think is going to sign first in the open market? And are we going to get some tampering speculation? It's going to be funny. There's going to be a lot of it.
Can't wait to see him back in action, and he'll fit very nicely into a Winnipeg jersey. That's Glenn Schiller in Winnipeg. Let's move out to the West Coast and Farhan Lalji now in Vancouver. We have a goalie extension we'll get to in just a second with Farhan. But I look after what was
There's a lot of speculation. The Blues could be making some moves still.
where the priority shifts back to the ice, and priority number 1 would have to be scoring.
Yeah, absolutely. This team didn't score enough a year ago, and now it looks like they're going to lose Brock Besser and Keem Suter. Each of them scored 25 goals a year ago, so where do you go? And I think Odom can attest to this. You know, sometimes it's 2 a.m., the bar's about to close, and whoever's still left there looks a whole lot better than they did a couple of hours ago. And that's where
Yo, Farhan Lalji's roasting O-Dog. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Alex Lyon to Buffalo, that makes sense. Besser to Minnesota. If they can make the money work, it's possible. It's very possible.
Calgary, and Solomon Balji getting some business done today. Craig Conroy and company. Joel Hanley gets an extension.
Yeah, James, that might be the biggest move they make. I don't see them being active at all. And they have $20 million in cap space, but as we've talked about a bunch, this is a team that's turning over its roster to young players. So I can see them going in the backup goalie market. I don't think the door's shut on Dan.
Oh, Jeremiah with the 20s is still here, Hot Take Hockey. I shared the stream, left 2 likes, and I'm so proud to see you rise to 57K. Your friendship and support means the world to me. Have a great stream. It's dog vet appointment day for me, but I'm listening. Big shout out to Jeremiah. Everyone go subscribe to the Sports Beer on YouTube. Jeremiah, what a great supporter and friend. Appreciate him always. As you guys can see on the stream, Andy Strickland putting it out there. Logan Mailloux, former London Knight, put up impressive numbers in the junior league. Has shown he can produce offense at the AHL level as well. Major upside with 6'3", smooth skating, puck moving, right shot D-man. And that's what the Blues are hoping for in their NHL roster. And the Sabres re-signed 23-year-old RFA Ryan Johnson. Sorry, I was about to say Johansson. Ryan Johnson to a 3-year deal. Wow. Ryan Johnson's been trying to break through with the Sabres organization. It just hasn't happened, so I'm kind of surprised he signs a 3-year deal. Wow. All right, guys. Throughout, I'm going to be posting the clips of the reactions, if I can.
It's not a Panthers fan or a Vegas fan. 2 of the villains of the NHL, the Panthers and Vegas. For more on that, Brian Hayes and his panel.
All right, thank you, James. And here with our friend Emily Kaplan from ESPN, Carlo Koliakovo. You're right, it is Canada Day, but we're going to talk about 2 teams that
All
are
right.
further away from the Canadian border. That's the Florida Panthers and the Vegas Golden Knights, the 2 most aggressive teams in the league. You just mentioned Florida, right? They win a Stanley Cup, they bring back Marchand, they bring back Ekblad, they bring back Sam Bennett. Look at Vegas. Big news yesterday. Alex Pietrangelo announces he likely won't play again, which is significant. That's a big piece.
Oh, thank you.
They waited about 5 minutes to fulfill the
All right, we got 1.7 in the chat.
Mitch Marner. So if you're ever
Yeah, Zed, I saw what CJ said on First Up this morning.
that aggressiveness,
So Victor Arvidsson trade. If you guys have any questions, drop them in the chat.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's just a state tax advantage. I don't think it's just being able to exploit the LTIR loophole. I don't think it's just the ruthless commitment.
Oh, Dylan with the 28 says my goat Johnny. Let's get some Dylan hype in the chat. And guys, we are 5 minutes away from the opening of NHL free agency. Everyone get the hype in the chat. This is going to go crazy. I'll put it on the screen here for you guys. We are less than 5 minutes. Countdown to NHL free agency opening up. Thank you so much, Dylan. What a legend. What a legend. Worked with Dylan in the OHL, guys. He's an absolute beauty. Legend.
But there are some GMs that aren't that aggressive. I think of GM Eric Tolsky in Carolina. I think of Chris McFarland in Colorado. They offer some of those things. It's just hard to match.
5 minutes. We're gonna see if the teams risk tampering to get a guy signed right away. Oh my god, this is gonna be funny to watch. I cannot wait. This is gonna be awesome.
They don't care if they win or lose a trade. They're going after the player, and if it doesn't work out, they move on. And I think that's what some of the
This is gonna be awesome.
catch up on is. Don't be scared to make that bold move. Go out, do it, find the player that you want that's going to help your team.
There you go, Carlo Colaiacovo. I want to see the overpayments today. Guys, Carlo Colaiacovo is team chaos. He's telling teams, take a chance. Go aggressive at some players. Make your signings. I love it, Carlo. W's to Carlo. Let's go. The countdown. The countdown. It's the final countdown. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, Sam Lafferty traded to the Blackhawks, so he's going back to Chicago, and Buffalo gets a 6th-round pick. I did not think you could get anything for Sam Lafferty. I thought you had to attach something to get rid of him. So I'll own that one, but it's just a 6th-round pick. So Chicago's helping out Buffalo. There you go. Guys, everyone say bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Sam Lafferty, you are once again a Chicago Blackhawk. And is that 3 trades before noon? Oh, guys, I'm sorry. I hate to say I told you some of you, but I told you guys it would be busy with trades. I told y'all. I told y'all. Oh, Fishy, Sports Beer, thank you so much for sharing the streams, guys. I really appreciate it.
Maybe we won't see that $470 million total today, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what time we get our first signing. Who is going to be the first one under? Maybe waits a little bit longer.
There you go. The trades are happening, and I'm getting some. Oh, here we go. I just got a text. New York Rangers. Hello. The New York Rangers are about to do something.
Jersey Devils. Dmitry Orlov is at number 6. The Vancouver Canucks suitor is at number 7. Schmidt, Lindgren, and Jonathan Drouin at number 10. Drouin coming off a 4.3.
Oh, okay, I gotta see if this is real.
Corey Perry. Wherever Corey Perry signs, we know he's going to the Stanley Cup final, right? It's just the deal. Klingberg, Brown, and Vladar, 11 through 15, and then rounding out the 20, Cody CC, Victor Olsen.
Okay. And also the Oilers are pushing for Brock Besser after making that Arvidsson trade. There you go, guys. I just posted the clip.
So, we saw this on trade deadline. We're here for 6
Look, told y'all the trades are happening. This is what I put out last night, guys. I said the overpayments, trades, and potential offer sheets tomorrow are going to be the chaos. So I'm meaning today. Even with a less exciting UFA list, I still expect chaos. Might be a bit into the day. Teams will be bidding on limited options, and some will make massive mistakes tomorrow. And guys, we're in the final minute. We're in the final minute to opening of NHL free agency. Oilers fan, thanks for subscribing. Everyone count down with me. 39, 38. Here we go. Everyone count down to the chat. Oh, Jeff with the $10 dono says, I love the stream. I hope for some good action today. Hope the Leafs find someone to help them make them hard to play against. Thank you so much, Jeff. Oh, my goodness. And James with another $20 says, woo woo. James is buzzing. Thank you so much, James. Or maybe that was the same dono. I don't know. All I know is James is buzzing in the chat. 1 second. And here we go. Ding, ding, ding! Free agency! W's in the chat, everyone spam! Woo! It's time for some tampering. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
Officially announced here on the frenzy. Again, $470 million spent in the first hour last year.
It's time for some tampering. Let's go.
This year. So, who are you waiting for? Who excites you most about
Game is over. Thank you so much for subscribing.
Besser?
Can't tampering time, baby. Here we go. It's all gonna drop, bro. Or teams are actually gonna take the tampering threat seriously.
So we'll watch him. It appears as though he's searching for a market
Free agency is open.
fit where maybe not craving the limelight or the attention on the ice. So we'll see what happens with him. To me, I think he's the best offensive player still out there. So we'll see where he goes and for how much. Oh, and will he push 9? I mean, given supply demand, I'm going back to great
12:01. Let the Sabres do nothing begin. You guys, I love some comments in the chat. You guys are awesome. Free agency is open. Bring on the tampering.
do this, but I can't stop doing it. Every signing.
Teams might actually be in line. If we don't get like an announcement of a signing in the first 10 minutes, the teams might actually be behaving. They might just be like, hey, we have to act like we didn't tamper. Let's just wait 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
How does that kind of compare to the Florida Panthers and what they believe and what they do?
Woo! But yeah, if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, X, I'm always buzzing on Twitter.
You know, demand exceeds supply, prices
Oh, there we go! The first signing of the day! We love tampering! We love tampering! Hey! There we go! Noah Juleson! You are the first free agent on July 1st! Massive news! We love tampering. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Hit a piece that will have an impact in their roster and fill a hole.
The Juleson sweepstakes are over, chat. The Juleson sweepstakes are over. Yeah, Kevin Weeks is reporting that David Riddick is on the New York Islanders watch list for free agency here.
position to make a great trade for your team. And at what point can you go back and get one of those
Oh my god. Biggest fish in the sea. Let's see if people find the burner. There you go. We got 2,000 to the live stream. There you go. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. I want big news. I want big news. I want big news. Give me big news.
So the time has come. Teams can start talking, and the most talked about free agent is NIKOLAJ. Bob, what's the latest?
Well, there's obviously considerable
Give me news. Give me Besser.
former Winnipeg Jet winger and lots of interest. We know Carolina's interested. We believe Washington's interested. Colorado Avalanche.
Where's Besser?
And the phone calls are going to start going into his swing.
We got 2,000 in the live chat again. Let's go! Woohoo! Let's go!
Settling in for the process that's going to happen. And over the course of the day, there's going to
Woo!
be general managers. There's going to be conversations with NHL coaches to understand the role that NIKOLAJ might have, as well as obviously all the financial considerations that go on. But the expectation,
There we go, chat. We're buzzing.
Andre Rooster in Switzerland, is that NIKOLAJ is not likely, not expected to make a decision on his future today. So if that's the case, then the guy who's probably the most sought after guy may well carry over until tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where NIKOLAJ lands because there are some who believe that one of the reasons that he wanted to fully test the open market is because he didn't love the
Hey, DM, thank you so much for the $3 dono.
when you look at the small market.
No fake news in the chat, guys. I will report on the news. So if someone's saying in the chat, it's not necessarily true. Yeah, look at that, the screen grab.
There's double-digit teams that are lined up for Brock Besser. He is going to have
Oh, Besser is Besser is wanted in the open market right now. Dominic. Let's go, Dominic.
Here's a long shot for you. What about the Edmonton Oilers? I mean, they moved Victor Arvidsson. Now, they've got to create cap space.
Yeah, the Oilers, if they want Besser, they got to still move like a Henrique or something, but we'll see. Besser to the Bruins makes a lot of sense. Noah Jules to the Flyers. You just got to love it. What a big sign and open up free agency.
You know that they are among the Canadian teams that are at least exploring that option.
Meantime, what you want to be today is in demand because there's not much supply.
I think there's going to be trades for sure. Blair would love Ehlers to the Leafs, he says.
The cash machine went crazy for Vladislav Gavrikov because he is on the class by himself today. No offense to Orlov or Ryan Lindgren or other UFAD, but Gavrikov is the cream of the crop, and there is serious interest in New York.
All right, I'm hearing some speculation.
Detroit was going to go after Ekblad.
Here we go.
Try on Gavrikov in the next few hours here.
I'm hearing that there's some bacon on the grill. Yo, Mike with the 20. Says bribe for you to announce Besser or Ehlers to Washington. Oh, I will take some bribes. Bribing, tampering. Oh, bring it all on, Mike. Let's go, Mike. Let's get some hype in the chat for Mike. Thank you so much for the $20 dono. Oh, hey, guys. We accept bribing and tampering on this channel. We very much accept it, and we encourage it. Hey, if Vegas can talk to Mitch Marner a year in advance, we encourage it.
Does it affect anything? Does the rising cap help or hurt? Well, we're going to now find out, right? We're on the
Look, oh, this is a great tweet from Chad. I want you to do it. I want you to do it. Noah Banks, thanks for subscribing. Kimberly Fleck. My 6-year-old hockey-obsessed kiddos B-Day yesterday. He'd love a shout-out. Well, Kimberly, if you can let me know your son's name, I'll definitely give him a shout-out if I can see your comment. But happy birthday. Major shout-out to you. I will look for your secondary comment for your son's name or your kid's name. Jake with the 5 says, hey, John, how did you get your sources and what is the Rangers news? Jake, thank you so much for the dono. I got a couple buddies in New York. But no, like the Gavrikov one is public. Like I'll just say that. That one's public. There's just some there's some tidbits that we're waiting for some more info on. But Gavrikov to the Rangers, if the Rangers are trying to do something else, is what I'm trying to hint at, okay? Because the Rangers don't want to sign Gavrikov and then be screwed. Because if they sign Gavrikov, they won't have enough money to sign Cooley and Keandre Miller, and that's where they lose the leverage because other teams are going to go, why are we going to help you? Or why are we going to pay big for this guy if you can't even afford him in your cap? So, that's why. Oh, that's cheap for the Dallas Stars. There you go. Colin Blackwell stays in Dallas. 2 years, $775 each. So another signing. This one, no tampering, because he's staying in Dallas. Mr. Sonic, thank you so much for subscribing. React Central, thanks for being here. Shout out to Harrison. There you go. His name is Harrison. Everyone in the chat. Harrison hype. There you go. Happy birthday, Harrison. Harrison turned 6. Everyone give some hype to Harrison. He's going to be a future NHLer one day. He's going to come back to this channel in about, what's the math on that? Maybe 15 years? Maybe less. And he's going to be an NHL prospect. The Loom family, thank you so much for subscribing. We got 2,000 in the chat. Thank you so much for joining with me today. Yeah, guys. Honestly, I feel when I'm streaming for this day, I just feel. Oh! Christian Dvorak to the Philadelphia Flyers. 1 year, $4.5 million. There you go, Flyers fans. We talked about a guy that the Flyers could get in their middle 6. We talked about Roslovic. We talked about Dvorak. There you go. They get Christian Dvorak. We love tampering. Everyone say it. We love tampering. They negotiated quite the contract in 10 minutes, eh, chat? Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
It's the who's who of the NHL. That's what we want to play in the Canadian market. So, I mean, I played for Toronto, Montreal. I played for Tampa and Phoenix. And I loved playing in Canada. I liked it so much more than playing in America. And I played at no state tax. I got raised when I got traded down to Tampa. I've had my best years of my career in Arizona. But when I got back to Montreal, I was no longer on the first line. I was on the third line there. I loved it. Lifestyle-wise, hockey-wise, I probably wasn't as happy because I didn't get to score as much. But lifestyle and playing in a market that's passionate, that cares, and now I get it. It's different. Social media, the way fans get out and touch you.
We love tampering. Oh my god. 4.5 is a lot for Dvorak, but it's only a 1-year deal.
Enjoying the experience of playing somewhere where it matters, where they care, where people want to see.
Bob McKenzie says Nick Ehlers is Swiss-based agent. Andre is obviously fielding a lot of calls, but says there's no guarantee his client will make a decision today, and it's quite likely to carry over to tomorrow, subject to change, perhaps, but that's where things are right now. I mean, yeah, it's very possible Ehlers could get blown away with an offer and accept it today, so we'll keep an eye on that.
And then it gets maybe more tricky when you have a family.
Okay. This one we're safe. This one we are safe. Vancouver had given Juleson agent permission to talk with teams, so no tampering here. No tampering, folks. We're safe.
I loved it. I like this idea that everyone doesn't like Montreal. Now, I am from Toronto, and I am a proud Canadian.
Wait, what? It's 5.4? Whoa!
Because that transcends, right?
Bro, people thought it was an overpay at 4.5. It's 5.4.
Different breath, only playing for my national
Oh my.
for that every day. But for you guys, you know, you weren't scrolling through your X account, right?
I mean, it's only 1 year. It is only 1 year. To me, it's low risk. Yeah, Byfield for Hart. That's even worse. Oh, you guys make me laugh. I love this chat. You guys are the best. Everyone's freaking out. It's an overpay. It's horrible. And then Freeman flips the cap number. I mean, guys, it's a 1-year deal. It's not like it's whatever. It literally is whatever. It's a 1-year deal. It looks bad. It looks bad. It's done after the year.
Winning playoff series, nobody had a problem when they were.
The Flyers have cap to fill anyways. And plus, the cap's going up. Like, I feel like Dvorak's worth $4 million. Like, I don't know why people were freaking out at 4.5. I don't think it was that bad. 5.4, sure. I think it's a lot. But I would say his value in terms of production, around $4 million. Blair with the $7 dono says, John, you were a legend. Like and subscribe. Brad is at nap time. Would I love for any, or who would I love for the Leafs to get today? I mean, Brandon Tanev would be a great story. I love Brandon Tanev. I still think a guy like Mantha could be a buy low option with that size, and I mean with his production in the past, it could be like the Leafs Max Pacioretty of this year, which the Leafs could still bring back Max Pacioretty, but I heard the Red Wings are interested as well. Also a family vibe as well. We'll see. All right. Crazy. Perry a Leaf? I'm sure the Leafs are going to give him an offer. We'll see, though. Whoa, Lance. Lance is out of control in the chat. So, all right. Good on you, Lance. Lance is getting excited. Is Eller a Leaf? Mike, we'll see. Brent with a $5 dono. Thank you so much. Says, what do the Jackets have to do to become a legit contender? Appreciate the amount of work you put in. Thank you so much, Brent. Yeah, man. I honestly, it actually just hit me. I was like, I've been live for over 4 hours. I was like, it actually just hit me right now. I did not realize I'd been live for over 4 hours, so that's kind of nuts. But you guys are the best, so thank you, Brent. To answer your questions, I think they need to add like one more legit scorer to support that that cast of Fantilli and Marchenko. So if they could get an EHLERS, I would overpay for EHLERS because I think that puts you over the edge. I like their defense group. I really do like their defense group. I mean, maybe they could add another piece. I know they were in on Dobson. I honestly think if they didn't, sorry, let me rephrase. If they did get Dobson, they were not going to re-sign Provorov. So for them, they were always going to add one more defenseman to the top four. They bring back Provorov. So for me, it's kind of that stud up top in that forward group. We are 30 subscribers away from 57.2. Thank you so much for being here, guys. And we're getting closer to 1.5K likes. Let's keep getting it up, guys. Keep getting it up. Again, guys, at 1 p.m., I'm just warning you guys. I hope you guys all stick around. Everyone that's watching, I hope you guys do stick around. I will have to jump to audio. I'm joining the Bleacher Report live stream with Frank Saravalli, Nathan, and Sarah. So, yeah, you guys will have me for the day, but for 1 hour, I will be on audio versus video. Lance is wilding. All right. Canucks were very interested in Christian Dvorak, but he goes to Philly. Wow. And Stars officially name Glenn Gulldson their head coach. So there you go. Glenn Gulldson, new Dallas Stars head coach. Yeah, Sam Lafferty's jumped around, but back in Chicago. There you go. Official news from the Dallas Stars. Yeah, Sean, I could see Seeloff's traded by the Canucks soon. I could definitely see that. Parker Kelly extended in Colorado. Thanks, Zeta. Let's see who reported that so I can follow them. Oh, so the agency just reported on it? Gotta follow Evan. There you go. So Parker Kelly extended 4 more years. Wow. That's pricey. Or not pricey, that's long. I didn't mean pricey, I don't even know the number. But 4 years is a lot for, I mean, I'd say Parker Kelly has improved. Could be a third liner. But yeah, 2,000 still in the live stream. Thank you guys for sticking around. I really appreciate it. Max Z with a $10 dono says, per Elliotte Friedman, the Anaheim Ducks are signing John Viveiros on a 2-year deal times $369 million. Yes, guys, that's the best signing the Ducks have made. Let's go. That's a great signing. Thank you so much for the dono. That's awesome. Okay, there you go. This is what I was talking about in terms of the Oilers getting Besser. They would have to move Henrique and maybe even Janmark.
He's a good young goaltender. They just call him Artie. Artie's a really good young goaltender, but he needs growth with the Marlies. So if what you're suggesting is take a position of strength and weaken it.
Isn't Blumel, isn't that guy a Dallas Stars prospect? I'm trying to remember. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but it's like Matej Blumel. Yeah, he was with the Dallas Stars. That could be a sneaky signing for the Boston Bruins. That's an interesting signing, actually. He put up. I remember this guy put up crazy AHL numbers with the Stars. Just hasn't had consistent time with an NHL squad. 4 years for Parker Kelly. But thanks again for the donation, Max. All right, Depressed Crider fan, you can see it up here. I'm going to continue to put the signings and trades up there. So, Tim says this channel is trash without big signings. All right, Timmy. That actually doesn't even make any sense, to be honest. Avs re-signed Parker Kelly. $1.7 million per. I thought it'd be cheaper than that with the longer term. Interesting. They obviously see Park Kelly in high regard. Yeah, darkness. That's 100% what it is. This is 100% what it is. Teams are afraid to get dinged for tampering. Guys, there's already been a handful of signings. Like, it's only 12:20. I already told you guys it's going to heat up. That's the thing that I reminded people of. We're going to get trades, which we have. We already got 3 trades. And there's going to be signings that are a little delayed because of the worry of tampering. Izzy, my God, you guys have short attention spans sometimes. You guys thought, like, what, at 12 o'clock, the firing squad, like, everything was going to go crazy? Like, ooh, yummy. We got some bacon. There we go. Now it's not boring. Let's go. W to bacon. Habs for life. Free agency doesn't end. It's all summer. Jeremiah with the 5. Thank you so much for the donut. Says, rumor is nobody wants to be the first because of the tampering. Laugh aloud. I wrote this before Darkness Post. Thank you so much. Jeremiah, such a legend. Facts, man. That's why, unless the Flyers got permission, that Christian Dvorak one is kind of sus. Is very sus. Does anyone know if the Flyers had permission? Because that is super sus. But I want tampering. I want the signings right now, so we're encouraging it. But yes, teams are worried the NHL is going to investigate them. I think, yeah, Colin, I think Pacioretty's going to sign a 1-year deal again. Red Wings and Leafs would be my top 2 teams for him.
What was the year you said you signed him 1 minute after Tampa? 2010. Okay, 2010. There's no retroactive tampering. You need to take us behind the curtain. When did you agree to that deal? The morning of, the night before, a week before? Needs to know. It was the night before, but I'll tell you this, Jamie.
Oh!
I was given permission from the New York Islanders and Garth Snow to explore the market. So, but yes.
Marty B. Ron just admitted there's tampering. Marty B. Ron! He's like trying to defend his organization. He's like, the Islanders did nothing. They did nothing wrong. Bob Shaw, no. Bowen Byron hasn't been moved yet, but I think there's high potential he could be.
Who would be first? We got a couple. We believe the first was Jack Rathbone, defenseman who signed with Buffalo 2 years at an AAV of $1.55 million. Christian Dvorak joins the Philadelphia Flyers on a 1-year deal at $5.4 million. It looks like Parker Kelly is re-signing with Colorado on a 4-year deal, just waiting for the.
What did Andrew say?
So,
I missed it.
everybody was waiting. Be careful. You can now announce your contracts because we have our first here on the free agent.
Yeah, Tyler, we've investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. No hockey fan. Tampering's always been around. It's just like the league's just pointing fingers at teams to... Oh, William Dufour is now a UFA. That would be a sneaky signing for a team. That's interesting. Bacon. Anyways. Boston's the busiest team right now. Boston is buzzing right now.
I mean, when Zach Hyman went out, it was Corey Perry they turned to go on Connor McDavid's way. McDavid told me he's one of the smartest players I've ever played with.
Lax, there you go. Yeah, the Hurricanes.
Intangibles too. Remember, he was the guy that gave
They get Amir Miftakov.
that galvanized them for that stage.
We got 2,000 in the chat. Do you guys have any hot takes for me? We need to start rolling some hot take signing predictions in the chat. Everyone, get your hot takes rolling. Let's see what you think.
Perry for the last 6 years hasn't made more than $1.5 million and has obviously outplayed that. So I'm curious to see what else is out there for him, but I don't necessarily know if the door is closed in Edmonton because he wants to win. The guys there feel like they have something special, and what other team has a better opportunity than that? Maybe
Cablem says Sabres do nothing. Kyle Jones says Besser to Ottawa for a hot take prediction. Cam Given says Ehlers to the Islanders. That's a hot take. Bacon says Perfects to the Stars. I actually like that. I think that one makes sense. Ross says Rossi to the Sharks via trade or offer sheet. Brooks says Ehlers to the Sabres as a hot take. Thomas says McDavid to the Isles. Nick Robertson for Evan Rodriguez, Brendan. Jordan Kyrou to the Habs still. I don't think that's happening anymore. I think what actually happened there, guys, and I'm pretty confident in this one, is I think the Habs and Blues were talking trade for Kyrou, and it didn't work out. They couldn't come to an agreement on a trade, so they ended up basically going to a smaller deal. So it was probably a bigger deal involving Kyrou and Bolduc going to Montreal. A big package going to St. Louis, and they couldn't come to an agreement on the deal, so it became a smaller deal where St. Louis still gets Logan Mailloux and Montreal gets Bolduc. Oh, Carson, I think Ehlers is going to Carolina. That's my prediction. I've been saying that. Yeah, Liebert, I was saying Mantha, 1 year to the Leafs makes a lot of sense. What? What? Besser is staying in Vancouver? What? I thought he was gone. Vancouver definitely offered something big. Wow. Besser's staying in Vancouver. Canucks fans, celebrate. Canucks fans get to celebrate. Wow, Brock Besser, according to Rick Dollywall, is going to be staying in Vancouver. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. What do we think, chat? Here we go. Yeah, Corey Perry to the Panthers would be ridiculous. And somehow I think it's a possibility in my head. Oh my goodness, imagine. Oh my god, that could be a nightmare. That would maybe be a nightmare. I'm trying to fix the thumbnail here. That looks fine. Wow. All right, guys. What do you think the number is going to be for Brock Besser? Get your predictions going. And now Aaron Ekblad's on TSN here. He's in Windsor, Ontario. Let's see. Jake says 9.5. I think it's going to be 9 million at least. If Demko got 8.5, Besser's going to be at least 9 million, I think. I think Besser was just seeing if Vancouver would bite and give them the amount, and he'd be comfortable to stay. So, in my opinion, I think it's got to be at least 9. I'd be shocked if it's less than 9. I'd be truly shocked if it was less than 9. That's it? Oh, what a steal! Are you kidding me? 7.25. I'm literally like, I'd be shocked if it's below 9. It's 7.25. Are you kidding me? That's it? Bro, I am shocked. I would have thought Carolina would have offered at least 9, 9.5. So either he's taking a pay cut to stay in Vancouver, or I don't know, bro. Ehlers is about to get paid. Ehlers is about to get paid big. He's like the only big fish left in the market. How is 7.25 a lot for a guy that can score 30-plus goals in a rising cap? 7.25 is not a lot. That is below market value for the player. I'm pretty sure Puckpedia had the market value for Besser at 7.5. So technically below market. Wow. Guys, in the open market, I'm not talking about like if Besser, like if the Canucks were a great team and Besser's been doing well. Like this is a scenario where both team and player were like, is this a fit going forward? And he signs for that. Like I just thought it was going to be higher. Wow, I'm shocked.
I know that pretty much all of the guys on our team are probably back in the gym, if not in the last few days, probably today. So guys are ready and hungry, and the short summers don't seem to bother us. We recover well. We do a great job as a team recovering throughout the season.
Wow, and William Eklund, 3-year extension with the Sharks, 5.6 AAV. So Eklund, Sharks betting on Eklund. Ehlers' agent punching the air right now. Well, I don't know. Is he? Is he punching the air? Because that can be just seen as him taking a bit of a hometown discount. But I was also going to say that I think, if anything, why is it punching the air? Sure, it can be seen as a comparison, but if anything, Ehlers is the last big fish left on the board in terms of, like, wingers. So if anything, I don't think he's punching the air. I think he's going, hey, if you want a star, if you want an elite winger, we're the only one left. So you got to pay for it.
Really pretty happy to have him around and respect him very much.
I hope you're not in the fairway waiting to hit your second shot and have 4 groups piled up behind you, Aaron.
That's exactly it.
Well, we're sorry we kept you far too long. Enjoy, have a great round, and have a great summer, and thanks for joining us.
It's so funny that Ekblad's like mid-golf.
Thanks for having me. There's Aaron Ekblad, part of the 2-time
Wow.
Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Let's get right
Crazy.
to Miller and some news.
Yeah, one of our big
Besser staying in Vancouver. There you go. Officially from the Vancouver Canucks. So they announced it officially.
7-year deal.
Wow.
$2.5 million is the AAV per season. One of those classic situations where you actually go to market, but circle back to the team where you played your entire career. So pretty big deal for Vancouver. So
How did they screw this up, though? He could have been an 8-year deal.
you take a guy like Besser off the market?
Maybe a little bit.
Wow.
Because when you're looking at the available forwards, there's one fewer now, and then I would look to the tier beneath that and how that
I'm shocked.
influence, some of the decisions that are being made.
Clearly, Besser wanted to stay in Vancouver badly.
Winnipeg was key,
Because I'm shocked that's the deal.
confident, overconfident.
I'm seriously, I was hearing multiple teams were going to offer Besser $9 million plus.
Him staying there, but teams
So I'm actually very surprised. He must love Vancouver.
go down the list.
Like, I think there was a lot of teams willing to offer up to $9 million.
As I said earlier, NIKOLAJ is a bit unique because of his want and his lifestyle expectations. So the Canadians
So you guys might think that's a lot, but in this open market and with this limited supply, yeah, like Emma's saying this, like Ehlers is laughing, I think. Who cares what Besser signed for? You're the last elite winger left in the open market. Teams are going to be desperate for you.
deal they signed today, and obviously a little more term as well. We believe the Kings,
Wow.
are in the process of trying to finalize a Corey Perry deal, so we'll see where that goes.
LA Kings finalizing a deal for Corey Perry. Ken Holland, man, he's got a relationship with Corey Perry, clearly. Corey Perry to LA. Wow. I thought he was going to stay at Edmonton. Wow.
Situation with no tax dates.
Sounds like Corey Perry to the LA Kings.
The amount of scrutiny in Canadian markets. Which matters more? The desire to have less scrutiny or the desire to go to a friendlier tax jurisdiction?
So the Kings losing in the Cup final this year? That's funny.
I mean, look, I mean, it depends on the individual player, right? Like, there are some guys who still, you know, enjoy and embrace the juice that comes with playing and working.
Craziness.
And all 7 Canadian teams certainly have that. And there are a number of American markets that also present that, the traditional hockey markets. But as I'm reminded on days like today, more often than not, it's about the money. And if you have the opportunity, that combination of being able to make more money and still contend
All right.
for playoff spot or better yet a Stanley Cup, and that's a perfect scenario.
It's a debate that continues on. It's something you can't really quantify, but it's certainly part of the equation, James. It's nice to see after the conversation we just had that a guy stays in a Canadian market. It's not even a Canadian, it's an American who stays in a Canadian market.
There you go.
Numbers for
Brock
Brock Besser.
Besser. What a guy. Canucks fans got to be so happy, man. Like, all the talk, too. They got to be so happy.
What do you make of Besser staying in Vancouver?
Sorry, I'm trying to fix this.
Yeah, I think if you're the Canucks, this was probably a good situation. You needed some goal scoring, and there was very little of that available in free agency. So you go and get a guy like Besser back, but you probably also have some regret as to why this couldn't have gotten done earlier this year. To CJ's point, they were looking at a number around $40 million to get this deal.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Couldn't get it done. They circled
All right.
back around the deadline. They still couldn't.
Yeah, LA might be getting to the finals now. They might be getting to the finals now. That's for sure. Well, not for no, that's not for sure. I'm saying the Corey Perry aspect.
And it's been that way for the last couple of years. Things really turned when he kind of gave agent permission 2 years ago to potentially seek a trade outside of Vancouver. It didn't happen then, and he realized how that was a good thing for him. He wanted to be here. The one thing for Besser, though, is he's going to need a distributor. And right now, we've got Elliotte Friedman if he bounces back. And then, you know, those two haven't necessarily meshed on the ice consistently. Is it Philip Hedl? Can they go
All right.
get somebody else done? Now you've got a guy that's basically eating up the rest of your salary cap. So the Canucks are going to have to find a way to get
I'm trying to see if I can make this work, guys.
they're going to go out and get an upgraded center to help a player like Brock
Oh yeah, that's not even that bad. Can't even tell the difference.
In Vancouver, as Brock Besser signs a 7-year extension with an AAV of $7.25 million. So if he signed that before midnight last night, he could have gotten an 8th year.
That's what I find weird about it, James. He could have signed for 8 years. I understand there is
Less than 8 million AAV is very nice business.
a player. He does that, some goal scoring. If he went somewhere else in the Vancouver,
I agree. So the Canucks are keeping a lot of their players. Obviously, JT Miller moved on, but still able to make it work.
why not have he signed for 8 years yesterday?
I want to pull up something that says 40.
All right, guys. So,
That has a lot to do with 40.
all right, guys. So what I'm gonna do, if you guys want, I hope you guys stay in the stream. I'm gonna have to go set up for like 10 minutes on the Bleach Report stream. Then I'm gonna join those guys. You guys will hear my audio. I'm gonna be scrolling through Twitter, so you guys stay active in the chat. I'll be back on my full attention with you guys at 2 p.m. Eastern time, but from 1 to 2, as I discussed with you earlier this morning, I will be on the Bleach Report live stream. So I'm going to be with Frank Saravalli. I'm going to be with, I think she may have dropped. Let's see if Sarah dropped the link. I'll be with Sarah as well, and I'll be with Nathan Grav. She may have dropped the link somewhere. Maybe not. See, I was like, let's go, Sarah. She's like, John V will enter the chat. So I'm going to be live with them. I don't know if there's a link, but it'll be on the Bleacher Report app. So if you guys have the Bleacher Report app, it'll be on there. But I'm just going to be preoccupied. Like, I'm going to be basically multitasking for that hour. But past 2 o'clock, I will be back with you guys full attention. So I hope you guys stick around. Just keep the stream open. You guys will hear me. I'll be talking about the trades, the breaking news, all that stuff. Mike, it's not going to be boring, Mike. There's trades. There's signings. All right. Let's keep scrolling. There you go. Corey Perry finalizing a deal with the LA Kings.
Is 25 this year, but as Farhan mentioned, I'm just looking down the middle right now, saying that they have some holes there. They're going to have to find a way to get a 2C with Hito, his health and the question mark around his consistency.
All right.
They really have to. They have to find a way to. I know you got to wait, but you got to figure it out.
Montreal's like, can we get that?
Yeah, no, I know it's such a lean market right now.
Let me see if I can bring this up.
You're right. They do. I mean, absolutely.
So 40 minutes in
American players in Vancouver.
Well, and it's really interesting to me, too. You're talking about the goal scoring. Yes, he's a year removed from a 40-goal year. He had his 25 this year. But as Farhan mentioned, I'm just looking down the middle right now saying that, you know, they
Oh, yeah, you guys probably hear that. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this, but I'll probably just keep scrolling. And then once we, oh, Joel Armia is also joining the Kings. Wow, guys. So a lot is breaking right now. So as I said, guys, I hope you guys stay in the stream. Like I said, it's going to be an hour that you guys are going to hear the audio. You guys are going to be hearing me, but it's just going to be, that's going to be how it is. So we're going to mute for now, and then I will be back as the show starts. So at 1 p.m., I'll throw the audio back on. Yeah, I'll keep scrolling for you guys, and then I'll keep adding that on the screen. So we'll do Joel Armia, join the Kings. I mean, the Kings are adding a lot of depth here. That's for sure. Is Vladar to the Flyers? Is that true? Oh, Dan Vladar going to the Flyers chat. Wow. ×2. There you go. Flyers are busy. All right. So now we'll mute, guys, and I'll just keep refreshing. And then once we start the Bleacher Report section at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, so in about 15 minutes, I will be able to, you guys will hear me full out, and we'll be breaking the news live.
free agency. And it's probably a good idea at this point to recap all the buzz from the first hour because, folks, I don't know about you, we thought this was going to be a quiet day, and it's been very, very loud, especially very, very recently, where we're seeing all types of things. We got Corey Perry to LA. Congrats to making the Cup final and losing LA already. We can pencil that in, given the Corey Perry of it all. Brock Besser, shockingly, re-signed with the Canucks. And now at the top of the hour, the Rangers are working on a K'Andre Miller to Carolina trade, guys. What do you think about that?
I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I'm kind of shocked by the trades we've seen today. We knew that K'Andre Miller was on the market. We knew that there was the likelihood that he'd be dealt, especially after Gavrikov just got signed by the Rangers to a 7-year, $7 million contract. But I think, especially in K'Andre Miller's case, he's someone that needed a change of scenery real bad. It was a situation where the deployment just was off. He didn't really have the partner that fit with him. They tried guys like Adam Fox with him, just didn't really work out all too well. So I think especially for Carolina, they're getting a high upside player here with the physicality, the skating he has. It's just kind of putting that together, being a little bit more competent in his decision making. And if that goes a little bit of a ways, I think in the Canes case, you're getting a pretty easy middle pair guy here.
Well, then I'm hearing from the chat that there's no audio, so I'm gonna give it a second. It's okay. There we go. We're good. Oh. Thanks, guys, for keeping us locked and loaded and aware of what's going on. Someone asked to tell the joke again, so I'll do it. I want to say congrats to the LA Kings for making the Cup final and losing because they just signed Corey Perry. But if the people didn't hear, okay, at the top of the hour here, the Rangers are working on a K'Andre Miller to Carolina trade. So can I get your take on that again if the people missed it?
Yeah, I mean, in K'Andre Miller's case, a high upside player. This is somebody that in the Rangers system has worked at points, but other times been a bit of a frustration point for that team. In a lot of ways, I think the Canes could have added some more physicality to that defense, some more, a bigger body. K'Andre Miller definitely is that. When he is at his best, I mean, just a couple of years ago in the playoffs, I thought he was looking like a future top pair defenseman for this Rangers team. He was on that type of a trajectory before I think the last year kind of derailed his season a little bit. So I think especially in the Canes case, we'll see what the return is. Obviously, it could be gargantuan, but I think the player fit here is quite solid for the Canes, especially for a team that already has a lot of puck movers in that defense. K'Andre Miller can play that type of game, but be a little bit more reserved, stay back in the defensive zone while all the players on the Canes rush up the ice and do their thing.
Don, any initial thoughts while we wait for the return?
Yeah, I mean, Nathan kind of said most of it there. I think we'll wait to see what the return is, and there is reports that they're working on an extension as well for K'Andre Miller to stay long-term in Carolina. We'll see if that materializes. But, yeah, you talk about the player where he was drafted and just, I would say, the profile. I mean, it's a guy that every team wants. I mean, we're seeing all this money being handed out for guys that are 6'3", 6'4", 6'5". K'Andre Miller brings that size, but he also brings that mobility. I look at some guys that were just drafted, too. I think K'Andre Miller, he probably just needs that little bit of that fresh start. I think with Carolina, maybe being partnered with a guy like Slavin. I know they're both left shot and both probably on that left side, but I think just he probably needs a little bit more of that stability, and maybe that Carolina Hurricanes system overall just brings that stability, and Rod Brind'Amour can help him in that regard as well.
Yeah, speaking of Brind'Amour, you go.
No, it's okay. I was going to say, in John's point, I love that he mentioned the draft because this last year we saw 0 defensemen drafted that were under 6 feet, especially earlier on in the draft in the second round. We saw a ton of teams going after mobile, physical, taller defensemen. So this is a profile that, like John mentioned, is making GM salivate out there. I'm sure in the return, it might be a little bit disappointing in terms of what he is, because I think this is probably where his value is at the lowest these last couple of seasons. But I love the risk here for the Canes, and it's not typically a defenseman they go for usually. So I'm interested to see the fit and how it works out.
Yeah, I know Rod Brind'Amour, he's always said you have to play for the Hurricanes, be able to play on either side. So I could see a Slavin and Miller pairing in the future. Maybe Burns. I don't know. We'll see what happens if they re-sign Burns or not. But that was a shocker for me as well. I'm excited about that for the Canes. They always want to revolve their team around kind of strong defense, no matter what that looks like. They've had all kind of defensemen coming in and out. But I know I've heard speculation that Miller is probably worth a first, right? Given what his upside has been. And last year with the Rangers, that was a disaster all around. You look at, their entire defensive core and kind of what their forwards were doing on defense, and it was just incohesive. It was a disaster to watch. So I guess we'll see what happens there. But I can't imagine him not going for either a first and or a high level prospect, right?
Well, they could
That's
flip
gotta be
that.
it. I
They
mean-
could flip that Dallas 2026 first that they got in the Rantanen deal, right? So maybe that pick's involved.
Wouldn't be shocked. I
That's
mean,
good.
we heard a lot about how
Good
they
take.
wanted to be really active with those picks they acquired, so would not surprise me at all.
The gift that keeps on giving, I guess some might say, when it comes to the Rantanen trade. All right, I guess we can discuss Brock Besser, one of the best goal-scoring wingers available in the free agent market, re-signed with the Canucks on a 7-year, $50.75 million contract. The deal is worth $7.25 million in average annual value, AAV, as the folks at home might know it by. What do you guys think about this? I feel like it was a little bit of a shocker that Besser ended up back with the Canucks, right?
I mean, my goodness, it was a situation that I never really expected to happen with all the chat around the trade deadline and it supposedly being a bit of an issue between Besser and the Canucks camp. It's pretty shocking to see this relationship arrive once again. But I think in Besser's case, once the term was up there near 6-7 years, it was just a no-brainer for him to make. He seems
After
like he still
Besser,
loves that
welcome in
Vancouver
Frank.
team. And we'll see what happens. But I think for the AV, it's pretty fair. The term might be a little bit of a question mark, but at the end of the day, if you get a good playmaker with Besser, the goal scoring will be coming.
Now we will welcome in NHL insider and all-around legend, Frank Saravelli, to give us the latest live news as it pertains to this NHL free agency period. Frank, how you
Hey,
doing?
guys.
What's the latest?
Yeah, really good to be with you guys. And it's been kind of a wild first hour here where a lot of people were expecting, hey, it's going to be quiet. Well, we've already got two of the big four off the board in Gavrikov and Besser, and then this Keandre Miller trade materializing, still working on the return. It's actually somewhat slow to come by in some of those details. I'd imagine that there's a player involved that they haven't
Sarah
been able
scoots
to
to your left a
contact
little
yet,
bit. Thank you.
in addition to some draft capital. So, look, definitely always busy in the first hour. And as mentioned elsewhere, there's a lot of deals, other things still in the hopper, ready on the table to be fired off, because I think there's been lots of concerns about tampering, and teams certainly don't want to be the one that's made an example of so far. As mentioned, right as soon as the LA Kings landed Corey Perry, I was like, oh, hey, look, they're probably likely to be in on Joel Armia. That ends up materializing. Sounds like that's going to be a 2-year deal. And keep an eye on Cody Ceci as well in LA. So there's a lot sort of percolating behind the scenes, a lot written down in my notebook here that hasn't quite got across the finish line yet. And so that means also that we're going to have plenty to talk about over the next 2 hours.
Right. The tampering talk has been very strong. Where do you think the line is where it becomes like, I know there's teams that talk to players. It just is what it is. But at what point do you think the league considers it tampering?
Well, that's the tough part that everyone's been trying to figure out, Sarah, is like, where is that line and how do we all, begin to straddle that appropriately? Because the point I made, in our earlier stream with John Scott was, if everyone's cheating, then no one's cheating. But I think the Marner situation, I know, rubbed a lot of teams the wrong way, because it's not just the Toronto Maple Leafs. If the Vegas Golden Knights, and it's a big if, but if they are guilty here and having engaged in talks about Marner's services, that it's not just their exclusive negotiating window that was aggrieved here. What we're also talking about is the fact that it became a closed market system, and that these other teams, 5, 6, 7, however many there are, that had legitimate and serious Mitch Marner interest, all of a sudden don't get a chance to even engage in conversation with him and talk about what a deal might look like. So I think there was a lot of disappointment. First off, we don't get many 100-point players that make it to market. And in this case, yet another reminder that they didn't.
100%. I kind of want to get your take on Brock Besser too. It looked like that, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't going to happen the way it played out right now with Vancouver re-signing. Did you have any take or insight on that?
I do. Look, I was one of those people reporting for the last few days that the door had closed between Brock Besser and the Canucks. And that is from people very close to Brock Besser who have, been involved and prepped on talks along the way. I reported maybe 3-4 months ago that the Vancouver Canucks had put a 5-year times $8 million deal on the table for Besser. And one of his big chief concerns was term. So he felt like he wasn't getting the term, leaving too much on the table when it comes to what the future market might look like for him. And then we had that deadline snafu where the Canucks probably honestly tried to and wanted to trade him. Sources indicated that they didn't even get a second-round pick back as part of an offer, and so they decided to keep him. But the problem was Patrick Allvin, their GM, as he was getting heat from fans and the marketplace saying, why couldn't you have at least moved Brock Besser? What a failure this is. He kind of put it back on Brock and said, like, you wouldn't believe how bad these offers are. And that really rubbed a player who is so incredibly loyal the wrong way. He wanted to be there, wanted term, wanted security, wanted nothing more than to be a Vancouver Canuck, and really had these blinders on, and all of a sudden felt like he was wronged by the team that he had dealt with a lot, been through some incredibly emotional moments and tough times in his life with the passing of his father, just been an up and down tenure, had dealt with lots of drama, coaching changes, regime changes, this year, the Miller-Pettersson snafu, and even through all of that, he was the guy that was like, I only ever want to be a Canuck. And so to feel like that part had been pushed aside and he wasn't being respected, it was like, man, why would I go back there? And lo and behold, sometimes it's just hard to quit what you know. And that's where Brock Besser ends up staying with the Canucks.
Yeah, do you think the Adam Foote head coach hiring helps in that at all? And you think that this kind of alleviates some of the drama for the Canucks, where it's like, you know what, this guy actually wants to stay. Let's build something here with the guys that actually want to be here?
Probably not. I mean, look, first off, Adam Foote coached the defense. Second, I would say that injecting Evander Kane into this equation certainly doesn't lessen the potential for drama. And third, I would say that more than anything, what the Canucks re-signing and stretching in remember the first offer, 5 times 8, to stretch to 7 times 725 is a significant change in total dollars that the Canucks put on the table. So when you add this new Besser deal, plus the Kane addition, plus the Connor Garland extension at 6 times 6, all of that signals to me that the Canucks have had a very, very difficult time bringing in forwards that they think could be difference makers. And they were forced to pivot to, in their view, had to be at least some less desirable options to try and field a competitive team, that they felt like they were striking out and needed to go to a cheap version of Evander Kane for 1 year to see if he can have a great contract year and be a fit, and to make sure you lock up Garland and then lock up Besser, that I think the Canucks were probably in, facing a tough market to really be a more competitive squad.
100%. Now we're kind of shifting down south here. Jasmine asks, what players are still on the free agency board? There's a lot of Dallas Stars, right? Are you hearing anything about the Stars free agent situation right now?
I'm not. I mean, the Stars have such a shortage of money to go around that they did a lot of their work already when it comes to particularly getting Matt Duchene done at a longer term and locking him up with some security. Mikael Granlund was a guy that they really wanted to bring back, and that's not going to happen. But they still need to clear out and make some cap flexibility, and they need to. Cody Cece's another guy who isn't on this board, but obviously finished the year in Dallas. I'm surprised that we haven't seen any movement yet with Matt Dumba and or Ilya Lyubushkin. I thought Dumba was a perfect buyout candidate, clear off $2.3 million with the stroke of a pen and move on. But I'll add some intrigue here. The fact that the Stars haven't done that yet would probably signal to me that they've got something cooking, meaning like they know how they're going to fix their salary cap issue. And I'll add another one. The Florida Panthers seem to be in a pretty similar spot, because the first thing everyone said after the Marchand, Ekblad, and now Bennett re-signings was, well, they're going to have to offload someone. Wouldn't that just be Evan Rodriguez? And my understanding from teams that called yesterday after the Marchand deal was done was, hey, we're actually in a good spot. We don't need to move Rodriguez. So the Panthers, either they've got some big brains doing the calculating there. They're going to be able to figure out how to wedge everyone in, or they've got a ready-made deal baked for Rodriguez or someone else that they're going to be sending them elsewhere.
Yeah. Really makes you think about also the cap rising and how has that impacted this free agency period, if it has at all, because there's just been, I mean, it's kind of slow with the amount of free agents that have already been kind of picked off the board. But how has the cap spike kind of impacted all of this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's forcing us to rewire our brains and what we think are logical deals or deals that fit within the parameters that we know. And this chart is such a great example, Sarah, because at $88 million to stretch in a 3-year period of time to 113.5, that's a 24.8% jump. They said there would be no math, but a 24.8% jump means that let's take a look at that Connor Garland deal that he re-ups to stay in Van. Everyone's like, 6 times 6, Connor Garland, what are we doing
That's good
here?
night, Frank, after
If you
this
actually
point.
rewire your brain and think about it from a different perspective, it's the same exact deal that he's playing under right now at 5 times 5 or 5 times 495 or whatever it is, just converted to what this new cap is. So we have to think in some different terms. And I'll tell you what, some teams are looking at this marketplace today, how thin it is, how few some of the impact guys are going to be. And they're saying, you know what, I'm good. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to watch everyone else spend their money today. And I'm going to just try and figure out my needs in another way.
Like they finally learned their lessons. But Frank, thank you so much for the math lesson here. And thank you for all of the updates. We'll see you again soon. And thanks for joining us.
Yeah, talk to you soon.
All right, guys. I saw a comment in here saying the Yezer plan needs to get going. I thought Miller was going to go to Detroit, and that was what I was kind of banging the drum on. But of course, Eric Tulsky and the Hurricanes snatch him. So I am wondering you guys' thoughts about the Yezer plan. Or have they done enough? Yeah, it is. Carolyn's the best. She is the Kings reporter, and she has a lot to discuss when it comes to Corey Perry and co now. But we'll get into all of that. We've got you guys for an hour and a half more. So I wanted to kind of ask about the Yezer plan just because that's been on my mind. What do you think? Is there any moves left for Stevie to make? And if he doesn't do anything right now in this free agency period, should fans be disappointed?
I mean, in Detroit's case, I think it's an interesting one because they built in almost 2 different sections where they started out this rebuild going through so many draft picks, so many prospects, prioritizing that. And it seems like over the last few seasons, it's been way more in free agency. It's been trying to get these veteran additions and trying to almost escape that rebuilding territory by almost escaping it entirely. I think in Detroit's case, it's weird because I think they expedited that rebuild just slightly, where they still have some great pieces. Lucas Raymond is a favorite of mine. Maurice Sider, of course, is fantastic. I love me some Simone Evanston, Marco Kasper, but there's not really, besides like Raymond, Larkin, these superstar players that can really push you into a different level. Like even Montreal that just made the playoffs this last year. You could argue that Nick Suzuki has kind of gotten into that territory, that Lane Hudson winning the Calder Trophy this last year, how good he was. In Detroit's case, it will be fascinating because to me, the biggest problem was the goaltending for them, and they go out and get John Gibson. So I don't think now they necessarily need any free agent additions. In fact, I would say, Steve, please stop making free agent additions because some of them have been a little bit iffy over the past few years. But I think they're in a territory where they can just go for another massive trade. On top of that, they still have a bit of cap space to work with. A lot of younger prospects that won't be able to get too many spots because of the veterans they've signed already. A big hot take of mine before, and this wasn't free agency wise, but more so a trade, that is that especially what we heard out of Erik Karlsson of Pittsburgh and all of the momentum that a trade might be happening there. Well, Pittsburgh want to go in a more rebuilding direction. We've heard more about Brian Rust and Rickard Rakell. I think for Detroit, Erik Karlsson would make a ton of sense. defense, especially with Axel Sandin-Pellikka coming into the fold next year, having this unbelievable offensive defenseman, franchise-altering type of guy who has been there, done that, has shown how to succeed, especially for a guy like Axel Sandin-Pellikka. I'd love to have that as a mentor for him. So I think for the Red Wings, of course, they love their Swedish defenseman. I think that would be a pretty interesting fit. But in terms of the goaltending, that was the biggest thing I want them to focus on. And Gibson isn't a sure thing. He hasn't been amazing, especially playing starter minutes in a long time now. But I think Anaheim was kind of a weird situation for him. In Detroit, of course, getting a new change of scenery, getting a team that actually will hopefully play a little bit better in front of him could be very interesting. And I think for the Red Wings, just next year, though, is where things will get really, really complicated. Because if it doesn't get better for them, then I think things are just going to start to get a little bit feisty there with the fan base.
I agree, like making a signing just to make a signing isn't it. That's why I love that they got Gibson. I think at the very least, you look at what you have and you say, okay, maybe he can be a backup, but I think he's going to bounce back in a big way when he has this kind of opportunity that he does. And it was tough being, like, he was the number one guy for so many years, and then he's behind this up-and-coming amazing goalie that the Ducks have. So I don't know, John, what are your takes? Do you think Gibson's enough, or do you think you'd like to see Karlsson on the team too? I kind of like the Karlsson take too.
Yeah, the Karlsson take's interesting because the Swedish connection, as Graf said. But another guy that I would talk about is probably Bowen Byram. I know it's in division with the Buffalo Sabres, but if they're looking at the RFA market and they were looking at Keandre Miller, I mean, Bowen Byram makes a lot of sense. Like, I think Buffalo might still want to keep him. Obviously, they have more left shot than right. I think for Detroit, kind of alluding to what you said in terms of John Gibson, you want to make the guy feel comfortable in the net. Obviously, he's going to probably have more confidence playing for, I would say, a more competitive team, at least going into this year. I think Anaheim, there's so many question marks. We'll see what they do this offseason. But I think for Detroit, like, you probably want to add one or two more pieces. You kind of just showed on the board the potential forward group. Obviously, Patrick Kane's coming back. Great connection with DeBrincat. You've got Larkin. You've got Raymond. Is it enough to move the needle in that Atlantic Division when you have the likes of Ottawa that just made the playoffs? Montreal squeaked in. You have Buffalo that's getting better. And then, of course, Boston, I mean, they just signed Tanner Jeannot to a contract I don't love, but they're trying to make additions to get back into the playoff picture. And then, of course, Toronto, Florida, and Tampa at the top. So it's a tough Atlantic Division. You could make an argument that maybe it's going to be the toughest division going into the new year. So for Detroit, is it enough? Well, I think John Gibson's definitely going to be the upgrade. It's just a matter of health, and then obviously is that defense strong enough in front of him? So I'd throw Bowen Byram in the hat, and I know Cody Cease is probably signing in LA, so the free agent pool in terms of defense just keeps getting thinner and thinner, but maybe a guy like Ryan Lindgren, I'm not sure, but there's probably some options out there just to make John Gibson more comfortable and probably a more competitive team, maybe a wildcard team, we'll see.
Wait, do you promise that the Buffalo Sabres are getting better? Can we get that on record? I want to hear that.
No, I mean, I think they're getting better. Well, here's the thing. Rasmus Dahlin and Owen Power, I think that's probably the best defense duo in terms of, like, high ceiling talent in the Atlantic Division.
Let's react to this chat.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, we got a question from Jack D, and I've been asking myself this one a bunch. Who do you think the Ducks get? Because they're swimming, quacking even in cap space, and they were trying to go hard for Mitch Marner, and they have made some interesting moves, whether it's trading Gibson or they've done several things ahead of this free agency period. And of course, the Zegras trade that kind of unloaded a lot of general, like, franchise cornerstone feelings of, okay, this is going to be the direction our team goes in. They hired Quenneville. I don't know. Where are we at with the Ducks, guys?
I think Anaheim's a weird one because I thought they were going to be, like, a month ago. I thought, before we heard all the rumors about Marner going to Vegas, I thought Anaheim was the sneaky team to end up going after him. Then a week ago, I'm like, okay, they're not going to get Marner. I wonder about Aaron Ekblad if he were to have left Florida. They had a ton of cap space for what Pat Verbeek loves on defense. I'm sure that would have been a transformative ad for them, but of course, signs in Florida anyways. So I think in Anaheim's case, a lot of the targets they were going to go after, a lot of the targets they were interested in, just haven't had the opportunity to come to them. I think even with all that said, though, I think they're still going to target a right defense, even though they have Jacob Trouba, they have Radko Gudas. I think they still, with what Pat Verbeek wants, he's still going to want to add some beef to that defensive core. I mean, as John mentioned before in the Gibson trade, Anaheim's in a weird spot where they're trying to progress, they're trying to get over that hump, but they're also trading a lot of skill to be able to do so. So it's kind of a give and take situation. But I think of what the Ducks have prioritized, what they wanted. I mean, if Cody Cease doesn't end up in LA, I think he might pivot to Anaheim potentially. I wouldn't be surprised.
I feel like, and this is the folly of, and what Frank was describing to us so eloquently with his information, is just that you can't, assume that you're going to get Mitch Marner. You know what I mean? You have to kind of prepare for, there's so few free agents on the market. But at the same time, John, I want to get your take on this. There are so many players that they have already acquired that signing alert. Oh, we were just talking about Lindgren. Lindgren 4 by $4.5 million to Seattle.
Wow.
All right.
That's what I was reacting to. That's crazy. I mean,
all right.
We know Seattle wanted to add one more piece in that defense group and maybe slide Alexiak down. So Lindgren's, I mean, a good piece. It depends what version you're getting of Lindgren. Is it the Rangers version that was struggling so much, or could it be the Lindgren of 3 or 4 years ago when him and Fox looked like one of the best pairs in the National Hockey League? It's really, what version are you getting of Ryan Lindgren?
100%. I think Seattle has like a sound defensive structure. I want to see them get a little more offense, but they're working on it, I guess. It's been a little confusing for me where they make the playoffs and then it's kind of mid on mid year after year. So I kind of like a sturdy defenseman type move. But you're right that we will see which version of him we get. But they've kind of, over the past year, signed a few sturdier players. So I like the direction they're going in that way with Botterill as the new GM now that Francis is kind of in the background.
I mean, I was going to say, too, that with them hiring Lambert as head coach, he is a Ryan Lindgren type of coach right there. I mean, it seems like Seattle is one of those teams that just feels like they lack that true identity. Earlier on, it felt like it was all about this intensity and speed and skill. And it feels like over the last couple of seasons, they've really prioritized trying to get stronger, trying to get bigger, especially with some of their draft picks they ended up making. I mean, Blake Fiddler in the second round from this last draft, big boy out of the WHL, too. So it makes sense to me. I think in Lindgren's case, just getting any term whatsoever is kind of a success after John alluded to what the last couple of years have been like for him. I mean, this is somebody that, like Keandre Miller too, but like in those playoff runs for the Rangers, those big long ones, Lindgren was such a force, such a dynamic player alongside, not dynamic, but such a minute eater alongside an Adam Fox, where you were getting a dependable physical force here. If he's able to be even 90% healthy, then I think he could live up to that contract. It's just a matter of how washed is this guy already, because a lot of the injuries, a lot of concerns there, I don't think they were really alleviated in Colorado. He was okay there, but didn't quite rebound like I thought he had the potential to be. So we'll see in Seattle's defense. They have wide open decors, so especially if they are to trade a player like Alexiak, that would give a player like Lindgren quite a bit of opportunity. So we'll just have to wait and see. Obviously, not going to play over a player like Vince Dunn, but I think it's just a physical force. If he rebounds just a little bit, then I think 4.5 is pretty fair.
Yeah, especially given the cap rising. I mean, you can kind of take or leave a cap hit like that, and you don't have to feel the responsibility of playing him all these minutes because he commands so much of the cap. I guess I think I'm talking myself into this because it will give him like a runway to see if he is the player that he has shown flashes that he can be.
Well, Sarah, we talked about it like this. There's not much supply here in this free agent class, especially on day one here. So Ryan Lindgren was probably getting a lot of offers, talking to a lot of different teams. Like, I think we're talking ourselves into this because we're thinking, okay, Ryan Lindgren changes scenery, defensive structure in Seattle, the type of coach that's there too. But at the end of the day, we could look back on this and go, 4 years, 4.5 for someone that maybe gets buried in the third pair. So I would not be surprised if we see some more signings that are going to be like mistakes. Like, we haven't talked about it yet, but we do got to zero in at some point on the Tanner Jeannot contract because like things like that, I mean, there's going to be mistakes today, and there's going to be teams overpaying by $2 or $3 million. That's why I think we were so surprised by the Brock Besser situation, because it seemed like he was out. I mean, Frank even alluded to that he thought Vancouver was out on Besser. And with Carolina and Columbus and with some of these teams with so much cap flexibility, you think they're going to be offering 9.5, which maybe is what EHLERS gets. But I think that's where we're seeing an example like Lindgren here is he definitely got a nice contract for himself, even through all the struggle.
100%. And I think it was so interesting of Frank to say that this might be a time where GMs kind of finally wake up and say, all right, I'm not going to overpay this guy, which is ironic because the cap is rising and people that need more players have money. It's like, whoa. I don't want to spend it all in one place now that it matters. And now they're setting kind of a new market. So I guess this deal kind of helps set the new, I mean, I want to see kind of what Miller ends up extending to and what someone like Cody Ceci, he's always a good indication of the market. So I'm waiting on that one. But before we get any new live news coming in, we should do perfect fits, which we will do a little fun game here where we see who we think are the best players still available that might fit in situations where teams desperately need them. Are we ready for this?
Let's do it.
All right. Okay. I know John you have like some things.
Toronto.
Okay. Toronto. We want to start with Toronto.
Yeah, sure.
Who is your perfect fit left in Toronto right now?
This is a bit of like a family connection, but also what Toronto's looking to add into the bottom six. It's Brandon Tanev. So I just think in terms of Chris is already with Toronto, of course. I think with Brandon Tanev, it'd be perfect to kind of unite the brothers together. I think whether Brad Treliving's talked about different words like snot, I just feel like that's kind of the definition of Brandon Tanev. So that was the fit for me in Toronto in the bottom six. I think they're still going to look for a top six forward, but I think that's going to be via trade. If they make another addition or two, I think it's in the bottom six, and Brandon Tanev for me is a fit.
I thought you meant you were like the third Tanev brother. I was like, I definitely. but I'm here for that either way. I think they need the Leafs are going to need. It's slim pickings for sure, and they want kind of. I know Berube's been really good, and so is the new GM Brad T with the fits that are kind of more vibey, you know what I mean? And you look at Tanev here, he's bringing nothing but the vibes. I like that. I think that kind of gives incentive for the entire family to go off. I've loved Chris Tanev's fit in wherever he's been. I think he's been such an effective player wherever over the years. Exactly. No matter what he brings, such a good balance of defense I'm talking about Chris now, but the balance on defense everywhere. So I feel like making him happy and also a lower amount of number for a player like really does help the Leafs in this situation right now. Now we can go to Detroit. Now that Miller's off the board, who do we got?
Yeah, so it's funny, Sarah. We were talking about Detroit adding a couple defensemen, maybe one defenseman specifically. So it does sound like Cody Ceci may go to LA, but I did think that if there was another fit for Ceci, it was in Detroit. I just think, and it's funny because it'd be funny to see Ceci and Hull on the same team once again, just like the good old Toronto days. But I just thought with what Detroit's got right now, they got a couple offensive guys in Sider and Gustafsson. They probably want to add one more piece. That's why we were even saying maybe like the Ryan Lindgren or Keandre Miller. Well, I added Ceci into the mix too because I just think this market is so thin. Detroit wanted to add on that back end once again. If it's not Ceci, there's probably other options, but I just figured that as kind of that 4 or 5 option on that Detroit defense, kind of to make John Gibson more comfortable, as we talked about. Ceci is just, he eats shots for a living, so that's the one thing he does well.
And when you look at
can I mention, by the way, guys, you mentioned getting a defenseman potentially for Detroit. I'm curious because one name that's kind of been floated out there as a right defenseman. There aren't many available now, with so many being signed already. But one of the bigger ones that's younger, that's also big, is Nick Perbix, and of course was drafted by Tampa back in 2017 when Steve Eisman was, of course, the main guy there in Tampa. I'm curious if there's a potential fit there. I don't think he'd be a very long-term high AV guy. He's pretty under the radar in Tampa Bay. There has been some decision-making moments where you kind of leave a little bit wanting, but with the physicality he has, with how I think smart he still has as a player, especially defensively, I'm curious about Detroit. Very curious.
That's a good shout. If like I said, if CC goes to LA, that's probably the pivot graph. So that's a good shout.
So, yeah, that's a great call, and that seems like fair money situational. Yzerman is the kind of guy that will make I think he needs to make less free agent signings, like you said, when it comes to kind of the bigger, older names. It's like, let's get something fresh in here. I like that. And I also like when you look at the problems with the Red Wings last year before kind of everything got magically fixed in the middle of the year with the coaching trade. It's not that simple, of course, but they just needed more puck movers in the zone. I just feel like you need to move the puck from zone to zone way better, sustain your zone, no matter if you're a forward or a defenseman, whatever your position is, but they need more puck movers. So I would like to see maybe a CC in there. I think he can get it. The transition game, I will say with him, he gets the puck moving. So he could be a good fit there, you know. We can move on to San Jose now, where they are once again swimming in cap space with looking for somebody to sign.
Yeah, so my perfect fit for the San Jose Sharks, and I figure they're going to talk to other big names, and maybe they talk to EHLERS, but my perfect fit for them in terms of looking for that second-line center behind Celebrini is P.S. Suter. I think they added Wenberg recently. They're trying to kind of basically stopgap or kind of put that a little bit of the holdover until they're ready to be a contender, ready to be back into the playoffs. But I think that's a couple years away. Suter, really solid two-way, solid defensively, kind of that mature aspect, kind of a safe gap also for some of the younger players that might be a little mistake prone, I should say. So I figured Suter, a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense, and also if he was to get a big payday, Sharks have plenty of money to spend. So that was my reasoning for the Sharks going after Suter.
That's fantastic. I feel like now that Besser is signed with the Canucks, there's no way they can get both of them. I mean, this isn't Bill Zito, so we will see. But I like that fit there, especially without like a oh.
Oh wow, that's a pretty good contract.
Yep, the Blues have signed Nick. Oh God, guys, I always get this wrong. Can you do his last name for me?
Nick Bukestad.
No, Sarah, we need you to say it. We need you to try this out.
I get clowned on my own podcast for this all the time. I know who it is. Don't worry. But they have signed him to a 2-year. Yes, they've signed Nicky D to a 2-year, $1.75 million AAV contract. That, that is under $2 million. That would be kind of my range and that's a good contract in my eyes. What do you guys think?
St. Louis is making moves today, eh? I mean, you had the big Zach Bolduc trade, which I like a lot for Montreal, but it seems like they're really trying to change up that forward group too. I mean, they're another team that's drafted a ton over the past few years, has had a lot of younger pieces come on, but seems to be another team that, again, wants to be... The big thing is that everybody wants to be heavier to play against, harder to play against. They all want to be the Florida Panthers. Nick Bukestad, big boy, and especially as just like a pretty perfect complementary third-line center, somebody that can be good to the power play, can bang and crash. I mean, especially at the AAV, under $2 million. I mean, Bukestad isn't as good as he has been before, but is still pretty reliable, and you can rely on him to still play a bunch of games. So I think in St. Louis's case, it will be interesting because I think they up the middle had a bit of a hole in that bottom six, but Bukestad, certainly if he's healthy, will be able to get that.
Yeah, I'm with you, Graf. I think also when you look at the trade itself, I'm with you. I liked it for Montreal. I thought it was a win-win in terms of what they're trying to get out of it. Probably Bolduc almost being a 20-goal scorer last year. The value is definitely there for Montreal and a bit of a homecoming. But when you look at the Blues, what they just did, trade plus this, you're adding Bukestad, who I think can bounce back. Like, he only scored, 8 goals last year, but 6'5", and kind of what you alluded to. Everyone's just going for the size right now to kind of match what's been a success point in recent years. But if you look at what they added in terms of cap hit too, you kind of get Bukestad and Mailloux, and only lose Bolduc in the process. I shouldn't say only lose Bolduc, but you're kind of replacing some of that offense and then that presence from Bukestad with the size. So is Bukestad anything more than a third liner? Probably not. He might even be the fourth line center for the St. Louis Blues this year. But I think the value-wise, especially on a down year, when you're a team that's trying to kind of rise or maybe get into the playoffs, you're always trying to buy low. 1.75 for me is really good business from Doug Armstrong.
Yeah, Armstrong, I've really liked some of his subtle moves over the past few years, especially when the team has been kind of handcuffed with certain contracts that they can't really get out of. And some of the players are really good. They don't want to get them out of them anyway. But it's like, I've loved the offer sheets. They've been pretty aggressive with that, but they haven't made lofty trades or signings that they felt like they can't get out of after years of doing that. So I've kind of liked the way they've walked themselves out of that, and they've kind of built around. And I mean, the Montgomery head coach signing really made an impact. I've loved kind of seeing them tweak subtly and doing unexpected off the grid moves that have ended up in, I mean, they were the hottest team of the last few weeks of the regular season, and it paid off in almost a trip to the second round. So I am really curious on where they're at next season, and I really like this move for them if they kind of have to shore up the depth.
Good move. Yeah,
I mean, in St. Louis's case, I also got to say, too, I think they've handled their expiring contracts pretty well. Joel Hofer was somebody that we were speculating could have been an offer sheet candidate. There was a lot of offer sheet talk and chat around this summer that hasn't really come to pass yet, but Hofer was one of the bigger ones, especially on the goaltending side. And that was kind of an interesting point, too, that we haven't really touched on yet, but with the John Gibson trade earlier, the goalie market is extremely thin. And Hoffer was somebody that is a younger goaltender, hadn't really come up as a starter yet, but I think had the potential to do so. So I looked at a team like Edmonton that has really wanted to change the DNA in their goaltending, and might, just because of how thin this goaltending situation is, especially with Gibson gone, genuinely have to run it back next season. So I think in the Blues case, they've done a lot of smart things to keep the good players on that roster. They haven't traded Kyrou yet. We'll see if that actually ends up happening. But I think in the Blues case, I mean, they were just a couple of bounces away from being in the second round this last year. They're a team that was unbelievable with Montgomery. That's, to me, one of the more underrated coaches out there. So I like the direction they're still heading in. Even if a couple of moves have been questionable here and there, they like to replace it with some pretty good moves.
Great point about the goalie market, and the Oilers trigger me so bad with that. They've had 2 years. They knew exactly what they had with their goaltending situation, and they had 2 years to change it. So the market isn't good right now, and they deserve the market not to be good for them.
They trigger me too. They trigger me too because the goaltending is horrible and it's awful until they face my Dallas Stars, and then it's the best thing of all time until after they beat us, and then they go to the next team and then they get smacked.
All right, well, we'll get back to the goalie market, I am sure. But for now, let's get into the Columbus Blue Jackets' perfect fit here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think for the Blue Jackets, again, a lot of cap space. I wonder if they just add more depth. And, of course, they were in the conversation for Noah Dobson, maybe trading Dmitry Voronkov. I could still see them being part of a massive deal. So I think they're going to try to solidify some depth or maybe add a piece to the top six. So I have former teammate of Sean Monahan, Andrew Mangiapane, joining him in Columbus. I think if they're missing a lot of the players here in the early parts of the market, Mangiapane could be a guy that's up for a huge bounce back year. He only scored 14 goals last year, so I'm looking at him as maybe a potential to reunite with Monahan on that line. But I think Columbus, if they are looking back into the forward market, I think Andrew could be a target for them.
I was going to mention, too, if that, John, I like that a lot because they just, in that Charlie Coyle deal they made, went after a player like Miles Wood that is all speed on the wing. And Mangiapane is absolutely in that same range where it's just so much speed, so much intensity. So I think in terms of the fit, I like that a lot.
Yeah, now that they locked Provorov up, it's kind of time to make the Mangiapane-esque deal. I like that a lot, and I think someone like Monahan deserves that. He's been awesome on the Blue Jackets and just an awesome guy. So it's cool to see them be where they were at last year with a chance, and now they're only going to get better and better from here on out. I just love the energy there.
I was going to say, you guys are allowed to disagree with me.
No,
yes. You're allowed to get on my case.
You're just too good.
Unfortunately, your takes are so
nice.
good. I'm looking for a hole in your takes. Maybe with the Ducks, with the amount of cap space they have, give us your Ducks pick, and I'll try to disagree with you.
All right, so maybe I got to make my hot take even hot take-ish here. But if the Ducks just want to splurge on crazy money here, let's not overthink it. NIKOLAJ EHLERS. You know what? I think there's so many, we could go through so many teams that are going to go after EHLERS, especially with him being the big fish left. But if Pat Verbeek really wants to splurge and go crazy on a free agent, it would be NIKOLAJ EHLERS.
Okay, my question's why? Because they aren't going to be competitive in the next 3 years. I feel like this is a guy that would be a great second line player for a team that's almost there but needs a few more power play goals to get them to maybe the cup final. So why the Ducks?
Yeah, I guess. Well, there's a couple reasons, and I'm with you. I think there's been some speculation that EHLERS wants to join a contending team, a competitor. So yeah, the Ducks are probably not a fit in that aspect if he is trying to choose competition and contention over money. But I will look at the Anaheim Ducks more so and what maybe they can convince EHLERS to join. And that's a rising team. That's a team that they just added playoff experience. And Chris Kreider, they already have Killorn on the roster. So they have a lot of guys that have joined that younger core. Maybe they can convince EHLERS that he's kind of that star player that they're missing. They also were reported to be aggressive at maybe pursuing Mitch Marner if he did reach the open market. So I'm just thinking, okay, if they missed out on Mitch Marner, they're still pretty upset about it. Who's that next big fish? Well, Besser's off the board, so let's go EHLERS. So that would be my reasoning. I am with you. I think maybe this is more of a perfect fit for the Ducks rather than EHLERS himself. But I think the Ducks would be the team that would maybe step forward with 3 or 4 million more than that contending team has to offer. But as we've kind of talked about, Carolina maybe is that healthy mix of like that contending team that also can spend a lot of money on EHLERS.
Yeah, and Carolina kind of knows that though, so maybe they will try to offer less money and he'll go with the more money option. There's nothing wrong with that, and Anaheim is going to be competitive in a few years. If they sign him long term, it's like maybe in it for the long haul. I saw reports from our guy Frank who said Ehlers wants to be somewhere warmer that is kind of less on the radar, which, you know what? I kind of love and respect a player just coming out and saying that, or maybe his agent saying that, or whatever it is. But you're allowed to want that. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that fits the vibe that he wants. And then I guess it's kind of who's going to sign him for the most term, who's going to sign him for the most AAV. Where does he like the most? Players are allowed to pick where they want in free agency. It's one of the few times they're able to do so, right?
100%. Cash out, Ehlers, cash out.
Yeah. Now he's got kind of more leverage than he maybe even anticipated with everybody gone. So thanks, Bill Zito, once again.
There you go.
All right, we got one more team on the board here with perfect fits. Who do you got? Montreal is a really interesting place headed into this year.
So, yeah, this might be the hot take on this list for perfect fits. And keep in mind, this was before we knew the trade of Zach Bolduc going to the Montreal Canadiens. So maybe this affects Montreal's mindset if they do still want to acquire a center or a top 6 forward. But I have the hot take of, let's take a bet on Evgeny Kuznetsov in Montreal. If he's making the return to the National Hockey League, there was rumors in the past that when he did go to Carolina that Montreal was interested. So maybe the Habs can do a buy low here. It doesn't take too much to sign him. And he did have about a point per game last year in the KHL. So maybe Kuznetsov can be a guy that plays with Demidov. We'll see. But that's my hot take for this one.
That would be so much fun. I mean, we've been looking at Montreal and their center situation quite a bit this offseason. It will be interesting because Bolduc was a center as a draft prospect, played center basically his entire career in the QMJHL. Then once he went pro, obviously not as many spots up the middle, so he transitioned to wing. That's how he's been playing for St. Louis all this time. So I don't think it's a guarantee by any means that a player like Bolduc is able to come up as a middle 6 centerman there immediately. Of course, you already have the question marks of Kirby Dach and what his health is going to be long term. I just, even though I would rather take the bet than like overpay for what would have been maybe like a Sam Bennett if he were available if I'm Montreal. It's not something where you're all that easy about having him as like a second line center coming in. So I think for Montreal, I mean, this is kind of like you said, a low stakes kind of move, but I could see pretty low A.
Hey guys, let's
Kuznetsov
recap
trying to make
this
it happen,
list really
and
fast,
like
and
you
then we'll
said,
do
around
hot
Demidov
takes.
could be really fun.
100%. I really like the vibe with Suzuki had such a great season, and kind of the big players that are going to be their core for years to come are emerging. So giving them help and like a veteran who's been there before is a great idea. All right, so recapping there, we still got, it makes us see, we got some stuff on the board here that anything could potentially still happen, and it's not like every single free agent is off the table. So thank you for giving us some hope that we can still have some interesting times here, John.
Of course. Yeah, the Ehlers one might not come till tomorrow, but I think he's going to sign probably in the next few days. It might be a massive contract, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Ehlers not signing tomorrow makes me think he's going to sign with the Canes because they like to negotiate down to the bone. I feel like they just go back and forth with the team's or a player's camp. So it's giving Canes, but we'll see. All right, so you got to recap: Brandon Tanev with the Leafs, CC with the Wings, Suter with the Sharks, Mangiapane with the Blue Jackets, Ehlers with the Ducks, Kuznetsov with the Habs. We'll see if any of this pans out, and I feel like you deserve a prize if any of it does, because these are, in fact, great fits for these teams.
Appreciate it. You guys didn't hate on me too much, so I appreciate it.
No, I tried my best.
I know you pushed back on the Ehlers one, so I'll give you that.
All right,
We had one. You're too sensible, John. You're too correct, man. Get out of here.
Your takes were reasonable, so now we have to pivot to very hot takes in our Hear Me Out portion of this live stream. So we are surprising each other with our Hear Me Outs here, where we do not know what the other person is going to say. Mine, unfortunately, got a little bit mangled, but I guess we will pivot and we will persevere. So what we're going to do here is name one take that we want to see happen that's kind of a surprise to the other people in the chat and see how the others react. I had the Yezzer plan. Sorry, guys. I pronounce it like Plan. I think Yzer Plan needs to get a move on this offseason, or it's going to be left in the dust. I'm kind of sick of being patient. They've had cap space. I'm sick of signing Tarasenko's. I'm glad they didn't. I'm sick of them signing the players that would make more sense on an already competitive team. I want to see big names that are still young go to this team. I threw out K'Andre Miller. Unfortunately, he got swept up by the Carolina Hurricanes, and we're still looking for a return on that. So I'm interested in your take on this one.
I mean, with the Red Wings especially, they have 17 million still in money to work with right now. I mean, this Red Wings team is in a curious spot where I actually do think that going forward trades at this stage is a better position with how many picks they have, how many prospects they have to work with. I think that's what they should be doing rather than overpaying for, especially in this market. I mean, I love a NIKOLAJ EHLERS if that were to come to pass somehow, but that's probably the only one that I think makes the Red Wings substantially better and I think really fits their needs. So I think for Detroit, I mean, I honestly kind of agree with this take. It's in a position where I don't think for Detroit as much like inside the management, as I know how really key they are on Yzerman and how much they believe in that system. But I think for the fans, for especially general NHL fans, I feel like Yzerman is already starting to get a little bit of heat towards him. So I think this next year, like we talked about earlier in the Atlantic Division, it's going to be a bloodbath. But I think out of everybody, Detroit needs to make it the most.
No, I mean, it makes sense to me. I was going to say, just like part of this topic, but just a bigger topic, maybe we need to stop calling like GMs like certain plans. Like the Shanna plan didn't work in Toronto. The Yzer plan is not working in Detroit. No, but I like it. Like I said, I think the Atlantic Division is so fascinating for me because you have these three. Well, Boston's kind of fallen out, but might fall back in. But those three teams have been solidified in that top spot in the Atlantic for so long that it's been so hard for these teams to break through. So for me, Detroit, like they've been knocking on the door for so long. So it's one of those things that I think Red Wings fans are kind of giving up on Stevie Y, but he was also such a presence as a player for the organization. So no, I like it. I just think Detroit is due a couple moves and we'll see how big they are.
Yeah, and I know the urgency to do something can often bite a team in the butt. And I like what Frank said, that teams are kind of taking a step back on that. But then you look at how Bill Zito has been able to be aggressive with his own players because he got them in the first place. It's like you got to kind of see the value of a player here and there and snag them. So I don't know. And I like how the Golden Knights are always able to pull off some trade. They got Jack Eichel via trade. They got Mark Stone via trade. Now they got Mitch Marner via trade. It's like there's possibilities that you can unlock without having to do a free agent signing in the free agent period, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Show some creativity, Stevie. Let's do this.
Yeah, I want to see creativity. Exactly. So I want to go to your hot take now.
All right, so this one also a little bit changing because of free agency, but not too much, so I'm happy about that. Originally, my bold take was that Marner was going to go to Vegas, but it was going to be a 2-year contract. We were hearing a lot about how Marner specifically wanted to go for like a lower, shorter-term deal with the cap rising so much. He wanted to bet on himself. Ultimately, I think he just wanted to sign long-term in Vegas. Good fit, so I don't really disagree with that. My new hot take, though, with that out of the way, is I think Nashville, especially with all these first signings out of the way, will be one of the biggest spenders going forward. I mean, we heard what NIKOLAJ EHLERS has wanted. I would not be shocked if NIKOLAJ EHLERS ends up in Nashville with the sunny weather, not a ton of attention on him. It's not the most competitive team in the world, but I could see a situation where EHLERS is convinced of the case. Trotz is trying to go as crazy as possible with this offseason already. So
if we have time before 2, we'll go to chat.
I think on top of that, on top of a big forward like a NIKOLAJ EHLERS, I think we're going to see Nashville be really aggressive on the right defenseman in this market. I think Nick Perbix makes a ton of sense for what Trotz wants in his defensemen, big boys, but younger, like they just got Nick Hague from Vegas. Pretty similar type of archetype there. So I think in Nashville's case, especially with the decent amount of cap room they have to work with, they're in a position where I want to see them get a little bit younger, get a little bit more in a rebuilding direction. But I know how Barry Trotz operates. He's going to want to make that team more competitive, and I see them making some big money moves.
Do you think they should? I know the take is that they will, but do you think they should?
Absolutely not. I mean, you look at this is my big thing is that there is almost no rebuilding teams over the next year over the next couple of years when you have players like Gavin McKenna and Landon DuPont coming in the next couple of NHL drafts. Like Pittsburgh and the Islanders feel like the only two teams that want to suck these next couple of seasons. The Predators, I think, could be in a pretty good position, but they, of course, even when they get a high draft pick at 5th overall, they go for a Brady Martin who's a lot more projectable, not the huge upside swing. So I don't even know who they would select if they had the chance of Gavin McKenna 1st overall. Maybe not even him. I think in Nashville's this case, though, they just want to be as competitive as possible. They want to be as much of a pro team as possible. So even though I want to see them get a lot younger, I just don't think that's going to happen.
You know what? I'm especially on board with your take because everybody always talks about right now the hot talk of the town is the Panthers having the tax situation that they do, but the Nashville has the same exact situation when it comes to taxes. So they have the power to potentially spend a lot of money. Why don't they? I mean, why don't they? Me and Barry Trotz's brain. He's just doubling down on exactly what he's doing. So I feel like that is very possible, and for better or for worse.
Yeah, players love to play in Nashville. You saw it last offseason with the Steven Stamkos, Brady Shea, Jonathan Marchessault signings. So I think just how desirable they are as a destination, it just makes a lot of sense.
John, Tanev just signed with Utah, 3-year deal.
Oh, you're breaking my heart, Sarah. You're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart over here.
The brothers will not be reunited. Does anybody have an initial reaction to that one?
I don't think Toronto was going to go as high as 2.5, so I think that's the reasoning on that, and plus the 3 years. Like I think it was probably going to be in the ones for Toronto. So anything above 2, I understand why he goes to Utah. But yeah, Utah again. They're looking. We just talked about Nashville being aggressive, trying to bounce back. Utah's another team like that. I know Ryan Smith is all business, so Brandon Tanev makes sense to me. But we'll see. We'll see what Utah does in a bigger sense. But I think it's a fair deal for the production. I mean, 10 goals if he can score a little bit more, but in terms of the style of play as well.
That's where Michelli is in the lineup right there. They just traded him to Toronto, which I like that quite a bit for the Leafs in terms of like a playmaking, rebounding upside there. But Utah, another team, wants to get bigger, wants to get stronger. But Tanev is somebody that, I mean, even with that, is such a character, such a unbelievable dude in that locker room. I mean, when he was traded to Winnipeg, it seemed like almost immediately everybody on that team instantly just fell in love with him. I mean, I think in Utah especially, he's going to be a fan favorite immediately. He always is. So I'm not surprised to see that happen.
Yeah, your point about Ryan Smith, too. I'm just happy that this team is aggressive and is trying to stay relevant. That's all we can ask for. Not all we can ask for, but it's what I want
Arizona
to ask for. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm happy they're staying relevant. Let's go to the chat. Do you guys have any takes about the Tanev signing? Do you have any questions you want to ask? Anything you want to announce? You've duped me a few times, I have to say, when I'm glancing over here. But
has McDavid gotten traded?
Yeah.
Let's ask the chat.
It's looking like it.
But I was going to say, just talking about Utah quickly, and I like the Tanev signing. They're one of the teams that are eligible for any kind of offer sheet. And I don't know if we're going to jump back to it before I hop off, but it's funny, Nathan, like my hot take was going to lead right into yours. And it was just like, I'm waiting for the first offer sheet to drop. Like, I think there's speculation out there about Bowen Byram maybe, but Utah would be a team like Ryan Smith. There's a lot of speculation about him just going big this offseason. They already did the Peterka addition. Like, that could have been an offer sheet. They went for a trade instead. So this conversation's all tied together. Maybe they offer sheet Bowen Byram. I mean, maybe, but
they didn't have to give any picks in the Peterka trade, so
exactly.
Why not?
So they still have it. But yeah, I think Utah's going to be one of those teams that still do something big here.
Yeah, and they knew what they needed to do. They knew they needed a little more seasoned scoring, and it looks like they are pulling out the stops to do so. So I don't think the Tanev acquisition really puts them out of anything, right? They're gonna try to make it happen. They were close last year too. There were moments where you saw maybe they could make a playoff run happen, and the West is kind of, the bottom of the West is a little more wide open. So it's like, if you just make those few tweaks, you could squeeze into the wild card spot, and they were a threat to do so a few times. They needed to score more, so they're coming back with some scoring. I like it. Our Pred's cooking. We'll see what type of food they're cooking. We'll see if it's
Various put up or
Let's
shut up.
Let's get to John's hot take, and then we'll goodnight him.
All right, John, you got your hot take ready?
Yep. I already hinted at it a little bit, but I can get into more detail on what I think.
Well, we got a teaser. Thank you.
Yeah,
please,
we got a little bit of
please
teaser.
give us the full thing.
So I think there's going to be 3 offer sheets accepted, 3+. I think this is going to be the summer of offer sheets. Last year we had 2 from the same team, obviously. I hinted at one. I think obviously Bowen Byram could be a candidate, but I think there's probably others. Maybe Marco Rossi. I know Nashville's been in conversation of maybe Rossi, so we'll see. Those are a couple of candidates, but 3 offer sheets. Let's see it this summer.
Okay, so the over-under is 2.5 here.
Yeah, I like that over-under. I'm taking the over.
I'll take
John
the over
likes that
too.
there's no Matthew Nyes offer sheet either.
Yeah, I can joke about it. Nyes is
Good night, and John,
safe.
in 30 seconds.
I mean, you see how well it worked out in St. Louis. That altered their franchise, and it was what they could do with what they had, and they could handcuff another team in the process. I love the drama there with that, and I think it's not just to be petty. It's to make a move that makes your team better. So, John, thank you so much for your take. I like it. I want the offer sheet discourse to start now. Where is it? Hello, people. John, thank you so much for stopping by our little broadcast, and hope to see you again soon.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Krav. Thanks, BR. Keep buzzing in the comments. Cheers, guys.
Please.
Awesome. All right, guys. Can you hear me? Chat, are we ready? Are we ready to be back? Welcome back. That wasn't too bad, eh? You guys got to hear the conversation. We got to stay in touch. That's not bad, eh? Now I get to talk with you guys again. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, hello. So Brandon Tanev goes to Utah. We got to update this board here. It's kind of going to be crazy. Thank you, Ian, for subscribing. Hey, thanks, Jose. Hello, Ian. All right, we're back. The rest of the day. How late should I stay? Hey, you guys got me all day. I promise that. But Brandon Tanev going to Utah, as you guys saw. So I'm going to say it again, guys. Bowen Byram, he is going to get traded or offer sheeted today. As you guys saw that report from Darren Dreger, that's going to be happening. So we will see how that goes. But Brandon Tanev, Utah, $2.5 million times 3. Jason Robertson, I don't think he got traded. I saw, thank you, Jackie. I appreciate it. Did any of you guys join the Bleacher Report stream? I wasn't looking at the chat from my phone, but I was looking at it on the screen. I didn't see any familiar names. I think I saw Jeremiah maybe, but anyways, we got 1.2 in the chat. Like, you guys are awesome. Like, genuinely, I hope you guys realize how much I appreciate you guys. So thank you for sticking around. I think I was only on mute for, what, 10 minutes? So I wasn't on mute for long. It was just we had like a pre-meeting and all that stuff, but yeah, no, it's great to be back interacting with you guys directly. Is there anything on the board that I missed, guys? Let's see. Oh, Pizzetta, the passion, yes, bro. I literally said, bro, if Pizzetta comes to Toronto, it's going to be unreal. Pizzetta. Is it 770? It's 775, right? Pizzetta. Legend. That's awesome, chat. That's awesome. Woo! My neck and back. Oh! When you're sitting here for so long, chat, guys, can we just get W's? Just spam W's. I've been live since 7:55 a.m. Eastern time. It's now past 2 p.m. Eastern time. It's crazy. We've been live for over 6 hours, and we are going for the 10-hour live stream today, minimum. So at least 4 hours to go. But we just surpassed 6 hours. Blair, you just got some food? I still got my bacon. A little bit of cold bacon.
Vancouver's farm team obviously won a Calder Cup there, and he gets a one-way deal from the Habs at league minimum $7
I'm so hungry. It's crazy. Gotta eat on stream. Con says 12-hour stream for all $12 million that Mitch Marner got. Blair, I love pasta. You gonna cook me up some pasta? I'd really appreciate that.
So adding organizational depth because this is a one-year, two-way deal. $775,000 at the NHL level, $450,000 in the American League, but $500,000 guaranteed. So just adding a piece.
Oh, Nico Sturm signed with the Wild, right? Mike with the 5. Thank you so much for the dono, Mike. Says, Wild will post an escape room, but not the Sturm Christmas Day signing. Maybe the sheep are finally turning on Drunk Billy, the snake oil salesman. Whoa! Mike does not like Billy Guerin. How much was that Nico Sturm contract? Usually NHL news is pretty good for... I know I could probably go to BR Open Ice as well, but let's take a look here. Nico Sturm was for how much? Do we have that amount? Also, chat, do we know the return for Keandre Miller yet? Can anyone confirm that for me? Zalvis is returning. Hey, there you go, Blair. That's awesome. So I did talk about on Bleacher Report. I thought it would be the first, maybe from Dallas or their original first. I think the Dallas first makes more sense. But I have Connor Brown on the board to the Devils. 4 times $3 million per. Oh, I had Michael Bizzetta on the board. Why did someone tell me I didn't? Wow, so Tristan Jarry is likely going to be gone? Oh, Dylan Coughlin's going back to Vegas. That's where he started, I believe. Or that's where, I guess he got, did he get, I'm trying to remember if he got claimed in the expansion draft or what happened there. Lots of love to you guys. The fact that we have over 1,000 people, let's go. We're on the grind. There ain't no stopping us. Let's go. And get in the comments, guys, if I missed you. What's up? What's up, Lax? What's up, Gaming Center? Doe, Sad, Blair, Spence, Sports Network. Good to see you in the chat. Most boring free agency. You guys, I gotta say, some of you are napping. What do you mean? This is by far not a boring free agency. Like, just because what? There's not crazy signings and there's not crazy players? Look at the trades we're getting. We don't usually get this many trades this early on in free agency, chat. We've already had like 5 or 6 trades. Keandre Miller just got traded. How is that boring? Am I missing something? Bowen Byram might be getting offer sheeted or traded in a hot second. How is that boring? Explain that one to me.
Do any research either before the show or during the show. So which one would be the answer?
What research is there to do? I know all the players, I know the teams. It's just about.
Hey, Blair with the $7 dono says Força Portugal. Yes, Blair. Yes, Blair. All right, well, you know what? To make, thank you so much for the dono, Blair, and thank you so much for the dono, Mike. To make Mike feel better, we'll throw up the Minnesota Wild jersey for Mike. The Preds jersey's been up for a while, so we'll switch it up for a sec. But to cheer up Mike, guys, send positive vibes to Mike. He's not happy with Billy Guerin. There you go, Mike. Big shout out to you. Why is no one talking about this Nico Sturm contract? So there's no details on this Nico Sturm contract apparently, but he is going to the Wild.
It still hurts the teams that match them because they're paying them more than they wanted to. Right. Either way, you get the player and it's good, or they keep the player, it's also good. So then why don't they get used more?
Hey, be sure to Jake.
You're in the GM's chair because everyone's being nice to each other, all buddy-buddy.
Well, I love what Doug Armstrong said last year.
Well, I'm not seeing the Nico Sturm. Oh. 7-year contract? Oh. What? No. Isn't he like 31? Oh, I guess he's 30. I mean, 1.5 is pretty cheap. So they're basically just committing Nico Sturm to be their fourth line center forever. Wow. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Andrew Belts, thank you so much for subscribing. Oh, that's not reputable. Who's telling me that? That's not reputable. Guys, who's telling me this info in the chat? I'm not putting 7 years yet. That's not reputable. That's not a reputable source. Someone told me it was 7 years, so I believe that take. See, this is why I can't be listening to... There's some random people in the chat. Stop. Stop. No fake stuff in the chat. Mike says, to be honest, I haven't been happy with him since he hired Hines without even going through a coaching search simply because he used to drink with him.
All the good players that are ending up playing in the NHL and are great players that have left this organization.
Yes, free agency. So David Riddick is heading to the Islanders, chat. Breaking news. David Riddick to the Islanders. Is Brad sleeping or is he waiting? I think he's waiting. He's trying to get rid of Yarncrow and Camp's contracts, Blair.
Yeah, I think that the sweet spot, CJ, is the second, third liners that you can get a team. Like, we had to make a list.
There you go. So, Michael Russo saying, Vladimir Tarasenko said he talked to Kirill Kaprizov a couple times yesterday, and after talking to him, decided Wild was a spot to waive his no-trade for. Wanted to change. No, he has to earn a top 6 role, but believes he can get back to being the same old Vladdy. Gaming Center, thank you so much for the $1 dono. Thanks again, Blair. And thanks again, Mike, for the dono.
They don't want to do that when they're cash strapped. Like, I think those ones should be easier. They're real good. Like, hey, I'm going to make 4-7 and that's the rest of my career.
Yo, what's up? Kent says, hey, kid, tell Jim Trey Living to buy Granlund. Is that what you're trying to say? You guys are funny. Okay, so I didn't put Nick Bukestad to St. Louis on here.
Said he talked to Leon Draisaitl before saying he would go to St. Louis, and Leon said, "Go get your money. Go get your money."
Remember talking about his VFAs? Go get your money. Players never begrudge players going to get money.
Not at all.
But sometimes I think Matthew said that, and then at the same time he's like, "Guys, we got to sign. Sign guys."
Sitting in the pool with Marchand.
Andrew says, so do you think we see this offer sheet to Byram, or do you see Buffalo getting the trade done? Yeah, Andrew, I think one of those things happened. And thank you, by the way, for subscribing. I saw that you did subscribe, so I appreciate you. But yeah, I'm with you. I think that happens.
Touche. Here's your cohort, Brian Hayes.
All right, thanks, James. And as you guys have been pointing out, we're a couple of hours into free agency now, and these guys were talking about the potential for offer sheets. I think there's a lot of fan bases throughout the league looking at the respective teams saying, just do anything. Right. Like, forget offer sheets, do something.
Oh, Jose with a $20 dono. Thank you so much, Jose. He says, best podcast right here, Hot Take Hockey. Jose, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Big shout out to Jose in the chat. Jose. Thank you, Jose. So apparently Nick Waugh grew up a Toronto fan because of Matt Sundin. That's pretty cool. So, hey, Leaf fans, that's something to be happy about. He has excitement about joining the Leafs, Cup experience, role in the team, growing up a Leaf fan. There you go. Big right shot center, Nick Waugh could be a good presence.
Or consistency being harder to play against and goaltending. And they took care of goaltending. They got John Gibson on the site to see what he looks like.
So thank you so much, Jose. And Mike with the $5 dono. Thank you so much, Mike. Says the Leafs are in a rough to get rid of Kampf and Yarncrow. They might have to bury Kampf at the Marlies and put Yarncrow on LTIR. Yeah, Mike, they're trying to figure out a way right now. Like, yeah, they might have to bury those guys. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see. I think there's a balanced approach here. I think you could trade one of them. I already talked about it. I think Yarncrow is owed so little money after today. Like, his cap hit is 2.1. But, like, look what Sam Lafferty just got. Lafferty got a 6th-round pick. Like, Buffalo got rid of him pretty easily. So what? Just teams just want to hate on Toronto? Like, Lafferty and Yarncrow for me, like, it's like this. So, And Yarncrow's actually owed less money, I'm pretty sure. So Yarncrow should be able to get traded. He's only got 1 year left. The Kampf one might be tougher, but yeah, you could bury him for the rest of the contract or just buy him out.
Everybody by surprise last year by winning the President's Trophy. They have the Hart Trophy and Vezina guy in net and Connor Hellebuck. They're gonna lose Nikolaj.
The Leafs did not qualify Holmberg, but they could still re-sign him if they want. Oh, so Perunovich is leaving the Islanders. He's going to Utah. 1 year, 2-way contract. Man, the fact that he's fallen the way he has is crazy to me. By the way, guys, I did hear something earlier today that Luke Schenn could be traded. I think that was discussed maybe like a few days ago, but I kind of got a tip that Luke Schenn could be traded sometime soon. They're talking about the Jets right now, and just based on their logjam as well, it makes sense that maybe. But Anthony Mantha to the Penguins, wow, that was early. Who put that out there? Wow. So Mantha is going to Pittsburgh. I already saw that earlier, though.
Yes, Brian, Matthew Nyes is going to join us in just a second. Just again, for
well, there you go.
tuning in, I just wanted to go through some of the deals and the bigger deals. I think Besser, 7.25 AAV, 50.75 million. That's the biggest deal dollar-wise of the day. Gavrikov with the Rangers, 7 years and $49 million. Another guy who got a sizable deal and well-deserved is Matthew Nyes, who signs with the Toronto Maple Leafs for 7 more years. Joins us now.
Let's go, Matty Nyes.
And obviously, I always take money out of the equation when I ask this question, but what made you want to commit to Toronto long-term?
Yeah, I think, I love the staff there. I love the players. They get treated phenomenally, and I think it's just a great spot for me. I think we really have a winning culture, and I think, I really trust in Tree Living and Berube and the rest of the staff to, create...
Andrew, what's going on? Thanks for subscribing.
Give us the best chance to win.
Matthew, we were just talking about offer sheets. Did you even entertain the idea of possibly entertaining an offer sheet?
No, that wasn't on my mind at all. I want to be a Toronto Maple Leaf for...
Let's go, Matty Nyes! What a legend. Bro, this guy ain't entertaining anything. What is he going to say? Yeah, I was entertaining it. I love James Duthie for that reason. He asks like an obvious question, but it's kind of like, obviously he's not going to say yes.
7 games. Is that a good thing to think about or a bad thing to think about because of what could have happened?
A little bit of both. I think it shows confidence that, we're...
So the Habs make some depth signings.
As good as the other teams in that playoff scenario. I think we're as close as it could have gone in that game 7.
Wait, what?
I think you obviously want to kind of
Steves?
And
like which
think about
Steves?
it too much.
Also, Corrali, Isamon. Oh, the Bruins have signed, but Arvidsson was acquired in a trade.
We still have the ability to get ourselves there and put ourselves in a good position.
This is a different Steves, right? It must be like Ben Steves.
Learning curve for us there.
I think you probably all saw it coming, but how difficult was it to watch your line mate?
It's Alex Steves going to Boston? I thought Alex Steve was qualified. He wasn't? What? I thought Alex Steves was qualified.
With him for the past 2 years, it's been incredible, and getting to learn from him. I can't thank him enough for what he did. And but yeah,
I'm so confused.
I think we still have some huge pieces coming back, and obviously some great players still there. So
I guess he wasn't. I thought Alex Steves was qualified by the Leafs.
The blue and white for a long time, but what would it mean to you to wear the red, white, and blue for Team USA in the Olympics next year?
Yeah, it'd be awesome. I have to obviously earn that opportunity, and I'm gonna.
Oh, okay. I thought Alex Steves was an RFA, so maybe he's a Group 6 UFA. Sorry.
Yeah, it'd be pretty special. I gotta do it.
So Alex Steves is joining the Boston Bruins organization. So there you go. And Alex Nylander and.
That'd be pretty.
Oh my goodness, Sabres fans are gonna lose their mind. Oh, Sabres fans wanted to keep Bernard Docker and didn't qualify him, and he signs that cheap with Detroit. That's a sneaky signing by Steve Yzerman. See, you got to get creative. We just talked about that on Bleacher Report. Wow. What is Buffalo doing? That's super low risk for Detroit. Are you kidding me? That is super low key and super low risk for Detroit. Wow. That is something, all right. Okay, so Corrali, Isamont, and Alex Steves all going to the Boston Bruins. So Boston's adding quite a bit of depth, eh? Isamont, Jeannot, Corrali. Like, Isamont and Jeannot, former Lightning players. That's really interesting. Wow, chat. Ian with the $7 dono. Thank you so much, Ian. Says, glad Mitch Marner is gone. Finally, going to miss your call, John. Hi, it's Mitchy Marner. Scores. One more for the road, John. Great work today, bud. Thank you so much, Ian. I really appreciate it. Yeah, little bevy on Ian. Appreciate you big time. Yeah, you know what? It's a tough scenario how it ended. But Ian, what do you think? Especially with that dono in mind, should I create the ultimate Mitch Marner rage compilation? All of my rage moments and reactions of Mitch Marner to one video. Guys, would that be a must watch? Would you guys watch that video? Yeah, Granlund and Ehlers will be interesting, Darkness. I wouldn't be surprised if Ehlers goes into tomorrow, but we'll see. But that would be pretty funny. Looking at all the reactions going back like the last 5-6 years. Obviously, there was a lot more reactions, but I'm talking about the ones that were caught on camera. Ian, there you go. All right, I'll at some point this off season I'll do it. Like, obviously I'm not gonna do it right away because like there's so much other stuff going on and so much other news to track. But yeah, like I'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, guys, like it's been busy. I don't know why people are like. Again, I understand the talent is lacking in the UFA class, but the fact that we've gotten like 5 trades, like the Keandre Miller trade is a big one. Shabanov news. I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name, but I've seen reports of Shabanov and I've also watched his highlights. Was he signed? Oh, yo. Red Wings are getting Van Riemsdyk. Oh my God. Stevie Y is getting creative. Damn it, man. JVR. I guess it's not as bad as when he went to Boston, but James Van Riemsdyk to Detroit. Damn. Damn. Frig, man. That's a good signing for the... Well, we'll see what the cap it is, but that's a good addition for the Red Wings. Is Stevie cooking? I'm sure it's not a high cap hit, especially with that Bernard Docker signing. Where's Brad Trey? Guys, do I need to call Brad Trey Living and wake him up? What do you guys think, chat? Also, how many likes are we at? Wow, we're at 1.3K likes. Chat, can we get to 1.5K? We need to pump up the stream again. I'm back. We're ready to go for the next few hours. Let's get 1.5K. I'm ready to stick with you guys for the day. All right? The more you guys stay, the more you guys pump up this chat, I'm sticking around with you guys. Because if I know the Leafs on day one of free agency, what they've done in the past is they make a couple signings later in the day. Craig, thank you so much for subscribing. We are also 10 subscribers away from 57.2K. It would be spectacular to get there. Thank you, Call of Death, for subscribing. I gotta call Trey. Maybe I'll ping him. What do you guys think? Should I call his assistant? I've actually met more general managers' assistants than the general managers themselves, which is kind of funny. Oh my God, what a steal. Stevie Y is cooking. Man, Stevie Y is actually cooking. Wow. Stevie Y is actually cooking. Yo, and Nate Schmidt signs with the Utah Mammoth. Wow. Breaking news, chat. Who keeps saying this day is boring? You guys are nuts. This day ain't boring. Nate Schmidt, Stanley Cup champion, signs a 3-year deal with Utah, $3.5 million. And Utah's team page on X just announced it. Wow. So he was not the one staying in Florida, but he gets paid, man. It's $10 million bucks. Nate Schmidt signed in Utah. The Hockey Zone, thank you so much for subscribing. Let me just reset my camera. I think it's lagging a bit. All right, I think there we go. All right, cool. I think it's good now. All right, Jamie. What, for the Devils? The Devils signed Connor Brown. You're not happy with Connor Brown? I think that's a good signing for the Devils. Is Corey Perry officially with the Kings? $3.5 million is kind of crazy. Damn. Kenny Holland wanted his boy. Jeez. So that's why he didn't stay at Edmonton. $3.5 million. Wow. What do we think about that, chat? And there you go. A lot of news, as you guys can see above me. A lot of news. I think the Byram offer sheet or trade is coming, chat. I think it's coming soon. So Vladar's contract has an 8-team no-trade list. Will the Blackhawks do something? Ben, apparently the Blackhawks might be quiet for the Blackhawks today. We'll see. Yeah, Isamont, that's a way better signing than Jeannot. Like, it's actually crazy that they signed Jeannot to $3.5 million. And then Isamont only 1.5. Isamont's a great signing for the Bruins at only 1.5. It's a great signing. Hey, Dinger with the 2. Thank you so much for the donation. Says, what do you think the Owls will do in FA? Well, they just signed David Riddick. I don't think they're going to do a whole lot. I think they might be more active in the trade market. I would not be surprised if they trade Jean-Gabriel Pageau. So let's keep an eye on that. If they do have some space, I mean, maybe they do make an offer for NIKOLAJ EHLERS. You never know. Will the Hurricanes do any more? I think they're still going to be in on EHLERS, Sky. I think the Hurricanes are still the favorite, in my eyes, for EHLERS. I think it's the balance of money available and contender. Yeah, this is crazy, bro. This is actually crazy. And to answer your question, Mike, this is why the Bruins are not better. This is crazy, man. Craziness. Hey, Canadian Maritimer, thank you so much for sharing the stream again. I appreciate you big time. There you go. But JVR is joining the Yzer plan. And this is what I told you guys, exactly what I've been saying the whole time. This is from Eric Engels, quoting Kent Hughes of the Montreal Canadiens. It was always via trade over free agency that we'd attempt to improve at center. We haven't done it yet. We're ready to start the season with what we have, but we'll continue to work the phone. So there you go. A lot of general managers are feeling this way, that they're going to go the trade route versus free agency. And that's why I think we're going to keep seeing more trades. And, oh, there you go. Nick Perbix going to Nashville on a 2-year deal. Perbix to Nashville. Thank you to everyone that's sharing the stream, by the way. I really appreciate it. Nick Perbix to Nashville. That's some good business from Nashville. They needed a right shot defenseman after, well, Lazon and Hager left shot. But I think they needed the right shot is what I'm getting at. Because they have Shea on the left. They have Yossi on the left. And Yossi can play right side if need be. But it's nice to have a natural right shot defenseman. And they get Perbix. Wow. Are you kidding me? Jeff Petrie. I didn't even think he was going to play. Jeff Petrie is going to be this year's Nate Schmidt. Oh my goodness, bro. Bro. Oh my. Jeff Petrie to the Florida Panthers. Oh my goodness. Chat, what are we thinking? Wow. It's boring though. It's boring. I'm laughing at those people, man. I literally keep seeing a signing every second, basically. Or every minute.
He makes good plays. He can play in all situations. He's a smart player. He can skate. He's physical. He creates turnovers. And he can score. He's a great player and he can do it all.
Let's go, guys. We are 6 subscribers away from 57.2. Yeah, you can say the talent sucks, but there you go. Did I miss another dono? Thank you for letting me know. Hey, Kelly with the 2. Thank you so much for the donation. Go to Eddie in the Yard, Tampa reporter. Let me take a look. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the dono. I appreciate it. Oh, here we go.
It was like he made assessments after the first period. What was working, who was going. So just because there was chemistry.
Thank you, Kelly, for giving me that shout. It is a Lightning reporter. Let me pull it up on the screen here. Okay, so Kyle Davidson did say that he's exploring depth options, but probably done today. So Jeff Petrie, league minimum plus bonus contract with the Florida Panthers, just to reconfirm with you guys. 2.75 for Perbix with the Preds. Hey, Perbix gets a good little deal there. Not long term, but so not a huge risk for the Preds. There we go. There we go. So I think this is what Kelly's referring to. So Eddie says, have seen multiple reports linking Bolts to Jets FA winger NIKOLAJ EHLERS. He'd look really nice in the Lightning lineup, a 60-point scorer with speed who plays a reasonable two-way game. But I don't know how it works under the cap unless Tampa moves out significant salary. Yeah, like they can't fit EHLERS as it stands right now. But if they traded a couple guys, you could make it work. Like if they traded JJ Moser and Nick Paul, they could maybe make it work. So we'll see. Man, Nate Schmidt's like even strength defense is ranked really high. Wow. Like you watch him play, and it's like his skating and his offense looks really good, right? But at the end of the day, yeah, when you're playing third pair minutes for a guy that's played a lot of top 4 in his career, it's you definitely get easier matchups. Oh, wow. Thank you guys for the couple people that just subscribed. Now we're 4 away. We are 4 away from 57.2. Bryson says, what do we think the Leafs are doing? Join the stream! Join the stream! But I think the Leafs are still going to go up. So they missed out on like Mantha and Brandon Tanev. They're either going to bring back Pacioretty or get another veteran presence. We'll see. But yeah, Darren Dreger, I think I already went over this report, but an offer sheet is being contemplated for Bowen Byram.
He's been terrible. He was terrible in the playoffs. Terrible in the playoffs. McKenzie Weegar's off my team. I'll keep Harley in there because he was on the team last year. Harley was good when he played, though. Coming out of nowhere. He did play for 2 games, and then the playoffs started, he wasn't very good. And to me, Bouchard's on my team. And I want guys that can produce offense. I want pressure on the opponent. Okay. Do we get a chance to respond?
All right. The Oilers are going to get a goaltender today, Stauffer. So we'll see how big of a goalie. It could be like a depth goalie. Yeah, it is funny how the Leafs got heat for Chris Tanev's 6-year deal when he's way younger. Not way younger, but he's younger than Marchand by a couple of years at least. So, anyways, an interesting situation. But Pizzetta to Toronto, love it. It's literally cheap. It's literally like league minimum. So I've been begging the Leafs to sign more league minimum guys. Is CC to LA confirmed? I figured it was going to happen. Yep. Oh, 4.5 times 4. Kenny Holland, you've outdone yourself again. Oh my goodness, bro. I would not touch that with a 1,000-foot pole. Are you kidding me? CC! CC! Are you kidding me? 4.5 per for 4 years for Cody CC. Bro, CC just keeps getting paid. It's hilarious. This is what happens in this kind of market, chat. This is what happens in this kind of market. People make mistakes and they overpay. So let me get this straight. Ken Holland gave Corey Perry and Cody CC, wait a second, $8 million combined. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm just dying, bro. They might be locked for the Stanley Cup final. They might be locked for the Stanley Cup final, but that is hilarious. Oh my god. That's free agency for you. That's why I said trading is smart. Yeah, Dumoulin also joined LA, right? Wait, did Dumoulin get $4 million too? No. No, he didn't. Dumoulin got 4. Oh my, bro. No. No, Dumoulin did not get $4 million too. Oh. No.
TSN selected roster, which will change about 87 times before we actually get to see the roster later this year.
Bro. There's no way, Kenny Holland. You cannot be serious. 12 million combined for Dumoulin, Perry, and CC. I'm so confused. I've never been more tripped in my life. LA also signs Anton Forsberg to a 2-year contract. Ken Holland is back. Kenny Holland. Kenny Holland. Bro, the league is not entertaining enough unless Ken Holland is a general manager. Bring back Peter Chiarelli. Bring him back. I want Peter Chiarelli in the league. Bro, Peter Chiarelli and Kenny Holland. Bro, please, man. These GMs make it so much fun. Kenny Holland, bro. Oh my god, this is out of control. Kenny Holland, bro. They need to take it away from him. Take your cell phone, take his piece of paper, take his pen away from him, bro. Oh my god. There's no way. There's actually no way. I'm actually tripped out. This is crazy. Guys, I'm usually not an overreactor. Actually, no, I am an overreactor. I'm a liar. I'm totally an overreactor. But not towards signings of other teams. I just don't understand what you're doing, Kenny Holland. This will beat the Oilers. That's crazy. Wow. I don't know what to say. I mean, I guess this says it all. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie, chat. It's like $2 million per year, 2.25. I don't know what Kenny Holland's doing. That's kind of crazy. Girthy Bettman with the 5 says, and with the first overall pick, LA picks Gavin McKenna. Thank you so much, Mr. Bettman, for the donation. Kenny Holland. Everyone sing with me. Everyone spam Kenny Holland in the chat. He's making our day entertaining. You should thank him. You should say, thank you, Kenny. Thank you. Bro, this league is not entertaining unless Ken Holland is the general manager. That is for free information right there. So my top 5 free agents, 3 of them are off the board, but Mikael Granlund and EHLERS is still available. Chat, we are 2 subscribers away from 57.2. Here we go.
Yes, he's taken no time here, I guess, to put a stamp on the team, and specifically his blue line.
Cody Ceci, a former face, of course, that Ken Holland was familiar with in Edmonton, gets a 4-year deal with the Kings at $4.5 million.
This is so funny. I love life right now. CC!
A 3-year deal at $4 million, and he gets a backup goaltender, Anton Forsberg, coming over from Ottawa on a 2-year deal. And so you add that to the work earlier in the day, getting Corey Perry, Yoel Armia, and you're starting to see Ken Holland's fingerprints on a roster that he took over recently.
All right, Pierre LeBrun, you've been talking about the D carousel today, and it started with Gavrikov signing with New York, but there's more moves on their way.
Yeah, so Nate Schmidt, they just didn't have cap room in
Wow.
champions to keep Nate Schmidt. They loved him, but they weren't going to compete with this. $3.5 million a year times 3 years for Nate Schmidt.
Oh! The New York Islanders have signed Jonathan Drouin to a 2-year contract. There you go, Islanders fans. Wow. We don't know the cap hit, but there you go. Jonathan Drouin to the New York Islanders. Wow. Bro, the memes. The freaking memes. I love it. Oh, $4 million per year for Duran. He gets a little nice contract there. All right. Johnny Duran, $4 million per year for a 2-year contract. There you go. We're hot on it, guys. You guys, I'm telling you right now, you never get it faster, you never get it quicker than on Hot Take Hockey. Let's go. Yeah, I think that's a win-win deal. It's not too long. It's lower risk.
I'm giving you new mic. I'm on your train.
Here, I'll tweet for
There you go. Johnny Duran.
All right, thank you guys. Get Bobby back on mic. We continue here on the Free Agent Frenzy to update you on the latest. Let's hear from Frankie Corrado at Sakia.
Thanks, James. Well, a couple
Thank you to everyone that's been following on Instagram, by the way. I really appreciate it.
All right, the Los Angeles Kings had some money to spend, and they're spending it on the blue line. And it's interesting because last year they went out and they spent a lot of money on Joel Edmondson, big defenseman. Now, Cody Ceci, a bigger defenseman, not huge.
So let's take a look quickly at the Kings lineup here, guys.
Someone who can play on the penalty kill.
With Kenny Holland's stamp on the Kings. Let's take a look here. Let's take a little quick look. Thank you to everyone that's joining the live stream. We have 1.2K in the chat. Thank you to everyone. And chat, we are about to hit 1.5K likes. We need everyone in here to come together and get us 1.5K likes. We're right there. Here we go. Let's go. All right. So somebody's got it already going for the Kings here. So Dumoulin, ZC, Edson, Brant Clark, Mike Anderson, Doughty. I mean, it's not bad if Dumoulin and CC are on the bottom pair. Don't get me wrong. It's not bad, and they're penalty killers. It's just a lot to pay them. And how much cap space do they have? They have 3.8 now. Like, I'm surprised they didn't invest more in a top-heavy offensive player. So it makes me think they're not going to move Kempe unless they get, like, a top-end forward. I mean, is it horrible? No. Like, Armia's a good fourth liner, third liner. Perry's a good addition as well. Like, let me like make it clear. And I'm not trying to like completely diminish. I understand what Ken Holland's doing. I'm laughing because it's way too much money for those players. Like, it's not even like, just call it how it is, right? Way too much money for those players. He overpaid. But if you look at the defense group, it's actually a pretty good defense group, and it's a good balanced defense group. Like, you have the offensive guys in Drew Doughty and Brant Clark. I just think you're paying a lot for those two players I just mentioned. So I think between Edmondson and Dumoulin, that is almost $8 million. You could have offer sheeted like Byram, or you could have went after another defenseman and then have a cheap guy on the bottom pair, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a solid bottom pair, but it's $8.5 million towards your bottom pair. Like, Florida just won a Stanley Cup with Kulikov and Schmidt combined $2 million on their bottom pair. So, Radek Faksa has returned to the Stars on a 3-year, $2 million AAV deal. There you go. Jack Studnicka to the Florida Panthers. That could be sneaky. So Faksa Stars 3-year, $2 million AAV. There you go. Reports are Vegas has inquired about Byram. I saw that. Again, it would have to be money out, right? But I saw that a lot of teams are talking Byram right now, whether they're contemplating an offer sheet or talking to Buffalo via trade. We will see what goes down. But again, going back to that Jonathan Drouin fit, guys, it makes a lot of sense for me, right? Like, there's kind of layers to that. But to me, I think the Islanders, even more so now, are going to make a couple moves to move forwards out because they're really, really packed in that forward group right now. I was going to see if there's any connection with Jonathan Drouin in terms of his playing career with any of the current Isles players. But kind of funny enough, Drouin just signed with the Islanders, and I know the Islanders have been tied to EHLERS a little bit. What if Drouin gives EHLERS a call and goes, hey, come join me on Long Island? Right? But let's look at the Islanders now in terms of their cap picture. Let's go to the Islanders. Does this one have Drouin? This one doesn't have Drouin. Okay, so let's add Drouin into the picture here. So, Isles. So, looking at the New York Islanders after signing Jonathan Drouin. Here we go. So, Jonathan Drouin now in the picture. Can go next to Jean-Gabriel Pageau here. I would say you give Callum Ritchie maybe a top 6 opportunity. Something like that. Engvall maybe on the 4th line. Kyle McLean would obviously be in there as well. And then you add one more piece, right? Could be a bunch of different options. They also signed Ethan Bear. I saw that. Ethan Bear used to be, I think he's buddies with Matt Barzal. But something like that could make some sense. I also wonder if Callum Ritchie will be on the wing, because he has played a lot of wing in his career. He's played some center now recently with the Ottawa Generals, but you never know. But yeah, you probably want to add maybe one more younger player into the mix. I'm trying to think, do they have any RFAs to sign? Oh yeah, they have a couple. So they have Holmstrom. Nevishkov. Oh yeah, they have a couple. I think we already talked about this. So maybe something like that. 2-year deal. Let's just see what it would look like now. That makes more sense. I was like, they're missing someone. Simon Holmstrom's pretty significant. Had 20 goals last year, or even more than that. So maybe something like this. Maybe Richie goes back to the center. Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's a pretty good third line. Yeah, so all of a sudden the Islanders look a lot better if that's their forward group. So we'll see what they do. Again, are they a retool? Are they a rebuild? The Islanders have some decisions to make, but I guess let me look back at their cap space situation here. Well, that's a roster count of 25, so they'd have to send a couple of guys down here. Probably Ethan Bear sent down. And Julien Gauthier sent down. And with that, they would still have about $1.9 million of cap space. So if they traded out Pajot and Cizikas, maybe they could go after EHLERS. Maybe. So it's going to be an interesting offseason for the Islanders because if they want to trade guys off, go for maybe more of a retool, rebuild. Yeah, the Bruins are making some underrated signings and then also making some bad signings. So it's an interesting situation for the Bruins right now. But Jonathan Duran, you are a New York Islander. All right. Let's see who's in the chat. We got 1.2K in the chat. I hope you guys stick around. This channel, I'm telling you guys, there's going to be a lot of great coverage out there that if you guys want to check out, check out. But I'm telling you right now, this channel always goes the earliest and the longest. And I think that's why a lot of people join now, which I really appreciate you guys joining the live stream every year and joining all live streams. I obviously go live for a lot of games, a lot of big days throughout the NHL calendar year. And I definitely go live the earliest, I'll tell you that. Because I was just curious. So when I went live at like 7:55, I was just curious. I entered like NHL free agency live stream. And this was the only live stream available on YouTube that early. And then I think even last year I was like still live at like, I don't know, some late time. So a lot of the coverage usually ends in around 3 o'clock, I feel like. Usually covers at least the first 3 hours of free agency, and then some of the coverage starts to die off. But we still stay live. EHLERS landing spot ideas. So Brayson, my top target is still the Carolina Hurricanes, but I think the California teams are going to offer. Like, I think Anaheim and San Jose is going to be in that conversation. I think Washington, Frank Saravalli mentioned Washington, so that makes some sense. But Carolina, for me, is probably at the top of the list still. Mantha's not official, but it's been reported by a couple people. Let's take a look again. Yeah, so NHL Network said Mantha is reportedly signing with the Penguins. And David Pagnotta also said it. So we'll see. It definitely could get nixed, or maybe it doesn't happen officially, but there's multiple. Well, Pagnotta, yeah. Anyways, we'll see. I think it's going to happen. If it doesn't happen, or that report gets reversed, we'll talk about it, and I'll take it off the board. Jack Stanika to the Panthers, I saw that. I don't think it's that significant to put on the board, but it's sneaky signing for sure. Rena says, always tune in for Free Agent Frenzy, Canada Day tradition with HTH. Ah, Rena, you're the best. I appreciate you big time. And if you guys want me to give a shout out to any family members, I know someone earlier, Harrison. Remember? Yeah, I remember. Harrison, his 6th birthday. Things like that, I can always give a shout out. Blake with the 3. Thank you so much for the donation. Says, where is Brad? Where is Brad? Wake up, Brad. Brad T needs to wake up. Yeah, Darkness. I don't know about that. I know the Bolduc one. I feel I'm a little back and forth with that one. I think I like it better for Montreal ultimately, but I think it's a win-win for what they did there. Like, Bukestad is a good addition at 1.75 Darkness. Like, that's a really good addition, value-wise. Look what LA just did. Look what Ken Holland just did. Appreciate Doug Armstrong when you see the moves that Ken Holland's making. And Tanner Jeannot at 3.5. Nick Bukestad at 1.75 is significantly better value than Jeannot at 3.5. Don't get me wrong, Jeannot is a perfect match for the Bruins, but a solid number is kind of wild. Hey, shout out to Empty Netters, they were on it. So Marner's already at the Vegas team store, eh? It's crazy. It actually feels like a meme. That actually looks like a meme to me, bro. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. Hey, Luke with the $3 dono. Thank you so much, Luke. Says, what do you think Tampa could do? Well, apparently they're looking at a scenario to create cap space for EHLERS, so we'll see. But I think Luke Cunnin was a name for me that popped up. No spamming, please. Yeah, I think Sanika signed with Florida. Let's go. It's actually, so I was just reading something. It actually is kind of nuts that Marner got offered 13.5 and ended up taking 12 with Vegas. It's kind of nuts. Oh, we're getting some reports. Callie Yarncrow. Callie! Clearly, Callie's about to get dealt.
Scoring winger from the Winnipeg Jets. And at this point, there is zero reason to believe there'll be any decision on his future today. And in fact, it's pretty much certain that this will carry over to tomorrow.
And how does that affect the rest of the market?
It's a good question, Gord.
Thank you. I pride myself on those.
That's why they call me the outsider, baby.
And I will say this
Wow.
is the summer, I think.
Yeah, I still think Brandon Tanev, like, that's a good contract for him. Utah, meh. I mean, he didn't really have offensive production, so it's like a whatever deal. Toronto was never going to sign that, folks. They were never going to.
That I think we're going to see more moves in August than we have in the past in terms of teams finding a fit. I mean,
Cole Koepke to the Jets. A little bit of depth. He had a good year.
wingers still in the league that won't be able to find a free agency. So I think you're going to see more trade talk in the coming weeks, and it just might take more time to find the fit.
Winnipeg, Toronto, we can go down the list.
I know, JV. I'm with you.
We don't talk about it enough is on July 1st we hear about all the signings, right? And in the next few days we're going to hear about the big players signing. There are something like 180 players that played in the league last year that don't have a contract for next year. And it's going to come into late August, early September, PTOs.
Yeah, that's why I tell people. There's so many people not signed. Sure, the top talent didn't reach free agency as much as the past years, but
What's it going to be like in early September?
Yeah, life is not good if you don't get a contract today, unless you're someone
Did Florida just get their next franchise goalie signed? I want to see his numbers. Let's look at his numbers.
You know, the other thing might be worth talking about a little bit. This is bigger picture, not anything micro one. This day, the cap is obviously going up dramatically from where it was.
Well, geez, he had horrible playoff numbers. He had like a 789 save percentage in 2 games, but throughout the season, he had a 933 save percentage. He's only 21 years old. Interesting. This could be a sneaky addition for the Panthers long term if he develops. And the fact that Tarasov idolized Bobrovsky is also crazy. And now he's the backup to Sergei Bobrovsky. That could be Florida's next sneaky starter if he figures it out. Marner, security guy, calling people chubby on X, super professional businessman. Yo, is this real? Are you guys reading this on the screen? What page? Yo!
Yeah, there've been a lot of those. If you look down the list of the signings that we have today, a large number of one-year deals.
That looks like Instagram, not Twitter.
Players at minimum or just over $1 million. A bunch of 2-year deals. The 7-year extensions are rare. There's only a handful of them on this day that we've gotten. Of course, some of the free agent signings as well. Brock Besser, of course, returning. Gavrikov as a free agent going to the New York Rangers.
I feel like that's on Instagram. Holy shit, bro. I'm pretty sure Rocket Security is the security for, like, some people in Toronto. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, though. But that sounds right. I think I've heard of Rocket Security before. Evasive says, HGH, am I crazy to like Faxa back? A lot of other Dallas fans aren't happy with it. Why wouldn't you be happy with it? He was a great fourth-line fit for the Dallas Stars. Shout out. Who's that guy? Hello? Anyone home? Yo, the hat actually does look clean, eh? I love this hat. I love this hat. Whoever got me this hat is the best. Nick Abruzzi to Tampa. Maybe he finally gets his opportunity in the National Hockey League, and it's not with Toronto, and then he pops off. Of course, Toronto lets Steves and Abruzzi go, and they go to Boston and Tampa. Bro, I actually think Alex Steves is going to be sneaky for Boston, man. Let's go. Yeah, I saw Jordan Harris got signed. Montreal let him go. Oh, Tanner Pearson to the Winnipeg Jets.
James, I don't like what the Montreal Canadiens have been doing. I love what
I was going to say.
Canadiens have been doing because normally teams that make the playoffs in a year that they don't expect it, they still stay on the path of being patient. That's not what the Montreal Canadiens have done this offseason. They've been aggressive, bringing in Noah Dobson. They gave up 2 first-round picks. They gave up a depth player in Heineman. And Heineman, to me, was a...
Yeah, Montreal's actually looking all right in terms of their... Like, their defense group looks really good, obviously. But Bolduc's going to be interesting, because do they put Bolduc on at center or on the wing? Okay, Gaming Center, you gotta relax. Jordan Harris used to be with Montreal. I slipped on my wording. I understand he was traded from Montreal to Columbus in the Line A deal. Like, don't act like that's not relevant to the conversation. He was on Montreal. He got traded to Columbus in the line ideal. And then Columbus let him go.
They didn't just go out and spend money on UFAs just to say we're going to do it. Like, for the longest time,
JJ Ruox, thank you so much for subscribing.
slowly keeping players within the same kind of age demographic. They could have spent money on someone like Hugh Suter and, fine players.
I know, Crowbar. If I ever make a mistake again, you guys just shut her down. Shut her down. No, Jordan, I'm not getting heated. I don't like people spamming. The spamming is kind of like unnecessary. Unless we're just spamming W's or good vibes. It's all good. Gaming Center's having a good time. I know, Jeremiah. I know. Canadian Maritimer Shelby, thanks for being in the chat. Mustang, thank you for subscribing. Did we get 1.5k likes? Guys, we are 10 likes away from 1.5k likes. I know there's 10 of you in here that haven't liked. We're so close. We are so close. By the way, chat, we've had over 50,000 people join the stream today. Isn't that nuts to think about? We've had over 50,000 people join the stream. Daniel, nothing fake in the chat, Daniel, please. You need a coffee? I might be right there with you. Oh, amazing. Thank you. It's like chicken bites? Thanks. Amazing. Thank you. Some chicken bites. Yes, please. Yo, guys, W's to the chicken bites. W's. Let's go. Austin Matthews' hairline has arrived in the chat. We don't know what the return is for Keandre Miller yet, which is weird. Very odd. Thank you so much. Hey, guys, we got 1.5k likes. I don't know if we've ever gotten 2,000 likes on a live stream before. So we're actually on the way to getting 2,000 likes. That's just nuts. Thank you so much, guys. 1,500 likes is nuts. Colin says, Isles still going with the defensive game. Hasn't worked in years. How many times can they lose 2-1 in a season still full season? Well, Colin, think about all the offensive talent that's coming. They have Matthew Schaefer, one of the best offensive defensemen, or one of the best offensive defense prospects we've seen in a while. Callum Ritchie is going to be a stud at the forward position. Of course, you look at Cole Eiserman, who's going to be a stud. They are building an offensive system. It's just going to take time. Matthew Hughes, thank you so much for subscribing. Jake, the Isles have a couple RFAs to sign. So I believe they have about $6 or $7 million left of cap space, but again, they have a couple RFAs, including Simon Holmstrom, to sign. Caleb, if I had to predict what EHLERS is going to sign for, probably about $9 million, $8.5 to $9 million per year in Carolina, if I had to guess. Based on Carolina's stance and then maybe like how they signed Stankoven to that deal, I think it might be closer to 8.5 now. I thought it was for sure going to be at least 9, but I don't know. The way Carolina got that great deal with Stankoven, I wouldn't be surprised if it's under 9. Ian McCauley, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate it. What's up, Joshua? What's up, Alan? Yeah, Carolina's working like snails. Sean R says maybe the Miller deal falls through due to terms and the Wings get him instead. Please? Yeah, maybe, Sean. Can only hope. Orloff is definitely still available, yes. Guys, tell your general manager, tell your favorite general manager or your favorite team's general manager to wake up. Let us know who you're cheering for. Who's your favorite team?
what's going on in the net there.
And what is that, 13 million on the
After the year coming up. So
Doesn't it tell you like they're not quite certain what Thatcher Demko, his health status is going to be?
Then why are you signing him?
Because, well, they'll probably just work that down the road a little bit and say, listen, we got.
Yeah, I'm with Mike and the crew here. Like, why are you signing Demko to that 3-year deal at 8.5 is crazy. Blake with the 3. Thank you so much for the dono. Says, wake up, Brad. Where are you, Brad? Yeah, where are you, Brad? Well, I don't know. Some Wild fans want Billy Guerin to wake up, and others say go back to sleep. Because it's risky. Billy Guerin, you might get hungry and do something crazy. Julian Brisbane, wake up, Shaler says. If you guys want me to change the jersey look in the back, let me know. Donald says Rangers. Calgary, Marco Rossi, maybe Alex. That's an alright shout.
If the Vancouver Canucks don't get the real Elias Pettersson back, exactly. I don't think any of this stuff that we're talking about.
Oh, these coffees are amazing. Thank you. It's just keeping us going. I'll stay hydrated too, but mixing the iced coffees. Junior, Utah's the only one I don't have, but we're going to change that this season.
And I also, when we talk about Vancouver, think about Vancouver, it has to be looked at under the prism of what's Quinn Hughes doing, and how do the Canucks make it attractive enough for him to consider staying? Got 2 more years in his contract.
Gaming Center, thank you so much for the 2. Says Dubas, wake up and trade Josh Archibald for 13 firsts. Thank you so much, Gaming Center. Dave Talent says put the Red Wings jersey. You want me to put my Gustav Nyquist Red Wings jersey up? I don't even know where my Red Wings jersey is. It's somewhere around here.
It's tricky. It's tough. It's a bind.
It is.
It might be hiding somewhere back there. Yeah, I think the Nyquist. Oh, no, never mind. Gustav Nyquist, he is a free agent after all. Yes! Red Wings legend Gustav Nyquist. Gotta love it. Yes! Gustav Nyquist, Red Wings legend. Yeah, JVR and JBD to the Red Wings. That Marner jersey, by the way, that I have back there is signed. And not just like randomly signed. I actually I've run into Mitch a bunch of times, and I just happened to have my Marner jersey on me because it was the Centennial Classic. And yeah, I got him to sign it. That's why sometimes it's so hard. Like when you meet a player, you meet the human being, right? Like you meet him a bunch of times, nice guy, but clearly the people around him. Money. Sometimes money and greed. Nick Alberga. This is my. I'm already following Nick on my other account, but this is my my burner. I never actually use my burner to like tweet at people because people know my burner, but I use my burner to just track all of, like hockey insiders and writers and things like that.
What do you think is missing, and what's the gap there between being a great regular season team and being a Stanley Cup champion or someone that gets to the finals?
The identity of this team has been offense for a lot of years, and then the last couple of years they've added their 200-foot game, the best defensive team. So you look at their skill,
James Myrtle said, not really expecting a significant move from the Leafs today. They have a good chunk of cap space to bargain by later in free agency or make another trade. I still think the Leafs are going to try to move Yarn Crow and Camp before they do anything significant.
Somebody that can add some offense, but they have to do it in a different way
Oh, Nick Wass switched allegiance to the Habs after the Sundins. Wow, that's messed. That's messed. Blake with the 3 says, "Where's your Fraser Minton jersey?" I don't know if I want to talk about it. It's somewhere here. Might be right here, actually. Yeah, it's right here. My Fraser Minton jersey. Forever cursed. No, it's so... The long lost boy. Officially a Bruin. Oh my god, I can't believe he actually got traded to the Bruins. It's actually so depressing the more I think about it. You had to bring it up. You had to bring it up, Blake. What's up, Pasternak? Who are my winners so far, Prophet? Yeah, I'll be doing my day 1 winners by the end of the day, but I'm actually going to wait till the end of the day. But I'll give you a 1 winner and 1 loser, but make sure you guys watch the video when I post it later. 1 winner so far? I will say... Give me a sec to think about this. I mean, I like what Detroit did. It's low-key, but I like what they did. JVR and JBD. Bernard Docker, like, those are cheap options. I like Montreal, too. Montreal's done some good work. And then, yeah, like, LA with those contracts is kind of nuts, man. Like, I can like the fit of the players, but those contracts are just brutal. Like Ken Holland, Corey Perry, Brian Dumoulin, and Cody Ceci to combine $12 million is just nuts. John Leonard for a cheap contract, $775. So, Alan, what? Red Wings are losers for doing what negative? Like, I'm just saying they just made some smart signings. The Red Wings in past years. This is why, and Alan, I'm grilling you a little bit, but it's a healthy grill. It's a healthy, just like, reality check. Do you want the Red Wings to sign, like, Andrew Kopp and JT Compher type deals? Just hand out money, just throw out money like Ken Holland is? Just to say, hey, oh, look, we're getting free agents. Woo! Like, no. Don't just sign guys to sign guys. JVR for $1 million, a guy that put up some production last year and is a good leader. And Bernard Docker, a right shot defenseman who's still growing into his role and his fit in the National Hockey League, they got for under $1 million. Those are good, buy low, potentially good fit signings for the Red Wings without overpaying.
Kevin has also shown clearly that he can get his players, his homegrown players, signed at really good contracts. There's no reason not to believe it. Just quickly back to Jonathan Toews. He's a third line.
Anyways, all I'm going to say is I don't think there's a clear winner in free agency right now. So I'm trying to give you guys reasoning on why I think teams are doing well on day 1. Because when we look at the signings, if you look at the signings above me, can you really say there is a team that has signed like amazing contracts across the board? I see a lot of overpayments. I really do. Like Nick Perbix, I think that's a good signing for Nashville. I actually like the Duran signing for the Islanders. It's low risk, only a couple years. And I'm trying to think of a couple others that were decent. Like I said, I like what Montreal's done so far today. Yeah, Donnie, I mean, Florida's a winner regardless. They didn't do anything today that makes them a winner. I mean, Jeff Petrie is like a low-risk thing, but yeah, they kept all their guys. Like, I don't have to say Florida's a winner. Everyone knows Florida's a winner. They won the Stanley Cup. They've won back-to-back Stanley Cups. They've kept everyone. That is, without a doubt, I don't even have to speak on it. Florida are the league winners. They are the winners of the league through and through. Radek Facts up back with the Dallas Stars.
Just have to be patient and see, if you can win games and eventually get to the point where you're in a position to strike on that.
So I was going to say the good thing here with this team too, because they do have that depth. You're seeing pieces can elevate at different times. As you said with Mestikov, you seen it need a ride. We've seen what Perfetti can and can do. So you've got the balance within this.
Mike, thank you so much for the $5 donos. Is there really any winner or loser today? Everyone's just vibing and chilling. No, you make a good point, Mike. Seriously. That's why I'm saying it's hard to really declare a winner. That's why I was just explaining to people which teams I think haven't made the mistakes, have been smart about it. That's why I'm giving Detroit credit. I think Detroit, Stevie Y is not handing out those bad contracts so far. I don't want to speak too soon. But thank you so much, Mike, for the donation. Hey, Logan, I am still live. Guys, I promised you guys 10 hours, so it's going to be at least 10 hours. Do you guys want 12 hours? You want 15 hours? How about a 24-hour live stream? Let's just go live straight into work tomorrow. I'll end the live stream and just stroll into the office tomorrow. What's up, Austin Crawford? What's up, Ryan Carey? We got 1.2K in the chat. Stick around. Everyone stick around. We're going to stay live here for a while. Yeah, Jeremiah, my best guess for EHLERS is Carolina. I think it's going to be Carolina. I've stayed pretty consistent with Carolina and EHLERS for a while now. If I had to give a backup team, I'd probably lean one of the California teams. But Frank Saravalli did bring up Washington. And Jeremiah, we definitely appreciate Frank. And I actually meant to text him because I know we were on Bleacher Report together today, but or just message him. But yeah, like to me, the interesting part is I think so many teams have their eyes on EHLERS. It's just a matter of what does EHLERS want. There's 3 things I think EHLERS wants, but what does he value the most? And it was talked about a little bit today. He wants a little bit more of warmer weather than Winnipeg, so that's 1. Low-key market. He doesn't want the big attention market. And 3, he wants a contending team, ideally. If the contending team aspect for EHLERS is the most important, the biggest priority, then Anaheim and San Jose are out. If the warm weather and low-key market are a bigger priority, then San Jose and Anaheim could be in. But what I'm getting at is all 3 of those things kind of resonate with Carolina. And again, I made the connection with this. I don't think it's the biggest deal ever, but there's not many players from Denmark that play in the National Hockey League. But you know one that is? NIKOLAJ EHLERS. And you know another one that is from Denmark? Frederik Andersen. So Freddie Andersen being on Carolina, I made that connection like well before all this, like early on in the season. And when EHLERS was being talked about earlier in the season by Winnipeg, I actually had a Jets fan reach out to me for like a pod appearance, and I talked about EHLERS. Like I just said, hey, like I don't want to be negative on the Jets, but I thought EHLERS was leaving Winnipeg, and I thought Carolina was a good fit. Yeah, Lars Eller's from Denmark. There's a few others. I think Bjorkstrand's from Denmark. Is he? Is he Latvia? I think he's Denmark. I think Bjorkstrand's from Denmark. So he's on Tampa. But yeah, Lars Eller's, he's actually currently a free agent, so we'll see if Lars Eller gets picked up by a team today. Imagine Lars Eller goes to Carolina. All the Denmark represents. But yeah, I mean, I actually said, I don't know if it was to Zabalski or someone, I said Lars Eller could also be a fit for Tampa. That would make sense for me. Tampa Bay signing a veteran like Lars Eller makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Logan, people are connecting NIKOLAJ EHLERS to Tampa, but there's no way EHLERS is going to Tampa unless they can create some crazy cap space. So we'll see. They got to create a lot of cap space, like probably Moser out, Nick Paul out. They got to create cap space. Yeah, like I like this point from Murphin. Like teams doing some homework, deciding if players like Pius Suter and Mikael Granlund are worth the risk of a long-term deal. Because Dvorak goes for a 1-year deal with Philly, but a good cap hit, 5.4. Like, I mean, a good money earned by him. And then Bukestad gets only a 2-year deal, so. Logan. How about this, Logan? I'll make you a great offer. How about Brandon Carlo, Easton Cowan, Nick Robertson, and a future first-round pick, Anthony Cirelli to Toronto, and then the Lightning can sign EHLERS with that cap space. Boom. That's a great deal. Nick Paul to Toronto too, sure. Nick Paul, Cirelli to Toronto. The Leafs create some cap space for Tampa. They also get Brandon Carlo, some prospects and picks in the prospect, and you get to sign EHLERS. Would you do that? Would you do that? Cirelli and Nick Paul to Toronto. You can take Carlo in the picks and prospects, and you also get EHLERS. So in the process, you get EHLERS, Carlo. That's pretty good. I'm trolling a little bit, but I am saying that Tampa Bay would have to decide who they're moving out, because teams are not doing Tampa any favors, right? Well, I shouldn't say that, because there have been teams in the past that have done Tampa favors, but I think after watching them win 2 Stanley Cups, maybe not anymore. Well, Mike, Anthony Cirelli would be a perfect fit for the Leafs. That's literally what the Leafs need. The Leafs would benefit so much from an Anthony Cirelli. Are you kidding me? You can get Cirelli and then move Tavares to the wing, and you could have a second line of Tavares, Cirelli, Nylander. Are you kidding me? That's what dreams are made of, man. I would love a second line like that. That'd be massive. Wow, guys, we are already 50 subscribers away from 57.3. We keep rising. Nyes has the passion. Alan, I think EHLERS will be in around 9 million, if I had to guess. Maybe less for Carolina. Maybe around 8.5. We'll see. Oh! Brandon Bussey goes to Florida. I'm surprised he didn't work out in Boston. I mean, he kind of got blocked by the Korpisalo edition and then just never really worked. But of course, I mean, the Panthers just... the Panthers pulling a Panther, right? Like, they're getting another opportunity, another option for a backup goalie if Tarasov doesn't work out. All right. Frig. Are you guys watching this right now? Oh my god. Look at the Marner jerseys available. Vegas is advertising it. I actually can't believe that's real, bro. It actually does not seem real. It literally does not seem real at all. It was never supposed to be like this. I could have slept easier at night if people listened to me and traded them after the Montreal series for a lot of value. But people don't want to listen. That is what it is. Thundery, I miss Fraser Minton. It's a tough year. It's a tough year for the blue and white. That's why hockey's just like, it could be, like, sports can be so toxic, man. The Leafs make it to a Game 7 against Florida. Obviously, they get squashed. But it's like, all it would have taken is just, like, a couple bounces in that first period, and then it's just a big what if, right? But that's the crazy part is, like, Toronto actually gave Florida the biggest run for their money out of any team. Matt Murray to Seattle. that true? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, which one? That's actually important. Which one? There's 2 Matt Murrays. You would think this is the Toronto one. I would think this is the Toronto one. Let's see. Okay, it's the Toronto one. It is the Toronto one. So Seattle's trying to sign Toronto and former Stanley Cup champion with the Pittsburgh Penguins, Matt Murray, to a 1-year, $1 million deal. So definitely, yeah, better chance for NHL minutes there. There you go, chat. So the Leafs lose Matt Murray to Seattle. Put up some good AHL numbers with insurance with the Leafs, and he gets an opportunity in Seattle now. Thank you to the 1.2K in the chat. We're at almost at 1.6K likes, on the way to 2,000 likes. Yeah, Jimmy, nothing from Calgary yet, really. They lost Vladar to Philly, so we'll see if they sign a goalie. But yes, Matt Murray to Seattle. Anything from Anaheim? Not right now. I do think they're trying to prepare for a big offer. So the 2 things right now that we're waiting on is Keandre Miller. We don't know the return for that. My speculation and my guess was that the Dallas first-round pick that Carolina acquired in the Mikko Rantanen deal could be headed to the Rangers, or one of the first-round picks. And then the other one that's floating right now by multiple teams, guys, and I can give you guys this idea, is that I've been saying I think Bowen Byram's not going to be with the Sabres next year. I know a lot of Sabres fans have pushed back on me on that, and like even with the Sabres traded Peterka, maybe they keep Byram. The reason why is I think teams are contemplating if the offer sheet will work or not. So there is a chance that Buffalo could retain Byram is if they match the offer sheet. So if an offer sheet happens, obviously Buffalo's in complete control to keep the player. They could match the offer sheet. But I think that's what's happening behind the scenes right now is teams are trying to decide what is a better option and what gives us the more likely chance to end up with the player. Is it a trade or is it an offer sheet? Because I think Utah had the same idea with Peterka. I think Utah, again, this is very much speculation, but from what I've heard and from what I've seen, I think Utah was going to offer sheet Peterka. I really do. And I think once they figured out that Buffalo was very likely going to match the offer sheet, and that Buffalo ultimately wanted players over picks, they just said, hey, we'll put a package together that we think is good value for us. So I think that's what happened, because Buffalo doesn't want draft picks right now. They don't. They want roster players. They want players that are going to make them better. They've already gone through their rebuild so many different times. They want to build a roster out. They don't want more picks. So that's what I'm getting at with Buffalo is if Byram gets offer sheeted, I think it would have to be an aggressive offer sheet for Buffalo not to match it. Hey, Mike with the 5. Thank you so much for the dono, says John. Which team do you think Dubas has destroyed more as the GM, the Leafs or the Penguins? I'll say Leafs, man. Like, I just think, like, he hasn't really destroyed either team. Like, actually, I don't know. The Tristan Jarry contract's pretty brutal. Like, he didn't really sign a brutal contract in Toronto for, like, a bad player. Like, we could talk about all day long until the cows come home that he signed, like, those star players to too much money. We know that. Like, but those are star players still. Like, we can criticize Mitch Marner all day long. He still got 100 points in a season. He's still one of the franchise leaders in like, points and things like that. But did he get too much money on that first contract at a entry level? Of course. Of course. But what I'm getting at here is, like, he wrecked them because, like, what happened with Marner here, like, had him and Shanahan come together and just dealt Marner after the Montreal series, we wouldn't be dealing with this right now. But he destroyed Pittsburgh in a different way a little bit right now because like that Jari contract and Ryan Graves contract is like $10 million combined, and those guys are basically bum territory right now the way they're playing. So, yeah, I don't know. I said Toronto, but I honestly Pittsburgh in a way because that Jari and Graves contracts, like, they're bad, man. Yeah, Sebastian, that's what I'm saying. I don't really, but thank you so much for the dono, Mike. I don't know if destroy is the right word, but he's definitely made the Pittsburgh situation tough. So there you go. Pittsburgh making some moves. Talk about Kyle Dubas. So Connor Dewar is back with Pittsburgh on a 1-year deal, and Phil Tomasino should also be back with Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh's making some moves. Yeah, Thundery. I think that's more accurate. I think Hextall destroyed Pittsburgh, to be honest. That is more accurate. I think Dubas had some rough signings with Jari and with Graves, but I think ultimately Hextall's moves with Pittsburgh are way worse than anything Dubas has done with Pittsburgh. Guys, no fake stuff in the chat. Come on. Like, I'm going to start telling the mods to boot you guys. I'm sorry. There's a couple people in the chat that just keep putting fake stuff, and I've let it go for a while, but I understand people like to seek attention. I get it. I understand. If you don't have enough attention in life, I understand. I'm going to give the green light to the mods soon, though, because they're lurking. What's up, Rick Smith? What's Carolina going to do today? It might not be today, and maybe it's tomorrow. But I do think that we're going to get the EHLERS signing in the next couple days. So we'll see. Cam Robinson. The Sharks have been quiet and are still well below the cap floor. They just extended Eklund, who loved playing alongside Granlund, who remains available. It's possible. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Granlund goes back to San Jose. Really. I think between Granlund and P.S. Suter, it makes a lot of sense. Kevin McGran tweet. Are you talking about this one? Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured that, but I think the Leafs could still do something depth-wise today, but I have a feeling there's going to be a trade with the Leafs in the next couple of days. But there you go. Connor Dewar is staying with Pittsburgh. Katie Coyle, thanks for being in the chat. My picks for Granlund were, like, there was a few teams I thought could go after Granlund. Like, I thought he was maybe staying with Dallas. I thought Dallas was going to create the space, but it looks unlikely now. So if that's not the case, then I could see him going back to San Jose. If I had to throw another team into the mix, Carolina makes a lot of sense.
But certainly I think it's a spot where he feels he's going to have a chance to play some NHL minutes.
And for a guy who 2 years ago wasn't sure he'd ever play another National Hockey League game. Dregs, we're not saying
we have Austin Matthews shorts in the chat. That's funny.
We're not saying you have to laugh either. But what do the Jets do, and what are they doing?
Well, right now they have nothing on NIKOLAJ EHLERS, and as Bob has reported on a couple of times, I mean, that's a process that's going to work itself out. You know, this time of year in certain situations, you're not always trying to hit that home run or that grand slam, right? You've got to hit a single or a double on occasion. And they feel like
Jake Lang says package for Kellen Rust would be nice. We'll have to get creative sending assets back. Yeah.
deals for $1 million per. But Kevin Cheveldayoff, I believe, is still working on something.
I'm all right. How are you doing?
Jets are definitely not done.
All right, that's the latest for
Turn says breaking news, free hugs. Guys, we got some free hugs in the chat.
It's not going to be today. So
Yeah, or I guess the Penguins might not be getting Mantha. I'm going to take it off the board for now, and then I can just put it back on if... But that was a report floating, and now it might not be happening. So maybe the Leafs do end up getting Mantha. We'll see.
Rufner is in Switzerland, and they will go through everything. They've had conversations with coaches and managers, and they want to go through that entire process. So perhaps tomorrow, when we're not...
Blue Jay, I don't know about Isaac Howard being a target for the Leafs, but I think Isaac Howard is going to get traded by the Lightning soon. I don't know how soon, but I think soon. Hey, Hackoff, thank you so much for the 2. What would you do as Verbeek right now? Thank you so much for the donation. Yeah, I would try to go after Ehlers if I could. But if I'm the Ducks, I am solely focusing on Mason McTavish as an RFA, re-signing Mason McTavish long term, or trading him. Just decide what you're doing with Mason McTavish. Don't let it go on much further.
Pretty quiet, the Ottawa Senators. Now, they did re-sign Nick Cousins, but there's another name you're looking at.
All right, so the Ottawa Senators first. Why don't we look at their roster from last season? The Ottawa Senators made the playoffs, one of the worst 5-on-5 scoring teams in the NHL. So if we take a look at this top 6, and yes, this is just how the money is allocated, they can add a little bit of scoring, and there is some light scoring available on the board, and it really is someone who kind of broke out last year, who has all the skills to be a producer, and that is Jack Ross.
Do you think Dallas might be able to keep Granlund if they dump Lyubushkin and Dumba? In that scenario, yeah. I was kind of surprised Frank said it was like done, that Dallas couldn't get him for sure. Because I feel like Granlund kind of should have signed by now. He's a top center available.
Who is going to produce more next year? I just know it. The way Travis Green went into that situation, he just said...
The Connor Brown situation with the Devils is really interesting. I kind of want to investigate that a little bit. Let's take a look here. Connor Brown for the Devils. How much flexibility do the Devils have? Obviously, Connor Brown reunited with Sheldon Keefe back from the Toronto days. So if we look at the Devils lineup here, Connor Brown's in the picture now. It could be a third line with Dawson, Mercer, and Cotter. Do they trade Palat? Do they consider trading Dougie Hamilton? All in consideration for me, because Seamus Casey's in here. I think there's a scenario where the Devils trade Dougie Hamilton. As I said, the market is slim for right shot and defensemen in general right now. And the Devils have 5 defensemen that are right shot right now. So if they don't want to trade the young guys in Casey and Nemec, so things like that, like, and Luke Hughes was going to be in. Maybe they trade Hamilton, maybe they trade Palat. They still have $9.5 million of cap space. Could they be a sneaky team for Ehlers? We'll see. I do think, and I said this about Pius Suter more so than Granlund, I think Suter could make a lot of sense for the Devils. Maybe like a 5x5, something like this. It'd make a lot of sense for their cap picture too. They would still have $4.5 million of cap space. And then they can trade either Hamilton or Palat. So they got to do this after they sign Luke Hughes, basically. But I'm trying to think of a team that might make sense for that. Like, what if they trade for Jason Robertson? It's such a hot take, but what if they traded for Robertson and sent Dougie Hamilton the other way? Maybe a prospect in there as well. Maybe Cody Glass, because they qualified him. Could be some value. Couple second round picks. I don't know. I'm just putting something bullshit together. I'm just saying. What if the New Jersey Devils were a team for Jason Robertson? And then they could add Dougie Hamilton? Maybe? And maybe they could even throw in Dumba in here. So they soak the Dumba contract, then the Devils buy out the Dumba contract. So then in this scenario, Devils get rid of... We'll just put on LCR for the sake of this conversation. They would have to trade Palat. And it's an interesting conversation. But they would definitely have to trade Hamilton or Palat. I'm trying to think who else would benefit from Dougie Hamilton.
Well, Edmonton, there's context to this because Edmonton's made the finals the last 2 years in a row with that tandem.
But it's interesting. I feel like the Devils are going to trade one to Palat or Hamilton the more I think about it. Because with nothing done to the roster, they only have $9.5 million of cap space, and Luke Hughes, and maybe someone else to sign, but definitely Luke Hughes. It's interesting. We'll see what the Devils do, but a Connor Brown contract is basically replacing Eric Holla, who they traded away. So now the Devils have to decide with the full no movement clauses of Hamilton and Palat coming up, and they now it's a 10 modified no trade. We'll see. Well, Manny, they haven't traded Jason Robertson. I'm just saying that there's speculation that they will. Darsh says Varlamov rehab is still going well, but says you can never have enough goalies in regards to signing David Riddick. Makes sense. Colin says Brad wants big and nasty. Not about replace Mitch with a... Okay. Dougie Hamilton to Detroit. That's interesting. I just don't know if they want, like, 2 offensive right shot guys. But it's interesting. Detroit is definitely interesting. I wonder if another team for Nashville that can make some sense is Dougie, another team for Dougie Hamilton that can make some sense is Nashville. What's up, Brandon? Darren says, I wouldn't even take Jack Hughes in return for... What? You guys just see Darren Smith's... Darren, bro. You gotta lay off whatever you're smoking, bro. You just said you would not take Jack Hughes for Jason Robertson. Is that what you just said? Bro, you gotta lay off the good stuff, man. That's one of the craziest comments I've seen today. Yeah, bro, you gotta lay off whatever you're consuming. Did the Canucks trade Lankinen? Yeah, I guess I think they trade either Lankinen or Seelofs, I guess, because they're committed to Demko. Johnny D Lives is too early to be drinking. Miz fans says, stay off the weed. Leafs Nation X says, Leafs reunite Robertson Bros in Toronto, main piece being Carlo. Bro, I'll do it right now. I literally have been saying that so many teams want Carlo, including Dallas. Let's do it right now. Let's do it right now. Let's do it. I'm actually curious how this would look. And I'm going to do it in the Dallas perspective so we know that the Dallas would have enough cap space if they did it. So Stars, Leafs. Because a lot of people have talked about Jason Robertson being traded, and we all assume that Nick Robertson's going to be traded by Toronto, and I think it's still very likely he could. But in the scenario where Dallas goes, hey, we really, really badly need a solid right shot, top 4 defenseman. Labushkin's not cutting it. Dumba needs to get out of here. Let's have this conversation right now. So once upon a time, Trey Living was actually trying to sign Dumba, I'm pretty sure. Or Trey Living liked Dumba. There was like those rumors going on. So maybe Toronto can do Dallas a favor and just take the Dumba contract, and then Toronto can decide to buy him out, essentially. But let's just play the game that somehow Toronto can convince Nick Robertson to stay because they're acquiring Jason Robertson. So let's say Jason Robertson's the target for Toronto, and say Dumba's going the other way as well. And then Toronto goes, hey, you could have Carlo. You could have Cowan. Maybe some late draft capital as well. Brandon Carlo's definitely worth a lot. Easton Cowan, high-profile prospect, and the Leafs are also soaking the Dumba contract. The Leafs basically have that amount of cap space. Maybe in this scenario, Toronto just includes Yarncrow in this deal. Because, hey, Yarncrow's not owed a lot of money. And it's not that big of a cap hit. And the Dallas Stars do need some depth. So this makes some sense. So basically, combined, the Dallas Stars are only taking on like $5.5 million. Where the Leafs are taking over $10 million. Closer to basically $12 million. So let's just do this trade as kind of structure. And people saying it would never happen. I'm not saying Jason Robertson's coming to Toronto. I'm saying the structure of this type of deal. I've talked about it. A lot of teams are calling on Brandon Carlo. So something like this for Dallas's perspective could actually make some sense because all of a sudden Dallas has $4.1 million of cap space. And again, I'm not saying they're going to be able to keep or bring back Granlund, but they could go back to the UFA market. And in this scenario, all of a sudden, they have better depth. That's for sure. So they could go like Rantanen, Hintz, and maybe Duchesne. They could do something like this. And Sam Steele, third line. I mean, Dallas definitely has the better depth, and they can upgrade. They could probably bring back Mikael Granlund or somebody else with the $4 million of cap space, and then all of a sudden, their defense core looks a lot better. Lindell, Heiskanen, Harley, Carlo, Bichelle, and Lyubushkin. It definitely looks a lot better. And as I said, they have $4.1 million of cap space to sign somebody else. So I know a lot of people have talked about maybe Carlo for like Cirelli or Carlo for somebody maybe in Colorado or Nashville. I've heard Nashville a bit too. But when you look at what Dallas could do here, it does benefit both teams in a way. And if you look at the guys that are available, Dallas could bring back Danoff. They could even bring in a guy like Roslovic. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's like a guy like Roslovic. On like 3.5 and a 3-year deal. And then Roslovic's in there. Something like this. It's actually pretty good. And Dallas is cap compliant with a full 23-man roster. And in the scenario for the Leafs, they get Jason Robertson, a big scorer to go into their top 6, and they do whatever they want with Dumba. To me, I actually think that's a win-win for both teams. I understand Dallas probably needs to keep Robertson for the offense, but if you can get a guy like Roslovic, if they can't bring back Granlund, but with that cap space, if you can bring in a guy like a 20, 25 goal scorer like Roslovic, the scoring definitely gets spread around. And that third line still is still really good. Maverick Bourque with Duchesne and Sam Steele. Still a really good top 9. And the defense group, which was an issue, is no longer an issue. Lindell, Heiskanen, Carlo, and Harley. That's one of the better top 4s in the Central Division. So it's something to consider for Dallas. If they can get a legit top 4 right shot big defenseman to partner with Harley or Heiskanen, I think that's a scenario you consider trading Jason Robertson with. And in this scenario, you unite Jason Robertson and Nick Robertson in Toronto. Do I think it's realistic? Maybe not. But I think it's something Dallas should consider. Did Alex Lyon finally sign in Buffalo? There you go. Official, Alex Lyon, 2 years, $1.5 million per in Buffalo. Yeah, Manny, I talked about Grizzly to Detroit. I think Detroit's just due to sign a defenseman, so it's going to happen soon. So last year on day one of free agency, it was $1.2 billion of total money value. This year's down to $289. But keep in mind, there's still a lot more time in the day. And this will be close to the lowest amount since 2020. But we knew the trades were going to happen, and at the same time, the Marner and Provorov deals happened yesterday. That could have obviously boosted those numbers. Ulrich, thank you so much for subscribing. Guys, we need one more subscriber to 57,250. One more subscriber. And we're 10 likes away from 1.6K likes. Let's go. Oh! Philip Khrushchev has signed a 1-year contract with the Sharks. That's a buy low. That's a buy low option. There you go. That's a good one. But yeah, I kept talking about it. The Leafs are going to fill out the roster through trade. We knew this. It was always likely it was going to be a trade. Alex Linus signed a 2-year, $1.5 million contract with the Sabres. 1.5 per. Sketchy says Stolarz, Cowan, Carlo for Robertson, Boucher, goalie, 1980s style trade. There you go, Sketchy. I like it. No, like I said, I don't think it's realistic per se, but it's a conversation because it's a valuable conversation. Brandon Carlo is being called on, like other teams are calling on Brandon Carlo. Well, the Leafs trade him is completely up to Toronto, but if Jason Robertson or guys of that value are up in the air, you have to listen. RJ Rubel, thank you so much for subscribing. Jules of Emerald and Robert, thank you for subscribing. Oilers nurse trade incoming. It's possible. You never know. You never know. Oh, 1.2 mil. That's light. Is Bradshaw living awake? Oh! John Klingberg to the Sharks on a 1-year deal. Did the Sharks announce it? Wow. John Klingberg to the San Jose Sharks. Will and Dave, thank you so much for subscribing. Sharks are cooking. Mike Greer is cooking. Hey, there's still signings kind of trickling in, guys. So Bradshaw Living is going to speak to the media at 5:10. Nolan Foote to Florida. This is where Florida starts getting these like underrated value guys. So they get Jack Sanika and they get Nolan Foote. Let's look at Nolan Foote's stats here. Guy that hasn't really been able to pan out, but 24 years old. He still had 39 points in 53 AHL games, so definitely could be a factor. Klingberg to the Sharks.
player of Mitch's magnitude moves away. That's never a fun day. But we were able to recoup a player who I think could really help us. And in a situation where a player was walking away this morning for nothing, we were able to recoup like I said, a player that fits a need for us. We're excited about Nick, big centerman.
Let's go, guys. 20 more subscribers to 57.3. You guys are the best. Listening to Brad Treliving talk about the Marner trade. Brad Treliving says the free agent pool is looking... So I guess he's talked to the media now, and he's talking again later. But Treliving says the free agent pool is looking thinner and thinner. When it comes to replace the hole at the top 6 spot with Marner out, sounds like having cap space and the possibility of a trade down the road may be the play for them.
I would agree with you that Mitch is, he's going to go down as one of the greats, right?
Justin Dowling signing with the Rangers.
Ultimately, the player has a choice, and over the time that I've been here,
Marner's jersey's not going to the rafters, no.
I'm not going to get into discussions. I don't think it's proper to get into personal discussions that I have with players, but certainly we approached Mitch to engage him on a contract. As is his
Owen Gale, we're still waiting for the details on the Keandre Miller trade. There's some weird stuff going in the NHL these days, guys. Weird stuff. The fact that we do not know the details on the Keandre Miller trade is very weird to me.
that potential may not be there.
Thank you, guys. We just got 1.6K likes. Thank you so much. Keep it in that thumbs up. More people will be joining here to recap NHL Free Agency Day 1.
Process. But that's really where we got to here. I do, as I would concur with you, though, Mitch's time here. I've had 2 years with him, but was able to watch for a long time from afar, and tremendous player, talented, and did a lot for this team over the time that he was here.
And at what point did you offer him more than the 12 per year he signed?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into any negotiation talk.
There was a report on Canada about potential tampering and concern that you might have had with Vegas. Can you speak to that?
No, I'm not going to, like I said, any reporting, I'm not going to comment on it.
Trey Living's not going to comment, eh? Shocker.
So where are the Leafs right now? He did a good job with the signings, I think, of Nyes and Tavares, getting Tavares to maybe take a hometown discount this time, which not many Toronto Maple Leafs have done. You get something back in the Marner deal, as mentioned, instead of letting him walk for free, but you're still losing a 100-point guy and one of the better players in the league. So where are we, MJ, right now? With the, have they gone down a notch? Obviously, still business can be done this summer, but where do you see them?
Right now, they're a slightly worse regular season team. I mean, you're taking one of the best regular season players of the last 5 years and taking him off your roster. And yes, Michelle's a talent.
What's the right thing to do, Jeremiah? Put Marner in the rafters. Is that what you're talking about?
Neither one is going to do for you what Marner did every single night of the regular season. But I think it goes back to the whole DNA conversation where I think Brad Treliving was willing to take a step back in some regards to have the chance to change the dynamic of the team, and he's not done changing that over, right? So he's just started right now. There's still some money there, whether it's trades, other ways.
You have to think about the other guys that are part of this team right now that are going to be putting up a lot of career numbers with the Leafs. Matthews, Nylander, Tavares. If those guys win with Toronto, it's a big if, but if those guys win or do more in the playoffs with Toronto, those three will be in the rafters.
Perception of them being a Stanley Cup favorite now. They're not on that first page. They got to get some different bodies in there because for a lot of times,
Those guys will be in the rafters 100%. Oh, you're talking about Trey not commenting. Yeah, it is the right thing to do, 100%. But I know you asked about the rafters thing, and I know people have talked to me about it because of the points, and I think it's a valid question, but I'm saying no. Especially considering in the same era here, there's 3 other players that are sticking around and have more room to grow in terms of statistics, 1, and 2, playoff success.
As you said, MJ, they do need a top 6 forward right now, potentially 2, depending on what Mitchell does. What it does with Watt.
But yeah, that's the right thing to do in terms of the no comment.
Question mark around Watt as you go to that 4 hole. But now you've got all these depth pieces.
Let's see. Sky Trading says the fact that it's taking this long for the reported Keandre Miller trade means Carolina and the Rangers are still talking back and forth on what to trade with Miller. Yeah, it's very possible. But it's not a good thing for the Rangers with the Gavrikov thing, too. Because
You lose Mitch Marner, he touches every area of your team. And like penalty killing, power play, defensive play, offensive play, every single area of your team makes everybody around it better. This team, Max Domi's your second line left winger. I mean, you got Michelli, you got Nick Robertson, you got Keller Yarncroc. I mean, this team got obliterated when it got to be hard. They don't have depth.
They lost in game 7.
Wait a second, they lost 4 of their last 5 games against the Florida Panthers. No, they didn't. They lost 4 of their last 5, and they weren't close. And if you think you're close, then it's the
they haven't announced the Gavrikov signing. So this is bad, man. Also, Craig Button's going off about some... Anyways.
and now they just lost more offense.
Yeah, but they lost the guy who doesn't score goals in the playoffs, respectfully to Mitch Marner.
But how are they going to be?
Thank you, Mike Johnson. Everybody, Mike Johnson for you. Thank you.
2 goals per game in the playoffs is not as monumental as his 100 points in the regular season.
Still have high intent. They're not at risk of dropping in the playoffs.
They have high-end talent, and Marner scored 2 goals per playoff run, basically.
They're still going to make the playoffs. They still should get 100 points or something thereabouts. It will be harder, and they'll need more for more. And I think one other we haven't really talked about. If you want to talk about how Toronto's going to get...
Oh, the career comparison of these two guys that got overpaid.
It's Austin Matthews. He alone should score 30 more goals. More goals. He has to be healthy. He has to be productive as the best player or one of the best players in the world. He wasn't able to do that physically. He's still really good. But I think that's where they pick up 30 goals on him alone.
I think when you put that board up of the lineup, James.
Okay, so Keandre Miller and the Canes continue to work out an extension. So Gavrikov signing by the Rangers won't become public until that works out. Okay, so Sturm is 2x2. That makes more sense. Holy shit. Who was telling me that Sturm signed like a 7-year deal or something dumb like that? Now I can trust it.
Yes, but you get creative and move those out and bring in an impact player and somehow John Tavares.
There's no Anton Lundell kicking around that they can get with what's on that board and the money they're available.
So are you telling me they're going to war and saying that's our lineup that come?
No, I think Cheryl talked about you're going to have to be a little bit patient. The general manager's job is to do what's hard. I don't want to hear how hard it is.
Brad Treliving makes one thing clear in his post-July 1 media availability. The Maple Leafs are looking to add a top 6 forward. Simple as that.
This team isn't good enough. They'll make the playoffs. I totally agree with you. Austin Matthews will be a better player next year. But this team isn't good enough to be good in the playoffs. And the manager's job is to do the work. And if you're going to tell me how hard it is, I'll get another manager.
Who in their division would you say is significantly better than them today in the playoffs?
Tampa Bay.
Then we got rolled by Florida.
I know they did, but you asked me. I'm
You said
saying
significantly better than Toronto.
right now they are.
Okay.
Because Marner's out. Nobody's out in Tampa Bay. So maybe not significantly better, but we're talking about better.
So yeah, okay, we're talking about if they're not good enough in the playoffs, you're really talking about one team there's no way you look at that roster and say they can beat Florida in a series. Florida's probably
Yeah, I mean, it's so obvious. The only team that Toronto would get steamrolled by right now is the Panthers. Everyone else is close. Like, if you guys are telling me, this is the debate they're having right now, is like, who in the Atlantic Division would steamroll the Leafs right now with losing Marner? Florida. That's it. Tampa Bay is older, and Toronto still has Matthews, Tavares, and Nylander, and Nice. Like, that's not, like, I'm looking at Matthews, Nylander, Nice, Tavares, Kucherov, Point, Gensel, Cirelli. There's not a massive gap there. Like, Matthews and Kucherov basically cancel each other out. Nylander and Point, similar production. Tavares and Cirelli, similar production. Tavares scores more. Cirelli's younger. Nyes and Gensel. Right? Like, we're following? So to me, the only team that owns the Atlantic Division in a big way, and especially in the playoffs, it's Florida. Like, I think it's pretty wild. Craig Button saying Tampa is like, I don't know how he just said that. He thinks Tampa's a lot better than Toronto right now, which I just don't understand. Like, what are we missing here? Darkness. Nylander doesn't even play on the same line as Matthews. I don't know how you can say he's Anyways, Darkness, I know you troll. I know you bait me. It's fine. Nylander and Matthews don't even play on the same line. Nylander's been driving his own line for like a couple years now. Nyes versus Gensel, that one isn't even close. Brett Johnson, when you say not even close, please expand to me. When you say not even close. Please tell me when you say not even close. Because I'll give you a really, really clear stat here. One player is 22 years old and one player is 30. Right? When Gensel was 22 years old, he put up 48 points in 82 games. Nyes is already better than that at that age. What I'm getting at is it's not like a massive gap. It's not a massive gap in terms of the structure of the team. Is Gensel the better player than Nyes? 100%. There's no doubt about that. But what I'm getting at is it's not like you're looking at the top four of Toronto right now and looking at the top four of Tampa and going, oh, yeah, Tampa is just way, way better. And if you are, then I don't know what to tell you. I guess you haven't been paying attention. Hagel is probably the needle mover there, Sean. I do agree with you. And that's why Toronto has to add another top six forward. Significantly better? No. Is Tampa probably better right now as we sit here today because of Toronto losing Marner? Probably. But I'm sorry, if you're saying Tampa's way better, you're like, you're just lost. Did Holmberg just sign with Tampa? As we're talking about this? Oh my! Pontus Holmberg! The betrayal! The betrayal. He wants to join his idol, Victor Hedman. Now Tampa is way better. Now you can say Tampa is way better. Tampa Bay is way better. Agreed. Agreed. The Lightning are way better. Lock it in. Yeah, Jeremiah, I was with you. We'll see what the number is. If it's more than $1 million, I'm like, whatever about it. But if they got Holmberg for under $1 million or $1 million on the dot, I am going to be pissed off that Toronto didn't keep him. Because I liked Holmberg. I thought he wanted like 1.5 per, so we're going to see what the dealio is here. But Justin Danforth signs Buffalo, 2-year deal, $1.8 million AAV, so leaves the Blue Jackets. All right. So there you go. Toronto losing some of their AHL and depth pieces to rivals. All right, Andrew, you know you're always welcome here. Thanks everyone for sticking around. We got over 1,000 people still in the chat. Let's try to get to 57.3. Let's end it off solid. We're 10 away from that number, 10 subscribers away, and I don't know if we're going to get 2,000 likes, folks, but if you haven't hit that like button, please do. I really appreciate it. We're going on 8.5 hours of this live stream. So if you're just joining this live stream or you didn't realize how long I've been live, oh, the Sens sign Lars Eller. Well, there you go. Denmark represent. That means they're getting NIKOLAJ EHLERS. There you go. The Sens have signed Lars Eller. That's a good bet. I like it for Ottawa. Their new fourth-line center. So that probably means they've lost Adam Gaudette. Adam Gaudette could be a sneaky signing. We'll see. But $1.25 million on a 1-year deal for Lars Eller in Ottawa. Does it cut off after the Nick? Oh my god, I've been typing all of these and they've just been cutting off, eh? So I'll probably... Gotta cut out some of these depth signings here. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. Brandon Tanev's talking on TSN right now.
We were all excited, you know, when our previous teams to get there, and then once you got there and you saw the surroundings, how beautiful a place it was, and I think, you know, being part of a group that has so many great young core pieces, but also has a lot of good veteran guys. You know, I got to work with their head coach Bear last year at the World Hockey Championships in Prague, and I like his style of coaching, you know, the person he is, and I'm very excited to get things going down there with that group.
The franchise has missed
The Abercrombie 7x7.
dating back to the Coyotes days. You feel they're close to changing that as in this year?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think, you know, we saw them this year and how good of a team they were, and I think you know Nate Schmidt's another Stanley Cup champion now recently the past year with Florida, who's coming to the group, but there's such a ton of great young players, you know, added JJ Peterka, and you know it's exciting times in Utah. The desire is to be good and to be pushing to be playing in the playoffs and playing at the right time and playing to be in those games and fighting for the Stanley Cup.
Brandon, appreciate you taking the time on this Canada Day. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the summer, and best of luck to you in Utah.
Tomasino officially back with the Penguins.
Who joins the Utah Mammoth. We're talking about that Navigator Cup that's coming up at 5 o'clock Eastern. There was an earlier...
Okay, so yeah, I wouldn't have done this. So there you go. Tampa probably sees the value of that, and that's fair. I think Holmberg's a good bottom six forward, but that makes sense why the Leafs let him go. So 1.55 per for Tampa Bay getting Holmberg. And hey, I think Holmberg's a good, like I said, fourth liner.
This fall. Make no mistake, he's going to the Hockey Hall of Fame, just not this fall. And that's the point of contention, because he was first year eligible, as was Zdeno Chara.
So Holmberg, 26 years old, put up 7 goals and 19 points. Didn't do much in the playoffs.
And final slot this year. Was that on the mark or a major miss by the Hockey Hall of Fame selection committee this year?
I thought it was a miss. Now, I'm not going to take a shot at the people that are on it because one's in the room over there.
Because one's right over there.
But I also, I believe the thought process should be if you're a Hall of
Watch Tampa Bay turn Holmberg into like a stud. Jose with the $20 dono. Let's get some Jose hype in the chat. Says if Tree is coming on at 5'10", then he's got a trade cooking. I thought trade just went on though. I thought 5'10" might have been the overdrive appearance. I'm not sure, but hey, we'll see. Maybe he is cooking. He might be cooking. You never know. All it takes is one call and Trey Living to answer, and then boom, trade. Thank you so much, Jose. Everyone spam Jose in the chat. What a legend. Yeah, I remember Holmberg had a couple empty netters for sure. Oh, chat, we are 5 subscribers away from 57.3. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Appreciate you.
When I compare Price and Lundqvist, I think that they were very similar. Although Lundqvist played a little bit more, has more wins, but they have Olympic.
I just realized 10 hours would take me to 6. I don't know if I need to stay on until 6, but I'll probably stay on until 5, guys. I think that's fair. Do a solid 9-hour stream. So we'll probably stay till 5, and then we can cap it there. So we'll see if any trades drop, and then as kind of Jose talked about, 5-10 trades gonna jump on. Tomasino 1 year 1.75. Okay, that makes sense. Yo, Michael Bezzetta via's IG story. Look at this. That's passion right there. That is passion.
Now, the other thing that I think could be at play here. So you have a massive class this year. Thornton, Keith.
That is definitely passion right there.
Okay, let's make a big buzz in a year from now when Carey Price gets it. Maybe it's a marketing point saying, like, we're going to put the...
Let's see Bezzetta's stats from last year. I think he's going to be on the fourth line.
Here's the thing that I struggle with. Franz Messer and I always have this debate. Hall of Famers are special players.
He didn't put up points last year in 25 games with Montreal, but get him on the fourth line. Get the passion going.
You and I have discussed this at length. Carey Price.
In worst case, yeah, he plays on the Marlins. It's easily variable.
That's special. That's where people circle and go, you got to watch out for Carey Price tonight. And again, not taking a shot at Mogilny, but I'm more looking at it as I believe Carey Price should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer because he was the best.
Passion.
He won a Hart, he won a Vezina, he's won a gold medal. To me, that's where the miss is. It's just a little bit of a slight on Price because for many years he was known as the best goaltender. McKenzie is a Hall of Famer. Listen, going in and scoring 76.
Again, guys, let us know if you've subscribed. I don't know if I'll see it on the screen or not, but let us know. Yeah, I'm with you. And here's what I'm worried about. I've streamed for almost 9 hours, folks. There's a high possibility I hop off the stream and a big trade goes down or Troy Living does something. Yeah, I would not be surprised.
In their first ballot. I was just using goalies, but you could even say Joe Thornton, who just played for a very, very...
Yep, Pizzetta loves to punch people. He definitely likes to go hard on the forecheck and just punch people.
35 minutes left in the free agent frenzy here on TSN. We'll take one more break.
I saw that Jonah Kozak resigned. Yeah, Matt, it always slows down, but it's like sometimes random big things happen late in the afternoon, and that's why I wanted to stick around and chat with you guys and talk about it. Like I said, coming out of the live stream, I'll go over some winners and losers. But again, I just feel like day one was kind of interesting. I'll have to include the trades in consideration, of course, in terms of day one. But I do think that there are some winners to some degree. Obviously, like some people think winners is like this big flashy signing. Like when I said Detroit are winners for what they did, I stand by that. I don't understand why winners has to be signing the biggest fish of the day. Detroit didn't do anything stupid, and they signed 2 really good depth pieces to good depth prices. Like, I would much rather have James Van Riemsdyk at $1 million than Pontus Holmberg at 1.55. Fact. I would rather have Jacob Bernard Docker at 8.55 or whatever it is, under 900,000, than what LA did. CC and Dumoulin, are you kidding me? Bernard Docker, that's a low risk price, and I think he's going to keep growing into his frame and keep growing as a defenseman. So those are good bets by Detroit and low risk. Hey, Ken Dog, thanks for joining. Sean R. to say it louder for the people in the back. Yes, Sean R. Oh, Mikael Granlund, 3-year deal in Anaheim. Wow. So there you go. The Ducks strike. The Ducks strike. There you go. I told you guys we'll stick around and something big happens. That's a big one. Let's see if we know the cap hit here. Are they not disclosing the cap hit? All right. I guess we'll have to wait for Friedman or someone to disclose the cap hit. 7 million AAV. Well, that's why he signed with the Ducks. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yep, that's kind of nuts. Wow. That's something, all right. Brad, where are you? Someone call for Brad Trey Living. No, I don't think it was smart to match this one. I mean, 7 million is a little heavy. But hey, it makes sense for Anaheim. Like I said, they're trying to transition into being a competitive team in the Western Conference. There you go. I like this for Anaheim. It's only 3 years, and I think they have. I mean, you look at like what they have kind of going for them. Let's look at it for a second. So once they sign Mason McTavish, which I don't have a reason to think they won't, but you never know. But they still have a lot of cap space, obviously. And when you look at their potential lineup, maybe Cutter Gauthier up here, something like this. They'll still sign Mason McTavish. And Mikael Granlund can go on the wing, so maybe Killorn's here. So say they sign McTavish long-term, as I've talked about. 7.5 long-term. And then they got Granlund now at $7 million times 3. They still have $21 million of cap space if they sign McTavish to 7.5 per or 8 per, around there, and then Granlund. What do we think, chat? Can this Ducks team? Well, Dostel needs to be signed still. Let's just do that just so we get the perfect look. So Dostel long term, say $6 million. Maybe on like a 5-year deal, maybe something like that. I feel like the Ducks are overpaying for guys these days, but they got 3 goalies. Talk about depth. So defense looks all right. They got the goaltending depth, and then the forward group. It's pretty good. I mean, the fourth line is whatever, but the top 9 is getting a lot better for sure. Is it a playoff team? I don't know. It's hard to say. But you got experience. You definitely got a lot more coming, right? Like, you have a lot in the prospect system. So, we'll see. I think the size, too, is the big thing, right? Like, Seneke coming, McQueen as well. So, the Ducks are in a bit of that transitioning period, but you also have to keep in mind, like, the next couple of years of free agency, the Ducks will have cap space, and they'll be able to hand out money still to big free agents.
No mistake. This is not the Leafs roster as it will be comprised when they get to training camp, when they get to the start of the season in October. And so this is a longer-term project rather than a July 1st, solve all your problems kind of situation for Toronto.
So the cap jumps to $95 million this year. There's lots of teams with money to spend, and they can't find anyone to spend it on.
Pavel, we'll see, buddy. Hey, 3 more subscribers to 57.3. Thank you so much, guys.
Per year as he becomes an Anaheim Duck. That's his 6th organization after Minnesota, Nashville, Pittsburgh, San Jose.
Jason Magnat, 2 years, $800K.
California and Anaheim. Let's check in one more time with TSN and Frankie Corrado.
Yeah, Granlund gets a good contract. A little nice contract for Mikael Granlund.
What were the 2 biggest surprises for you?
Okay, now I know Dregs just talked about Brock Besser and said he wasn't overly surprised. To be honest with you, I was surprised that Brock Besser re-signed with the Vancouver Canucks because it feels like that door may have been closed, not by Vancouver necessarily.
Buster says, heck, I'll subscribe. I like talking hockey. Thanks, Buster. Let's get some Buster hype in the chat. I appreciate it. Hey, it's free to subscribe, right? Like, if you don't like the content after, you don't like the streams after, you can always say, hey, screw this guy, I'm going to unsubscribe. I hope you don't do that, but I'm just letting you know, like, it helps motivate me. It definitely brings more content to the table, more streams to the table. I work a bunch of different jobs, so it's just the fact that we have July 1st off for Canada Day. I would take the day off anyways. I take the day off for trade deadline every year anyways, so for lots of games, lots of big days in the NHL calendar, I live stream and cover it through videos as well. So I hope you guys give the channel a chance. Subscribe. And you're just out of Nashville. There you go, Buster. I was just in Nashville this past week, Buster. I was literally just in Nashville. I was at Bridgestone. I was on Broadway. Yeah. Big shout out to you. Slash House, Nick, and Buster. Thank you so much for subscribing, guys. And now well, I don't know if we lost one, but it says we're 1 away from 57.3. We're 1 subscriber away. Did someone say Adam Gaudette signed? Adam Gaudette signed with the Sharks. Wow. The Sharks are busy right now. And the Devils are signing Kalen Addison and Dennis Cholowski. And Angus Crookshank, too. Okay, so Adam Gaudette to the Sharks. Boris Kachuk to Tampa. So back. Oilers still awaiting their first signing. Roslovic or Beauvillier. Beauvillier would make a lot of sense for the Oilers. Roslovic might be a little too expensive, but we'll see. With the Arvidsson trade, they definitely could afford Roslovic. Well, blended. Yeah, we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if Gaudette got $3 million per year or something like that. He did score nearly 20 goals, so. Hey, kudos to Adam Gaudette, man. He was kind of jumping in back and forth throughout the AHL. He stuck with it. Right shot guy with some good size. Got the scoring going with Ottawa this year.
How close are the Sens to taking that step up to being a contender to come out of the Eastern Conference?
Well, I still think they need that scorer in that top 6, someone to align with Stützle. It could be Zetterlund. I mean, I think he's going to get an opportunity up there, but I still think that they want to bolster that top 6 in terms of their 5-on.
We'll see what happens. Ehlers is going to sign in the next day or two. That's for sure. You think Sandin's going to get moved? Hoffy's takes? I've heard that Washington might trade one of their defensemen, so I'm not shocked to hear you say that Sandin could get dealt. More because I think they, in the offensive side of things and on the power play, they definitely trust Chychrun and John Carlson in the short term, and then it's going to be eventually Chychrun and Cole Hudson in the long term. So Sandin's kind of expendable in that side of things, so you make a good point. I literally said at the start of the show, I was like, I won't be surprised if Washington trades one of their defensemen. And maybe that opens up the space to sign a guy like Ehlers. But between Sandin and TVR, maybe they trade one of those two guys. Because someone asked me if they trade John Carlson. I feel like John Carlson, just let him retire at cap. Like, obviously he's got his flaws now and he's slower, but he's only got 1 year left. And then, hey, if you keep John Carlson, maybe you can sign him to a cheap deal to retire at cap. William, thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, Jeremiah, you're onto something. Maybe it is John Carlson's last year, and it does sound like it's Ovi's last year, so maybe John Carlson ends it at the same time as Ovi. Oh, only $2 million for Adam Gaudette. That's some good business. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot of teams were gonna pay him a lot, so Adam Gaudette gets some ice time potentially with San Jose. And I said that they were going to sign a center. I thought it might be P.S. Suter, but they do opt to go with Adam Gaudette. So Adam Gaudette, 2 years, $2 million in San Jose.
He has got to be a dominant center. Jake Sanderson might be one of the best defensemen in the National Hockey League. If he kind of elevates and becomes a Duncan Keith type player on a nightly basis and has that intangible that can lead the charge and help them, maybe that's what they need, internal improvements. If they can add a guy throughout the season, maybe they might be set to do more damage than they did this year. Biggest internal improvement will be Linus Ullmark being Vezina. Yeah. Be winning Linus Ullmark.
Yeah. This is kind of crazy. Okay, so Dumoulin's 3 years, $4 million per is crazy. I actually cannot believe the Kings and Ken Holland signed them to this contract. Cafoon, thank you so much for subscribing. What's up, Steve? The fact that we still have 1,000 people in here, you guys are amazing. We're getting closer to 5 p.m. Eastern time. Hey, Bob McKenzie, the trade is 1 for none, which is to say I'm exchanging my semi-retired TSN life of the last 5 years doing the World Juniors, draft, Leaf broadcast, trade center free agents for a fully retired life of doing absolutely nothing. Wow. Everyone, guys, I'm gonna read this after. It's long, but I want to read this after from Bob McKenzie. But 50 years in the business. Oh, that's really cool. Everyone, guys, W's in the chat for Bob McKenzie. What a career, man. Bob W. Bobcast. The GOAT. Big shout out to Bob. 69 years old in August, and what a ride. Oh, Isaac Lundstrom, that's Loki. W's to Bob. Skeleton, I look tired? Yeah, that's not shocking. I've been live for almost 9 hours. I've been up since about 6:30 a.m. Eastern time. Hey, Jackie, thanks to you. I appreciate you guys being here, truly. I wouldn't be able to do this without the viewers and without you guys being here. So I'm truly thankful. And yeah, I hope you guys keep in touch throughout the off season because I'll be uploading a lot of videos and still streaming when I can. So yeah, I hope you guys, if you guys haven't yet, please follow on social media. I'll be posting on Instagram and Twitter a bunch. So my personal Instagram that I post, I've opened my Instagram. So if you guys want to check it out, John Viveiros _ For a while I had it private, but I opened it up since I started working in the NHL and OHL just to kind of post stuff that I'm doing so you guys can see what I'm doing in the NHL and OHL. So if you guys want to follow me on Instagram, it's at John Viveiros _ so my full name combined with the underscore at the back. And then Hot Take Hockey on all platforms. You guys can follow me, Hot Take Hockey, wherever. Big Tech Vanacek to Utah. Thanks, Darkness. Is that just announced? Oh, shit. The Leafs announced they signed Travis Boyd, so they bring back Boyd. Rule, Pizzetta, and they bring back Dakota Mermis. That's kind of funny. Travis Boyd was actually good with the Leafs when he was here, so they bring him back. He mostly played with Iowa last year, but maybe he is back in the NHL. And then Gruel, let's see what his numbers were like. There you go. So the Leafs finally make it known. So he played mostly with Hartford last year in the AHL. 6'2", 202 pounds. So Trey Living's just adding beef to the minor system. Eagles, thanks for being here. Hey Lee, sometimes it's good to just lay off and not do something stupid on free agency day. All current insiders owe their careers to this man. Bob McKenzie, the GOAT. The GOAT. Simply the GOAT. Yep, Nyes and Matthews.
Since 1967, has there been a better opportunity this team had than right now, where they have a clear identity in the way they need to play, the path they need to play to win under Craig Berube?
The GOAT.
So as CJ mentioned earlier, I don't think the Leafs are done. They're going to round out this roster more. But if I'm Austin Matthews, I'm saying, okay, I'm the captain. I have to take a bigger role and bigger responsibility. But I feel confident that we have the right pieces in place, and there's more players that can take some.
Yes. Hear that, Austin? Ownership and accountability. But yes, Vitek Vanacek signs in Utah. Toninato, a little depth with the Blackhawks. But Lundstrom, I like this bet for the Blue Jackets. Only 1.3 mil. Good fourth liner. But yeah, Stanley Cup champion. So Vitek Vanecek joins Nate Schmidt in Utah. Yeah, Rome, it's crazy the NBA and salary structure. SGA is making some big cash for sure. Yeah, Lee, it's a long summer. It's a long summer. Anyone hitting the panic button on July 1st on what the Leafs are going to do next year are missing the plot. It's a long summer. Let me just put it this way for you guys. I'm going to search something up for you guys, and I want you to really zone in on this and trust me. I told you guys certain things. And I feel like I haven't really swayed you the wrong way, but I want to show you guys something here, okay? Do you guys see this here? What date does that say? What date does that say? July 22nd. We are July 1st right now. The Florida Panthers forever changed their franchise and made a trade that changed their franchise for good on July 22nd. July 1st, more times than not, is when you make mistakes, not when you make the positive franchise-altering moves. So what I'm getting at is the Leafs are going to take the next couple weeks, and they are going to talk around with the league, talk around with the different teams in the league, and figure out the perfect trade fit. Is it Brandon Carlo going for a top six forward? Is it Easton Cowan, Nick Robertson being packaged with maybe picks and prospects for a middle six forward, top six forward? They're going to figure that out, but it was always going to be through a trade, and they do have to figure out how to dump the David Kampf and Cal Yarncrow contracts, and that decision is going to come as well. And I always said this day and this month was going to be filled with more trades than actual signings. And we saw a lot of trades today. Stuart, thank you so much for subscribing. So that's all I wanted to say to everyone is just anyone thinking that your team didn't do something. That's not just about the Leafs. That's a universal thing. If you feel like your team didn't do anything significant today, that's the messaging I have for you guys. That sometimes July 22nd or August 3rd or August 15th is when that significant move that actually will move the needle for your team happens. Where's Isaac Howard going, Shaler? I don't know. I think there's a few teams out there. I wouldn't be surprised if he went to Detroit. Detroit makes a lot of sense to me. If Tampa's trying to trade him out of the conference, maybe a team like the Wild, maybe a team like the Predators. Crazy Jay, thank you so much for the kind words. Darkness, look what Darkness is saying. Heck, look at St. Louis. The offer sheets happened at some point in August last year. Thank you, Darkness, exactly. And that's why I said, for me this offseason, I could see 2 or 3 offer sheets happening, and it doesn't necessarily mean it happens on July 1st. Bowen Byram, at some point, I think is going to get offer sheeted or traded. It's a wait-and-see game. And then there's other guys that are potential for that. Marco Rossi. He is going to get traded or offer sheeted. He's not going to be back with the Minnesota Wild next year. I'd be shocked if he is. So that's 2 names I just said. Nick Robertson. Eagles, thank you for being here. But yeah, I'm going to stick around for a bit longer, guys. Actually, after the Mikael Granlund news, I feel like I want to vibe with you guys. Just have a good time, you know? I'll keep eating my chicken bites and keep answering comments in the chat. I agree with you, Rena. Whoa, Mike. Mike, you gotta be back. Nick Robertson. And another piece for Marco Rossi. Jack says Anderson is top 4 defenseman. Yep. And yeah, Calgary they're not in a rush. Jeremiah, I don't think the Leafs are in on EHLERS. No. I don't think they are. You never know. Like, things can change, but I don't think so. JQ, happy Canada Day. No offer sheets yet. That could change very quickly, though. Yeah, Ryan Carey, that's what I'm saying. I think Isaac Howard should be a target for the Red Wings. Barnaby, Red Wings, in terms of someone significant, I would not be surprised if they went after Bowen Byram. They have the cap flexibility for it. I had talked about it at the start of the season, and I still think it's relevant. Well, Mike, we'll see. We'll see. Marco Rossi still put up a good amount of points. I think Nashville's in that conversation. I'd be curious to see if Toronto's in that conversation. It's definitely a curious discussion because, like, Nick Robertson scored 15 goals in 69 games, playing only 10 minutes a night. Would the Wild take a flyer on him and one of the depth pieces for Toronto, maybe a draft pick as well? Like, if they're gonna get offered, if Rossi's gonna get offer sheeted where it would only be like a 2nd-round pick back from Minnesota, maybe they would rather just take a trade like a 2nd-round pick and like a winger, a top 6 winger, and then they don't trade Hartman. They just keep what they got. I still think Minnesota should target another center, but it's not that bad of a spot to be in. Gianni, yeah, Grzelcyk to Detroit makes a lot of sense. If they don't get a bigger fish like Byram, Grzelcyk makes sense. Yes, I have heard that Nashville is looking to move Jonathan Marchessault if there's the right fit, for sure. Peter says, how Besser stayed in Vancouver? I heard people already saw him out of Vancouver. Yeah, it's crazy, Peter. A lot can change, right, guys? Like, apparently Vancouver was being stubborn, and then all of a sudden they were like, yeah, we'll give you the 7 years. So that's what changed. He ultimately apparently wanted to stay in Vancouver, but had checked out from the conversation because Vancouver was only willing to give him 5 years. So he was willing to take a little bit less money at a 7-year deal. Hockey Life says, who do you think will be Avs 3C? Jack Drury is possible, but Ross Colton can be that role if need be. I know he's played wing and center. Hockey fan, restricted free agent is basically if you sign a restricted free agent to an offer sheet if you're another team. Depending on the amount of that value per year, there's certain compensation ranges, I would say. Like, I can pull it up here. I have it, I think, still up. Maybe I don't. I don't have it up right now. But long story short, for like a contract up to $2.3 million would be a 3rd-round pick. 2.3 to about 4.5 is like a 2nd-round pick. So basically, the team that owns their RFA rights would get that draft compensation if they don't want to match the offer. So they would have the opportunity to be able to match the offer and still retain that player, where an unrestricted free agent is just free to sign with anyone. So that's the difference between a UFA and RFA. So Elliotte Friedman says, a few of you asked me to update this. We will get clarity eventually. A long story short, the Hurricanes looked at an offer sheet for Miller, and the two teams worked out a trade instead. I'd expect the returner to be along the lines of what offer sheet compensation would look like. Okay, so there you go. So basically, I'm going to consider this an offer sheet because I had a feeling that Carolina was doing something weird here. So Carolina was about to offer sheet Keandre Miller. And similar to what I think happened with Peterka and Utah and Buffalo, they just decided to work out a trade instead of the offer sheet. Big shout out to Bob McKenzie. Look at Bob McKenzie. He's got like the flow going. That's crazy. It could have been 2 offer sheets already, folks. Sir William, I saw your tweet at me. I do not hear of any Kaprizov news yet, but we'll keep people updated. What? Klingberg's was $4 million. I guess that's because they got to reach the cap floor. But wow, Klingberg gets a little mini payday. Wow, interesting. But yeah, it's crazy. We could have had 2 offer sheets already this offseason. Yeah, guys, is Yanni Hakanpää one of the funniest signings of all time? By the Leafs, it's so funny. But yeah, this is, yeah, Klingberg getting $4 million, a little nice payday. Maka says Blues, Suter, or Roslovic, make it happen, or trade prospect. Yeah, okay. Krug on LTIR. Makes sense. Yeah, we'll see if the Blues do something like that. Middle 6 forward for them. Anything on Rust or Raquel? Nothing right now, but we'll see. I do think the Rangers are going to drop like all their news like at the same time, and then Will Cooley will be signed. Dave says, yes. I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, Dave. Like, basically, the Sharks are going to basically put a gap here for a couple of their guys, and then until all their prospects are ready to contribute. Hey, we're almost at 1.7K likes, so we might not get 2,000 likes, chat, but we're getting close. I will say TSN's always done a great job with their broadcast for trade deadline and free agency. And the guys at Sportsnet do a great job too. I'm just saying. I kind of grew up on TSN a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's why I love doing what I do. And I don't know where the career will go, but Bob McKenzie's saying it in a great way. He just wanted to be a hockey writer, and then he kind of just rode the wave, and it's a cool story, man. Like, so many say that. Like, just ride the wave, say yes to opportunities, and see where it takes you. But yeah, being paid to watch hockey, like, that's the dream, man. That's the dream. Any news on Will Cooley? Not right now, but he'll be the next shoe to drop after this whole Keandre Miller-Gavrikov thing gets sorted out. The whole crew. Bobby Mack. We got 1,000 in the chat. Oh, Bob McKenzie is one of the best of all time for sure. There's no doubt about it in my mind. It's like, he's one of those guys where it's like, over the years, especially me growing up, it's like, Bob McKenzie talks, you listen. It's as simple as that. Bob McKenzie talks, you listen. Yes, Bob McKenzie gets a silver stick. Big shout out Joshua. Shout out to Joshua. Manny, I gotta teach you something in life. I don't know how older you are or how old you are or just like what's going on in that noggin, but you gotta learn some more respect, man. That's all I gotta say. It's crazy shit, man. People that lack respect these days. Robert says, anybody know where Granlund go? Robert, Granlund went to Anaheim. 3 years, $7 million per year. NHL commented on your vid, depressed Kreider fan. You gotta send that to me. That's sick. There you go. Great goodbye. Awesome. Casey Forster, how's it going? Dutchy. What's up, Jack? I don't got Discord, but... Well, I guess I do, but I'm not on it right now. Yeah, Jay Woodcroft is a good get as an assistant for sure. Insta, yes, depressed Kreider fan. That's my Insta right there. John Viveiros _. Sends Outlook. Yeah, it's a good veteran addition. Like, it's low risk, right? 1 year, $1.2 million for Lars Eller. It's a great bet. Oh, Devils get Evgeny Dadonov. 1x1 plus bonuses. So there's going to be a bit of additional hit on the cap, potentially. But Dadonov to Devils. That's a good get for New Jersey. That's definitely good depth. That's a good get for New Jersey. Blair says, like and subscribe. Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys. Keep it in that like and subscribe. Let us know if you're a new viewer. On the way to 60,000 subscribers. Hopefully the goal is to get there in 2025. Oh! Sharks acquire Alex Nedeljkovic from the Penguins for a 3rd round pick. Are the Penguins just wiping their goalies? Like they could... I'm hearing that they could be doing something with Tristan Jarry as well. Wow. So, and the Penguins get a 3rd round pick. It's pretty good business for Dubas. So there you go, guys. Another trade. Tony Tetty, thank you so much for being here. This is new viewer. Well, I hope you're subscribed, and I'll see you more. Tony, let me know where you're watching from and your the team you support. But there you go. All right. San Jose Sharks acquire Alex Nedeljkovic from the Pens for a 3rd round pick. So there you go, guys. I've been giving breaking news all day. I can't believe it's 5 p.m. This day just flew by. Hey, Jeremiah, I don't think people are going to be shocked if the Penguins get McKenna. We'll see, though. Get your bets in, folks. Get your bets in. Penguins for McKenna. What's up, Michael? Big shout out to you. No updated news on the Rangers yet. It's 5 p.m. But thank you guys for being here. We still have 1,000 people in the chat. You guys are unreal. I keep saying thank you because it's like, I can't believe I went live. And guys, we just surpassed 9 hours. We've been live for 9 hours and 7 minutes. It's nuts. That's... I feel like that's a throwback vibe. I don't even know how long I was live last year. Let me go check. I gotta check how long I was live last year. Maybe it'll be motivation to beat last year's. Let's check it. Been watching all day from the UK, says Gunner97. Thank you so much, Gunner. Goat Farmer says, nice job, John. Thank you. Who's still on the board? Well, NIKOLAJ EHLERS is the top pick on the board. The top player on the board. Other names that are still available include Anthony Beauvillier, Jack Roslovic. So those are some options in terms of the forwards available. And yeah, let me look at that stream from last year, and then I'll also give you some more free agents left on the board. All right. So as I said, EHLERS is still available. Beauvillier is still available. Matt Grzelcyk still available. Victor Olofsson still available. P.S. Suter is still available. Brent Burns is still available. Dmitry Orlov is still available. Jeff Skinner. Alexander Georgiev. Ilya Samsonov. I don't think Mason Appleton signed to a deal. Cam Atkinson, Joel Armia, Nathan Bastian. Just to name a few. So if you guys want, I can make a quick video. Well, I'll make a quick video after and talk about it. Maybe make predictions for the next few guys, but definitely a few. Andrew Mangiapane still hasn't been signed. And again, we know that could be a Leaf target. So I would not be surprised if the Leafs do go after him. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. And yeah, I think the one other one that's really interesting is Matt Grzelcyk, because a lot of defensemen have like kind of been flying off the board. I talked about Detroit for Matt Grzelcyk. There's probably a few other teams that will be interested in him, but it's definitely going to be interesting next couple days too, with potential trades and things like that. But Jeff Skinner, another name that didn't really work out in Edmonton, but we know that he's put up some good numbers in the past. He still put up, I think, like 16 goals, but we'll see. I think there's still some potential for Jeff Skinner to kind of, I don't want to say revitalize his career. He's like 33, but he definitely could still do something for a team, I think. All right. Okay, let's look at last year's stream here. So last year's stream went on for oh my goodness. So we got 2.5k likes on last year's stream. I didn't even realize we got that much. That's kind of nuts. What are we at this year? If everyone could hit that thumbs up, I don't think we're going to get quite to 2.5k. I did not realize I should have been prioritizing the likes throughout the day. We're at 1.6k, almost at 1.7. So if everyone chips in, everyone that's in this live stream, maybe we get close to 2k. Jerry Johonen, thank you so much for the 10. Says Patrick Laine 60 plus goals next season. That is a fact. I like the hot take, Jerry. I like it. Big shout out to the jury in the chat. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it, truly. Thank you. Big shout out to the jury. Yeah, hockey fan. I think those are low risk for the Wild. I truly think those are low risk for the Wild. I guess the only other thing I didn't really have on the board was best available. I could have put that on the board, but next year I can always put that back as a feature. But yeah, that's crazy. I'm looking at it right now. Wild. I'm trying to look at the viewership though. Or sorry, not the viewership. The oh, so I already passed it, guys. Last year we did 8 hours and 45 minutes, and we're already past 9 hours for this one. JH says, thank you, bro. Not surprised that people are watching, liking, and subscribing. The live stream has been great. Let's go. Thank you so much, JH. Double H. Yeah, I see the golf in the background. So, I mean, crazy day. I mean, I know the Bleacher Report kind of like breaks up the stream a little bit, and I know a lot of people left after that. I think we had like a solid 2,000 people in the live stream, or even 2.1K. And then obviously that drops a bit once I go live on BR, but I was only preoccupied and I still had the audio, I still had good things going for the stream, but obviously the big part, I think the success that I've had too with these streams is like the interaction portion. I really try to read and I keep you guys updated with everything on the fly. So I think that's the big part of it too, is I'm not napping on the job here. I'm having a good time with you guys, read a lot of comments, and then obviously you guys are here for the breaking news, right? So, and a lot of people are at work. They don't want all the fluff. Like if you're at work or you're just listening on the car ride, you don't want all the fluff and all the random dialogue. You want the breaking news. You want everything as it's happening. And that's kind of what I try to bring to the table. Big shout out to Bob Mack. Oh shit, Ryan McLeod extension, $5 million per year, 4 years. That's a great deal for the Sabres. That's a good deal for the Sabres. Like it's not crazy risky in my opinion. There you go. I like that for the Sabres. And they have a lot of cap space to work with, so. So the only UFA goalies without a contract now, Georgiev, Samsonov, and Reimer. That's insane. It's actually insane. Oh, so Will Cooley did sign the 2-year deal. Okay, so that is confirmed. What's the cap hit? $3.9 million per? Wow. That's a really good deal for the Rangers. That is a really good deal for the Rangers. There you go. Is that a rare Drury W, Rangers fans? That's funny. That is funny. Yeah, Ty, I think the Caps could still bring back Bevilier. I wonder if they could clear some cap space if they move on to their defenseman. Could they bring in NIKOLAJ EHLERS? Hey, thank you, Jeremiah. I always appreciate you. Thank you for being here. How am I feeling about Marner? It's a tough situation, right? It never should have gone that way, but it got so bad. I had always been on the lens they should have traded him well before all this. Back, like I said, after the Montreal series, I was saying. Mike Riley to the Hurricanes. There you go. Cheap. 1 year, $1.1 million. So Mike Riley to the Carolina Hurricanes. What moves do I see the Predators doing? I could see them going after one other defenseman. Beyond that, I think they might trade Jonathan Marchessault so soon. We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if they keep him too. So we'll see. Hey, we got 1.7K likes. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Keep hitting that like button on the way out. But I think that's going to be it for me, guys. So I'm going to record my winners and losers here. Winners and losers of day one. Beyond that, just, yeah, super thankful for you guys. So thank you so much for being here. And, yeah, let's keep talking hockey. Again, I'll be posting my couple videos today, videos tomorrow. I might go live tomorrow. We'll see, depending on the news. But truly, 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 thank you guys for joining today's live stream. Like I said, we got to close to 9.5 hours. It's been a long one. So, everyone, lots of love. W's in the live stream. We got to end with this positive. W's in the live stream. And truly to every single one of you that joined today, thank you so much. So if you guys could do me a favor, share the live stream with a friend, or share the channel with a friend. If you have a hockey friend that you guys like talking hockey, like shooting the shit, spread the word about the hockey channel. And yeah, if you guys want, always feel free to reach out on social media, reach out on Twitter, Instagram, wherever. Reach out. Brian Miller says, if you had a real lunch, you could have lasted another 4 hours, you lightweight. I know, probably. But you know what? I think out of all the hockey people today, I think I went the longest. So I'll take that win. It's not a competition, but I'll take that win. Charging Duck, thanks for subscribing. Awesome. Thanks, Lance. Thanks, Chase. Thanks, Marcelo. Yeah, we don't know the Keandre Miller deal, but I'll send it out on Twitter if you guys want to follow me again. If you guys haven't yet, follow Hot Take Hockey on Twitter. There you go. And then you guys could follow along. All right. Hydro, it's all good. I've been live for over 9 hours, so definitely join up, and I'll be posting some videos, as I said, guys, and more live streams to come. Thank you so much, guys. Cheers. Talk soon.